Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. They turn birth right into paperwork. Stamped your spirit with a barcode. But laws written on your heart ain't signed by any court. There's a license for your living, permit just to pray. They rebranded what was given, tried to bill you for your day. But my breath ain't on their balance sheet, so don't fit their frame. When the maker writes the mandate, every tyrant looks the same. They tax your time, then sell it back in smaller screens and quiet apps. But freedom's first a mental map. You want out the maze, then trace the trap. I was scrolling through the circus, feeling small in every ring, till I realized I'm the lion that forgot he once was king. They condition you to kneel, then call it safety when you stay. But courage is obedience to higher voice than state. Proper instruction under this people. 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 Just a system, I'm a victim of my pride. All the jail I ever slipped in was the one behind my eyes. Envy was my warden, comfort was my cage. Had to crucify my ego just to really live this faith. They love you weak, always asking for a favor, hands out. But the blueprint in your bloodstream screams stand up, branch out. I was waiting on the leader, then the silence hit me hard. If I won't lead my own habits, how I'm speaking for my God. So I fast from all the poison that they're piping through the wires. Feed my mind on higher fire, let that scripture lift me higher. If I govern every thought, that's a kingdom in my chest. And no paper crown, no paycheck ever tells me what is best. No proper instruction, no that is people. Proper instruction, no that is gorilla. Proper instruction, no that is people. Proper instruction, no that is gorilla. They can seize your gold, never steal your glow. Chain your body, never cage your soul. Every statute small, next to one true law written on us all. Proper instruction, no that is people. Proper instruction, no that is gorilla. Proper instruction, no that is people. Proper instruction, no that is gorilla.
Testing. All right, trust the planning. Scary storm coming. So here's where we're at today, folks. We're gonna do Wack 100 every so often. I check in with these different communities and sectors, or they come up in the feeds, right? Because a lot of these different communities, in quotes, are pushed in the algorithm. So I started listening. It's like a 40-minute clip. I maybe got 3 to 5 minutes into it. And I said, okay, I'm going to pause this and we're going to go a different way today. We're going to do something we don't normally do. I normally act like a white N-word here, so that's nothing new. But we're going to do a little bit of black content, non-tent. And that's in quotes. Everything's in quotes. Why? Because I'm going to show you how the mind and the heart control pervades all community. All the communities are mind and heart controlled. They're under the same delusions, involved in the same illusions. Please tell me if one of my sound effects for the broadcast is the fan blowing into the microphone behind me. So if that's a little bit too interesting and exciting, just let me know and I'll push that back a bit. We'll lower the speed on that. So yeah, for you folks who come here who, you know, I get it, you're not big on the black stuff, the black content, non-tent. Rob Cleveland's going to be in his element today. M. Davis, if he's here, is going to be in his element today. Although I saw Rob Cleveland was on Facebook yesterday and he's surfing now. And I really got kind of disappointed in that. You know, Rob Cleveland is a very black man. He's very powerful. And I had higher hopes for him. I didn't think that. Well, I knew the white people would get him. I commented on his feed. I said, I knew the white people would get you. Now you're out there running on the beach in skivvies. You're surfing, and next it's going to be making sourdough bread and playing guitar and living in a tiny house. And then it's all over, okay? When that day comes, it's all over for Rob Cleveland. It's all over for America, people. What's this world come to? Okay, so we're going to go over to the quote-unquote black sector, or at least that's how it's going to be perceived, right? And we're going to listen in on the conversations. By the way, if you don't know who these folks are, this is Wack 100. He's fairly well known in the music industry. He produces a lot of the acclaimed folks when it comes to hip hop, R&B, other stuff. As far as I understand, he's fairly well to do when it comes to fiat slave notes. He's got a lot of pull in these networks. He's on with Adam 22 and the rest of these, what I will call clowns, euphemistically, because once again, we're going to see how all of American culture now boils down to chasing paper with pictures on it and trading that in for pretty and nice things, and then running around and telling everybody how you made it, you're a boss, and there's nothing left to do here, right? And of course, in this clip, we're going to hear a woman essentially bring in some ideas about corporatism, fascism, collectivism, mind control, slavery, and genocide. At least that's what I'm hearing and seeing. She might not have believed that or be going there, because again, I only listened to a part of it. We're going to find out together where it goes. But the point is, in this clip, we can't even get to what she's talking about or what she wants to understand in seeking truth, because this guy and these clowns are too busy over talking her and gaslighting her and telling her, hey, you know, we have cash and we're fascist, collectivist, corporatists, so just shut up, because we're like big men on campus, right? And this is the point. We're going to highlight a bunch of different dynamics here. One of them is going to be the feminine intuition, the sacred care of the heart. It's a feminine dynamic. It's not about gender. And this idea of caring enough with an intuition to seek truth, to have greater levels of empowerment, understanding, co-creational freedom, versus the antithesis of that, which is going to be what I will call, and this is, as always, going to trigger the right-winger tards when I talk about the idea of toxic masculinity. There's true masculinity and there's true femininity, and there's toxic masculinity and femininity on both sides, right? And oftentimes they tend to complement each other, whether it be in the overworld in the truest form, the purest form, or whether it be in the underworld in the most corrupt form. They tend to be seemingly opposites, but rather paradoxical, complementary, dualistic support systems, or lack thereof. They support each other in their ignorance and arrogance, worldliness, their vanity, and ultimate failure as human beings when it comes to logic, morals, ethics, principles, values, standards, and of course, rights and freedom. So without further ado, we'll get to that. If it goes over like a lead balloon, we'll refocus. We'll probably refocus at some point anyway. This is only going to be the first, I don't know, maybe 15 minutes, half hour, depending on how much I'm getting out of it, and therefore determine that you folks are getting something out of it, as I normally do. So like I said, we'll try something new here. We'll see if it works. Take a little bit of a risk here. If it doesn't, we can always refocus. And at some point, I'm sure we'll do that anyway. And we'll do some breaking slave news, some legal awful stuff. I got a woman who contacted me last night. I asked her if she wanted to share her story on the broadcast here. She said she will, but she wants a proviso that I'm going to be somewhat nice, kind, and polite, or at least genteel, when I handle her in the situation. I told her we can try that, but I'm not making any promises, because what she's telling me, and this is a preview to her if she's listening, is absolutely ridiculous nonsense. She knows it. That's why she reached out to me. I'm not going to pull any punches, but I will be somewhat measured in my approach. And give her what she needs and potentially what she wants and what she asks for on the side of politesse, okay? I don't need to yell and scream and curse to make a point. I'm fully capable of controlling myself. and presenting myself in an honorable and good faith and polite manner. But again, let's be clear with ourselves and each other. When a lot of you folks come here, you don't really want that, even if you ask for that and think you like that. And you definitely don't need that. You need me to shake you out of your trance and out of your delusion and your denial is my contention. But again, I will not do the projection onto you that I can't deal with you a certain way because I know that you need my form of abuse is how it will be passed off. Fine. We're just going to talk just like this. And I'm going to explain to you why you're lying to yourself and everyone in your life and why you're sacrificing your duties and obligations and even your pleasures and your holistic beingness to engage in a world and a lifestyle and activities that allow you to care less for yourself and your future. And that is not prosperity and success. That is bondage. That is vice. That is addiction. That is corruption. Okay. And of course, we're talking about a drug problem here. And a person who doesn't want to face that they have a drug problem, they want me to support them in the fact that they have a right to use drugs. Yes, and you have a right to use drugs. You got a right to put a gun to your head and pull the trigger. You got a right to die in a gutter. It's your fucking body. You own it. But again, ma'ams and sirs, you are also the reason why this legal system exists in the capacity it does, because you want to message me and tell me to support you spiritually and physically an endeavor you have a right to do, which is also potentially wrong for you. Even if you don't cause loss, injury, and harm to somebody else, you're causing loss, injury, or harm to yourself and the body God gave you. You don't necessarily have a right to do that, especially when you want to bullshit me about it. Okay? And again, I probably should have focused on that because that's where the most passion and inspiration and care is at. And that's where the most relationship is at as far as relatability and relativity. When we talk about addiction, bondage, vice, drugs and alcohol, broken homes, and toxified family structures, I'm your guy. There's no denying that. Okay? And again, just to give the long and short of it, there's no names here. And I already asked her if I could share the story, and she said yes. So I'm not going to feel guilty about it. Messaging me and telling me she got arrested by the cops. They ran all her shit. And that they didn't have a legal or lawful reason, but behind it all, she's using crack and methamphetamine regularly. And you don't think that I know, maybe you don't know. You don't think that I know the reason you message me is because you know you're full of shit and you want me to tell you to your face because no one else in your life obviously is going to do it. Or for whatever reason, you respect me and are inspired by me. And even though they do tell you, you won't fucking listen to them, proving exactly my point. Because I guarantee one of your loved ones, somebody in your family has addressed these issues with you, but you don't want to care for yourself and them enough to address the fucking issue. And then you want to lie to yourself and me about it, how you're going to be a functional addict and use methamphetamine and crack cocaine because you're a mother and have grandchildren and all the rest of your life is in order. Yes and no. Yes and no. I understand the idea of potentially functioning addict. Great. I'll give you the award of the century. You're the only person we ever met, including myself, who could use pills and powder regularly and somehow keep your shit and your life together to some extent. But I guarantee if I look, I'm going to find where you're escaping your obligations and responsibilities and accountabilities, where you're lying to yourself and others, or where you're just not feeling into as much as you could life and reality because you're numbed out on these substances. Being on crack and methamphetamine and heroin and alcohol and all the rest all day, every day is not living life. You're living in the cloud of that substance, and you're not kidding anyone but yourself and everybody around you. You're definitely not kidding me, okay? Because I lived it. And I know what it takes to come away from that. And I know the reward, the word is reward, to put yourself under a different warden, a different controller, a different program, process, procedure. See, that's what you need. You need structure. You need discipline. You need dedication. You need sacrifice. You need co-creation so you can feel the best about yourself, just like we all do. You're not above the program. You didn't make the program here. Don't try to tell me all about it. Get in alignment with it, or politely, nicely, kindly fuck off. Because it's absolute denial and delusion and nonsense. I've never met a person yet who can use pills and powder and alcohol regularly and actually upkeep themselves in their life and their relationships and family without being a detriment to themselves and others, even if it's on the most minute level of health, mental, emotional, and spiritual. Not buying into it. Not buying into that the God of creation had us slated to be using crack, heroin, meth, and alcohol to be able to tap into the creative force. I use cannabis, and I'm even going to say that's not necessarily, that may be a problem. I'll put it to you like that. May not be sanctioned for us to use, and I just want to have it my way like Burger King, just like you all do. And I'll make excuses to myself and everyone else how it's natural and this, that, and the third. And okay, maybe not. But I'm definitely doubling and tripling down on pills and powders and alcohol and all the rest, because I've just never seen it make anybody's life better. I've seen it make their life a lot worse. So yeah, man, there's a fine line here between you got a right to do it, but it's not good for you. And if you want to lie to yourself, the cops are going to come in, because spiritually, we're in a universe here, and God sometimes uses the devil to make a point, right? Or allows the devil to be used on you to make a point to you. So I'm not going to sit here and support. Yes, you have a right to do it, but I'm not going to support it logically, morally, and ethically. See the difference? We can talk legally and lawful here. Yeah, it's lawful. You got a right to do it. Logically, morally, and ethically, I'm not going to support it, because I don't support it for me. And there's reasons why. And you're not going to overwrite those reasons why, because you want to lie to yourself and everybody else. Not on my watch, and that's why you respect me, and that's why you contacted me. Because if I did anything else other than that, and it benefited me and profited me to lie to myself and you, I would be right back where I come from, and we'd all be worse off for it, even if it seemed like I was better off for it. That's not what this is on any level, okay? So we got to get really real with ourselves and each other. You're going to have to, again, practice sacrifice and discipline. You're going to have to go to God with that. You're going to have to try to inspire yourself to do and be better. And you're going to have to let go of your bondage, vice, and addiction. It's not working for you. Okay? You're probably just barely making it and barely getting by and barely upkeeping appearances. I don't see how a person could truly feel good about themselves in their life using these substances while lying to themselves about it. It's just not possible. That's not how actualization, realization, self-worth, and self-esteem works. Quite the opposite. Okay? So again, folks don't understand what I do here, it seems, on any level, because they think that because I'm an anarchist, I'm against masters and slavery, means I'm going to support your degenerate and degenerational behavior systemically and intergenerationally. I'm not going to put up with my bullshit. I'm not going to put up with yours, whether you have a right to do it or not. See, because this is the issue. We don't know self-governance and true freedom because we don't have true care, and we don't want to use logic, morals, and ethics. So you need a status system to govern you, because if not, you'll sit there and bullshit yourself and me and everybody else. Just like myself at that one point, right? I could argue that the statism had to come in to separate me from aspects of myself and my life and freedom and what I was doing so I could do and be better. Because if not, I was going to sit there and lie to myself and everybody else and feel sorry for myself and use these substances and go out of my mind and destroy myself. And that was not God's plan for me here. As we look forward and see everything else that's happened since then, we now know what God's plan for me always was. See, but I didn't want to get to that because I was too busy in my own way, on my own timing, in selfishness, being self-absorbed. So I suspect you're just like me on that level. God has a plan for you and a message for you to carry and a lifestyle for you to practice and an inspiration for you to be to yourself and your family and everyone around you. And if you're not going to lean into that and move into that, you're wasting your time in life and everybody else's. And maybe the people who love you and care about you want to be a part of it, but I'm not fucking interested in it. It's weak, it's boring, it's dysfunctional, it's old. I'm going to leave you and it right on the block where I left you and everybody else a part of it, because it's not going anywhere. And we got a bunch of other shit here to do and be a part of and create. And only a being who lacks power and control themselves and self-governance and inspiration and value would choose to do this garbage over everything else we have an opportunity to do and be here. I know that firsthand. You ain't kidding nobody. Okay, so let's refocus. Let's go to that. Again, I probably should have did the broadcast about the drugs and the alcohol and addiction with the woman who contacted me, but this came up and I figured we'll do this. And then this was on my mind and heart. So this is what I led with as always. we'll circle back and really focus, and then we'll revisit that, presuming the woman wants to come here. But I pretty much gave her everything that she needs, because that's what I need as far as a conversation or a non-versation goes, a presentment, I would think. But again, maybe there's more to the story, and there's definitely more entertainment and content value with the back and forth, I'm sure, which is what everyone really is kind of into anyway, right? All right, let's go Wack 100, and let's really trigger here, because I started with the clickbait. Wack 100 proves why women can't talk to men. Let's even throw in there black women and black men. Let's really trigger here. You know, this is why black women can't talk to black men, right? But really, in general, it's just people can't talk to people. This is why people who care and want truth can't talk to people who don't care and are caught up in a lie and a deception. That's the real headline here. That should be more clickbaity than the woman, man, black, white, all the rest of it. I guess it's not precisely for those reasons, because most people are not seeking truth or true enough. So you got to bait them in with their identification, what they identify with, right? Their religion, their color, their gender, certain bodily attributes. Yeah. And then again, if you guys are thoroughly bored in chat or you're put off by this, just let me know. And of course, if I get the same sentiments, then we'll make a gentleman's and gentle ladies agreement to refocus here. Go on to greener pastures.
Media team in here? Where the media team? We got content. TV's in the go. We got TV in the go. You looking for that?
Oh, and we're going 1.25 speed on this. Hopefully it's not too fast. This is to try to avoid copyright and other strikes. Because again, a lot of these same corporatist males, color aside, don't want you restreaming and commenting on their videos, and they'll use copyright strikes and corporatist power games to try to stop free exchange and expression and the sharing of information and understanding. Another potential issue and problem we have with this culture and society, right?
Fire Clubhouse content. Well, you need to subscribe to the home. Hey, yo, Clubhouse TV. Let's get to the content.
Good one. Let's get to the content.
Look, I'm not saying we don't deserve.
I'm American.
I'm not saying
That's what I'm saying, bro. I'm American.
African. I ain't nothing. I'm American.
I am right
Pop
there
your
with
shit,
you.
Wack. Pop that black
am right
American
there
shit,
with
bro.
you.
Hey, listen.
Hey, Wack. I am American, bro. That's my culture. That's my culture. That's my upbringing. That's my history. I'm American. So,
but y'all pretending that y'all not under submission of white people.
I'm not. No. I'm under the guidelines, the rules and regulations in the government of the United States of America.
And the U.S. Constitution.
And what I'm trying to tell you is, some of my ancestors back in the days that were slaves on those plantations where mine started at over there, yeah, they were under that. Today, I'm sorry. I have not walked in, and as an ex-convict, I have not walked into nowhere and been told, because you black, you can't purchase this. Because you black, you can't do this. You can't go here. You can't go there. I'm sorry. So I don't, all this, I'm American. I'm not under nothing. And when I went to prison,
Okay, so right off the bat, we have it, right? Like we always do. He's talking from an arrogant space of thinking he knows, but having no idea. This is the diary of a slave, a modern day slave. So he thinks, again, because he can go make money and get properties and all the rest of it and live in opulence and corporatist success with pretty and nice things, that means that he's American and he's not under slavery. As we know here, statute, policy, and code controls and regulates him and all of his property, right? So you don't actually own property, Wack 100 and others. This is again, it doesn't matter where you go, what sector you go to. It's the same belief systems and lack of acknowledging of the truth, right? So Wack 100, just like everybody else, has to pay tax on his property and land all day, every day, year in and year out. If you don't pay it, they come and take it. Okay, so I guess that's really the whole broadcast, right? We could just do the whole broadcast in 10 minutes if you really want to be technical. So you are, in fact, on a modern day plantation. You are, in fact, involved in corporatism. You are, in fact, ruled by statute, policy, and code rather than the law. You think statute, policy, and code is law, and that's why you don't know your rights and don't know right from wrong. And that's why it doesn't matter to you that you don't have a right to own property or pretty much any of your rights anymore because they're all controlled and regulated and taxed. You think it's just dandy because you are a modern day pet house slave who doesn't understand rights and freedom, right from wrong, the historicity of it, and how it all plays into the world that we're living in and presently see. Okay, so this guy and people like this are the reasons why everything is the way it is and getting worse. And it doesn't matter that they were all locked down and the businesses were shut down and they all got ran by policy and code and lost their rights and freedom and all the rest of it, right? It does. This is the point here. It's got to get worse. We got to go deeper because folks like this still on the back of COVID and lockdowns and vaccine genocide shots and all the rest of it still don't fucking get it. As they go deeper into a inflationary period, as everything doubles and triples in price, and we go into an everything bubble slated for collapse. And this isn't fear porning. This isn't what I want it to be. I'm not trying to sell tickets through fear here and gaslight. I'm reporting what it is. And we can't get any of them to focus on it and try to understand it because they're too busy saying, my house just doubled and tripled over the last 10 years. I just made $250,000 this year, $1 million. I just made $5 million. Should see my development deals and all the rest of it. As they're losing all their rights, as they can't own property anymore, as they're going into an everything bubble where we're slated for a Great Depression collapse, as they're in World War, as the documents are all out and coming out more and more that the people who are running their lives with policy and code are trafficking guns and drugs and human beings and potentially eating people. This is where we're at, folks. This is what Babylonianism looks and feels like. Long as Walmart is open, long as you got your Jordan sneakers, long as you got Popeye chicken sandwich, right? Long as we got the big house with the pool, because we're living it up like the Jeffersons, we're moving on up. No, the rest of it doesn't matter, right? And then at some point, it all comes home to roost, and you see a once every 100 or 150 year or 250 year event, and they're all whining and crying out in the street because they never owned anything anyway, and the bank repossesses everything, and then you're begging for food, but you were just rich on paper yesterday. What happened? Right. Your world met up with the world, and they could never see it coming.
Broke a law that is documented right there. I broke that law. I broke that law. I took a pistol and tried to take his life. That's breaking the law, right? And it says in America, in the state of California, when you do these things, that you're going to be prosecuted and sent to prison. I'm not going to say I went because I'm a black man. I tried to unalive another black man. Therefore, I was punished. And when I went to prison, it was whites, Mexicans, Asians.
On the supposed state of California, it's against the law to own a gun, which is a constitutionally protected natural right. He and others don't see that and don't know that. And just like a good house slave, they'll tell me the opposite of what the founder said. Well, Paulie boy, we all have guns because we went and asked permission from the state and paid to get our rights back. They turned your rights into privileges, and to a house slave, you don't care. It doesn't matter to you because you have no honor, good faith, principles, or integrity. And you're not able to use logic either, by the way. So here's Wack, the modern day house slave, being an apologist for policy enforcement and private prisons. Who cares if they criminalized all your rights with policy and code and put many folks in private prisons for profit all day, every day, which is literally modern day slavery, for engaging in rights? Wack thinks policy, statute, and code is law. No, Wack. You might want to go back to 8th grade and learn statute, policy, and code is only given the force of law through the consent of the governed. The law of the land is freedom and bravery. The law of the land is pursuit of happiness. The law of the land is you can own a gun without asking for permission, without paying. We can go on and on and on here. It's very simple and very easy, but these folks are very moronic. And again, this is color aside, because I know there's someone out there right now going, yeah, these N-words, they just don't understand nothing. No, don't play that game. This is everybody I deal with. This is a cultural issue, and whether it's white culture, black culture, whatever the case may be, the root word is cult. Culture, and the cult is that of slavery and genocide on all sides, because the spirit behind all of it is Luciferianism. Boys and girls, what a surprise. Just like when they want to tell me about white privilege and all the rest of this. Don't tell me about white privilege when it's slavery and genocide on both sides. It just looks a little bit different, but it's the same outcome and the same modality to a varying degree with the same spirit behind it. Worldly statism and Babylonianism, chasing cash to try to live the American dream because you think the American dream is getting more pretty and nice things on credit that you can't afford and following statute, policy, and code while you lose your private property, your rights, and freedom, and you become what you think is brave, which is absolute cowardice. Woofing on the internet, starting fights with a whole bunch of people on Clubhouse and playing a bunch of power games on the street with people because you got money and a bunch of losers who are willing to do wrong for cash and payment. That's what got us here, fucknuts. That isn't an ultimate example of a boss and a coach. You're a rat and a roach. And this is exactly why this culture and society is where it is, because this is the unk, this is the big homie, this is the OG, this is the guy who's supposed to be putting the young ones up on the game. And how can he put the young ones up on the game when he doesn't even know the fucking game and isn't even a player? Beyond the delusion and the denial and the illusion, right? The worldly, shallow, materialistic, corporatist, paper chasing hoism. You ain't pimping, you ain't playing, you're just a glorified hoe. I would say high-priced hoe because these folks get more money in numbers than your average hoe. But on a godly scale, when you zoom out and see it for what it really is, trading everything good and great and your future and family for a few $1,000,000, you're a cheap hoe. Because what's the price on all that? Really? What's the price and the final cost on all that?
All kind of shit going to prison right along with me for breaking the law. There's no country in this world that doesn't have prisons where there are people out there for breaking the law. So I don't know what you're saying. Like, you know, y'all like to blame. Y'all like to blame the system. Y'all like to blame the system for
who's blaming the system? You're not even fully listening. You're not even fully listening. You're not even fully listening. So if you,
it's my country.
All right. So how does that apply to the Nolan Wells? They broke the law. Hold on. Let me ask a question.
What does America have to do with Nolan Wells?
Okay, because this room
die every day, B.
This room is about Nolan Wells, so let's bring it back to the topic.
But what I'm saying is, he got something happen to him.
But you won't even let me ask my question. You answering something that you don't even know my question.
No, he's responding to the last thing you said, which was not Nolan Wells. It was America.
But just because one situation applies, where
you know what tripped me out? All the people that hate America, why y'all stay here? Why you don't leave?
Sweetheart, I never said I hate America.
Oh, okay.
You jump.
There you go. Wack, the big OG unk, masculine man in his feelers again, gives us the old trope. Love it or leave it. Why do y'all hate America so much? Because you're pointing out collectivism and fascism and modern day slavery in the form of corporatism. With private prisons putting people in there for not following codes, many of which who haven't created a victim or actually done a wrong or a crime. See? There's the old trope. Color aside, culture aside, left, right, everything in between. They all give you the same arguments right out of their feelers. We hate America because we want it to be good and great and come under its founding principles, right? This is the modern day man. This is the man with all the cash and the supposed worldly value and power and the network and the influence. This is supposed to be keeping the women safe and leading them and guiding them and giving them an understanding. This is why a whole generation of women is going to OnlyFans and tricking and hoeing because they can't trust you anymore, don't feel safe around you anymore, and they can't have a real conversation about truth anymore because you're so in your fucking feelers. You won't get the facts and you can't talk about the facts. What else is new? A bunch of bitch-ass motherfuckers. I don't care if you send 10 thugs out to shoot me right now. It's not going to change the fact of the matter. You could pull a trigger, but you can't face yourself in the facts and what you've all created.
It's a conclusion. You gotta relax.
What do y'all control in this country as black men? Let's just talk about that. Let's stop asking dumb questions. No, for real. No, for real. Please let me say it. Please.
Okay, let's answer that. Let's answer that.
Give me a second.
There are things.
1 second, please. The question is not finished.
Right,
You said
what do we control in this country as black men, right?
1 second. That's not the full question. Okay. I don't mean just what do you control. I mean as substantial things. Like, what control do you have over the health systems of your women and children?
That's our government.
1 second. over what happens to your women and children.
That is our vote.
But 1 second.
The black vote is what got Obama in.
1 second, please.
Talking about
1 second.
I don't want to answer, but I'm answering.
Is this not even just to you? Because you're not the only black man here. Okay.
We have what we call a vote.
Please stop. My God.
Can we vote?
Crazy today. Like today is.
Can black men vote?
No, you.
Oh my God! Please
can
stop
black
asking
people
the worst
vote?
question
I'm asking.
ever.
Because he's gonna keep interrupting.
Can black people
Can
vote?
you stop asking questions while I'm trying to talk, man?
Can black people vote?
Oh my God!
Can we vote?
No, this is
Can black people vote?
How did you?
Wack thinks he's making a powerful point right now by asking if we could vote for our house slave master to decide which codes run our life and interfere with our rights for profit. He thinks it's powerful to have a right to vote for the modern day slave master to run your life with policy and code. See, we're doing it again. Do you see why I laugh when folks do the black and white culture game? Yous are all under the same culture spiritually and physically, whether you know it or not. Doesn't matter how it looks and what you call it and what you think about it. They literally all say the same things, color, culture, community aside, right? Who's doing that? Who or what is at the core of that? No matter where you go on this land and who you're talking to and what they look like and what their culture is, they have the same fucking excuses and nonsensical retorts that they think are powerful and valuable that actually reveals how ignorant and arrogant they are.
You went to prison for
the bullshit. You definitely
don't
can
even
vote.
matter.
Yes,
It
you
does
can.
not matter. Like,
Yes, you definitely can vote to went to prison.
But they come here.
That's a fact. But who said you can't? Let's bet. Let's bet some money on it. Do you want to put a friendly bet?
When they said
hold on, let's say bro 1,000 right now. Do you want to put a friendly bet? I bet on that.
Felony in certain states, you can.
I got 245, 2 counts, ADW, serious felony. Do you want to bet?
You can. I didn't say every state.
You said we can't vote, right?
This ain't even what the question.
I can show you that I can vote.
Felons can definitely vote. No, fellas can definitely
vote. We can vote. We can get passports.
Yeah,
we can do all that shit.
When you're no longer award.
No, now. I've been on 27 years. What are you talking about?
When you're no longer a ward of the state, your voting rights get restored.
There you have it.
If you're still on papers, you cannot vote. But once
there you have it.
Vote.
I've been eligible to vote. What are you talking about?
Like, why are we even talking about this?
She said that. I did.
Wait, why y'all be? Hold on, ma'am. Hold on, ma'am. Hold on, real quick. Why do y'all be trying to guilt trip black Americans, but y'all don't guilt trip all of these immigrants that don't control shit that come over here and they be proud Americans? Like, why y'all be doing like
I'm not trying to. 1 second. I'm not trying to guilt trip him. I just want honesty. I'm not trying to guilt trip him.
Immigrants don't own shit.
Okay, and they know they don't own shit.
But I own some shit though. The ex-con, I really own.
Black men control institutions and shit.
I really own some shit though.
There it is, Kane in the chat. Voting is not a natural right. Natural persons or people don't vote to establish who's going to run their life with policy and code. Voting, like anything in the corporate or service capacity, you could argue is a privilege or a benefit. Benefit or a privilege in theory, okay? By the way, you also don't have a right to vote for a bunch of people to get in costumes and tell man and woman what to do with their rights and property. That's not only not a right, that's a wrongdoing. Once again, God forbid we figure out how to use fucking logic, morals, and ethics out here. Say it again. It's not a right, it's a privilege or a benefit to a society. Okay? And it is not a right for a society to get together and interfere with individuals' man's rights and property. That is not only not a right, that is a wrong. And by the way, that is the official definition under the CIA and FBI of terrorismo. Terrorism. I know, we keep calling everybody else the terrorists while you're the ones doing it and funding it. When you push your political ideals on the individual at the barrel of a gun or under the threat of imprisonment, that is the definition of terrorism. And that's what you guys are all involved in when you deal with legalism, corporatism, statism, and what you believe is nationalism, because you've been duped again and deceived again. You don't even understand the United States is a foreign corporation, incorporated, I think it's 1860, on the District of Columbia. Again, District of Columbia, not a unionized state. Okay, so that whatever it is, 10 or 13 square mile little thing there they call District of Columbia, That is where the United States is located as the debtor. That is where all the state ofs are located in a filing cabinet somewhere. And you all claim to be in a state of while you're on a land, and you don't understand the difference. The state of has a tax identifying number and a DUNS number. These are all corporations that are active in corporatist activity, masquerading as supposed government, and doing RICO business, fraud on this land with a bunch of private prisons and supposedly privately owned and operated corporations who are all in bed with and licensed and registered to the main corporation. It's all circular, mafiosi, fascistic feudalism, RICO games. It's all Ponzi scheme banking. It's all turning man and woman and their rights and property into privileges and benefits, or criminalizing it altogether outright. You have no idea who and what you are, where you are, what's going on around you. That's proof the mind and heart control exists. And even more proof of it is, if I tried to convince you you've been fooled, you would lash out at me. And that's why the old saying is, it's easier to convince a slave to be fooled. It's easier to fool a slave than it is to convince him they've been fooled. The slave will lash out and attack you and get in a woman's face and shout her down and tell her to shut up and act like he knows something while he throws away everything good and great. So again, this is nothing new. We learned this. We started all this in the household with our fathers and or mothers and teachers and occupationalists, right? All the bosses and the teachers and all the rest. This starts early when you learn how to think and question and philosophize and call people on their bullshit. Just another day at the office.
Bro.
Exactly.
But it doesn't matter, because it's easier for y'all to sit on y'all hands and not to have a country of your own, not to have a rules. 1 second.
Yeah.
One second, please.
Hey, send her over here, man. Let's really trigger. Send this black queen over here. I eat pussy real good, too. Oh, it was a family broadcast. I wasn't supposed to say that. I got big lips over here, too. I love black women. I love black women are the only women who ever really gave me a chance and loved me back when nobody cared about me and loved me. I'll never forget 6th grade, Rashida. I really don't remember her name. I'm doing the bit, but this is actually true. So I'm going with Rashida because that's kind of a funny name to me. I don't remember the girl's actual name, but she came up to me when I was in special class because I was separated from everyone else because I wouldn't behave and listen. So they put me with a bunch of retarded children and blind children and children with severe disabilities. She was one of the only ones. There was another black girl as well who paid me any attention and went out of her way to pursue me and try to love me and care about me, when even my own family at that time couldn't love me and care about me. So shout out to you, Rashida. Power to the people. That's why they call me the white gorilla albino here. I always have a special place in my heart for black folks, especially black women. Okay. Send this broad over here where she can have a conversation about what's true and what's real without you shouting her down and flexing on how much cash you have back by nothing, you punk ass corporatist hoe slaves. This is that hoe shit. The white man, the white boy got to tell him about the hoe shit now because they don't understand it out here tricking and hoeing, lying on yourself and a woman because you got cash. That's what the hoes do. Hoes don't want the game. They don't want the truth. They don't want to be challenged because they're too busy chasing that cash so they could buy some shoes in a bag and do their nails and pay daddy his 40%. The United States Corporation is your pimp. Okay? Come on over, sweetie. You're not going to have the 5,000 square foot house. You're going to have to make do with the trailer. Okay? But over here, and now I'm going to declare myself more successful than all these clowns and United States Corporation. Now, let me tell you why. United States Corporation is $40 trillion in debt. It doesn't matter how much pretty and nice crap they could show you. They can't afford none of it. They got it all on credit. They're in debt. They can't get themselves out of debt for the next 80 years. That doesn't make you successful. That makes you a colossal failure. It doesn't matter how many pretty and nice things people can show you. I am more successful than most of these clowns and United States Corporation. I don't have a lick of debt. I own everything that I have, and I have everything I need and then some, and I'm liquid enough to do whatever the fuck I want to do. That's the true American dream. And I have true value in currency that you can't implode tomorrow and say, this isn't worth nothing. Gold, silver, guns, ammo, land, shit like that. In case you didn't know, retard Wack 100 and others. Okay? So you may not have as much pretty and nice things over here, but you'll be way more successful because you won't act like a hoe and deny truth and be into the debt of millions and trillions of dollars to the state and various corporations and claim you're fucking successful because you point around the room and show pretty and nice things like a hoe, but you ain't a man enough to know you don't own that and you don't control that. So that's not boss status. That's not pimping player status. That's the hoe shit. And this is exactly why you motherfuckers need me and what I got and what I'm talking about. Send him over to Polly Boy. He'll get him up on the good game. We'll have a great conversation. We'll nurture that feminine intuition and that instinct to really care. We're not going to throw cash in a woman's face and try to act out and gaslight and all the rest of it, because we really care here, right? Again, this is how you separate truly successful, caring, empowered, inspired, and inspiring men versus all the rest. This is how you avoid getting pimped and played on and winding up with a kid with a bozo like this and realizing you're going to raise the next generation of ignorant, arrogant, worldly, shallow, materialistic fuck slave who really in their heart has their mama's spirit. Really, you're a hoe in your heart. You got your mama's spirit. You care more about pretty and nice things, even if you don't own and control it, than you do about what's true and what's right and being brave and free. Let's continue.
Please, this country, when people ask about this country or do business with this country on the world stage, they're not doing it with American black men.
Huh?
Show me the one second. One second.
Are you like what?
One second. 1 second.
Who you getting that from?
When governmental bodies are meeting, please stop it. Because he said the government, so I'm going to go with that narrative. He said the government. I'm going to go with his narrative.
Don't talk to a man that got contracts with the government.
Just be quiet for a second. God
hey, Luke, you better get her. She don't want to have this conversation.
What do you mean I don't want to have this conversation?
I'm telling you, you're talking to a black man that got contracts with other governments. I'm telling you, you don't want to have this.
I want to have this conversation with the room, not just you.
This nigga got contracts with
I can put it up. I got contracts with other governments.
Wait, that's institutional.
What are you talking about?
Wait, that's going. That's,
you just said.
He's debunking your question. You asked the question about niggas owning shit. He's
you own shit within the system that was
government contracts.
You said a black man that got contracts with the government.
That's not what
other government.
Why y'all be trying to guilt trip us, man? We love. Hey, man, listen, man. This is the best country in the world, man.
He's now trying to flex on her that he has contracts with the government, which is literally a version of saying, I'm in the house with massa. How are you going to tell me I'm not free and brave? You having contracts with U.S. corporation to be involved in human trafficking and endless wars around the world and private prisons and profiteering doesn't make you a free and brave and honorable good faith man, Wack 100. It makes you a modern day house slave. You're willing to whip slaves and be part of the system to whip the slaves and do the genocide and all the rest of it because you benefit off of it and you got a spot in the house with massa. Logic, morals, and ethics are not coming, folks. Don't look for it in any venue with any of these folks. Color and culture aside, you ain't gonna find it. For the women and children out there, don't look for it when it comes to your daddy. Don't look for it when it comes to Big Daddy. You ain't gonna find it. It's not there. They don't care enough. The hoes and the house slaves got too many benefits and privileges, pretty and nice things to care about being free and brave and what the truth is. This is why, by the way, it doesn't matter how many motherfuckers you clap out and knock out and all the rest of it. At your core, you're a bitch. I'll say it again. I don't care what it brings on to me ultimately, because that's the truth of it. That's the truth of it. You're more of a bitch when you can pull triggers and fight and play war games on the street, but can't face truth in your home with a woman about where we come from and where we're going. That makes you an ultimate fucking coward. There's no other way to look at it. And all that other street shit is just a supplementation and acting out for all the shit you're not doing and being in your home and in your life in an empowering, inspiring, productive fashion. You're not fooling nobody. Okay? It's exactly why this shit goes on, because you don't know what a man is and you're not fucking being one.
Hey,
saying that
a lot of y'all
it doesn't matter. It's just too much responsibility.
Outside of America, so y'all Y'all don't understand the privileges that come with being American, man. It's a lot of privileges that come with this shit, bro.
That's a fact. Hey, bro, we.
Person in chat is asking a question. This must be a new person here. How do you get out of the house, out of the field? What does that look like? It looks like what we and others do here. We don't get millions of views or millions of dollars here because apparently not only is this not cared enough to be understood by most people are too cowardly to walk this walk, and they're too greedy and selfish to do it because they don't think there's a big bag at the end of it. What does it look like? Stop following statutes, policies, codes. All these folks are willing to get locked up to ride for the gang in the street, push drugs and shoot people and all the rest of it. Every one of these motherfuckers has a criminal record in the background, just like me at one point. Don't tell me about it. I lived it. What does it look like? A whole bunch of folks, a whole generation who instead of going to jail for pushing drugs and poison on their fellow community members and clapping at each other over street signs the Masons put there, standing on your fucking God-given rights, an ability to own property, an ability to travel around without asking permission to do extortion through licenses, registration, and all the rest of it. Actually standing on the first 5 or 10 rights codified in the Constitution that he is talking about and bragging about, but is too statist and Babylonian and enslaved out to know the difference. Actually become activists again. Anybody remember that? For all this modern day gangbanging bullshit was actual real men and women on the ground, white and black, standing for rights and freedom and doing activism. Yeah, that became a little bit too much of a threat for the wannabe pimps and hoe masters up on Capitol Hill at Washington, D.C. So they decided to inject drugs into all the black community and every other fucking community and push gangland media on everybody through all the TV screens and the radio, and push political division on everybody, so we all get to destroy ourselves and each other while they take all our fucking rights and property and future, and while you suck dick and beg for it and pay for it at that. Proving the mind and heart control not only exists, it's running their fucking lives, most of them. That's my name. That's what it looks and feels and sounds like. It looks like King Von and Durkio and all the rest of them clapping and getting clapped for what's true and what's right, because your founders, all you great Americans, black or otherwise, said you got to water the tree of liberty with the blood of patriots and tyrants every so often. I didn't say that. I'm not supporting that. I'm just telling you now what they said and what they do. I don't do that. I don't support that. I'm just saying, if you're going to be out here running around killing and dying for some shit, you might want to do it for some level of ultimate truth and what's right, or true enough and what's right enough in any time on any land at any time in history, right? On or off paper. You got to be willing to kill or die or go to jail for what you believe in, and you better hope that what you believe in is true and right and correct and beneficial to yourself and everybody else and founded in something foundational and principled. Beyond time and space, if possible, right? That is the real and the true, the everlasting, beyond time and space. So again, go over there and tell Wack the white boy sent you, and ask him how he thinks he's not on a modern day plantation where it doesn't matter how much cash he gets, he can't own property, because if he doesn't pay the thousands of dollars a year tax on that property, they're coming to take that property to give it to somebody else. That means you don't own it because you don't control it. It's regulated and it's taxed. That is the antithesis of American foundational values. You can't claim to be a true American, nor can you claim to be a true man. Stop the cap and stop the cope.
We can spit on the ground. This ain't our country, bro.
We can literally spit on the ground, not get hard.
20% of the military, 20% of the military is black Americans. You know that, right?
Nah, they don't. They don't know that.
Close to 20.
Call in, BBN. The number's down there, 602-730-0122. There's also a link. Feel free to call in questions, comments, concerns. You know what? I haven't dropped in a while, even though I have pinned it. Give me one moment. We're going to get back to this, and then I'll redrop it. Okay? Let's get some audience engagement if possible.
Percent of the military is
they're in head leadership positions, you're saying?
There's a lot of people in here.
No, Lou, is that what you're saying? Can I Google that? That 20% of the black people in the military are in head leadership positions?
Listen, There's two black people that's on the Supreme Court justice. That's one of the highest offices in America.
How many you said? How many you said?
Jackson is literally two black people that sit on the seat of the
what
Supreme
I'm saying
Court
is
justice.
like, yo, listen.
Are y'all okay?
So you think that should all be black people? We only represent what, 13? What we represent 14% of the country? Yeah, how you gonna have all black people sitting on the government when we only represent 13% of the country?
Okay, so if we're gonna have a conversation. Okay, sweetheart. If we're gonna have a conversation,
not your sweetheart. Don't call me that. I got a woman.
Hold on.
I'm not gonna call you baby and none of that shit. Don't call me sweetheart.
Okay, sir. If we're gonna have a conversation, let's have a conversation. Okay. So he mentioned there's two people. How many positions are there? And how long?
9. 2 out of 9.
And I mentioned we represent 13%. That's damn good.
Sir. Excuse me, sir. We having a conversation.
Listen, there's two. Listen.
Thank you.
Supreme Court justice is one of the highest seats in America. So 2 out of 9.
What, a 13%
is black Americans. And then the other 9 are not all the same ethnicity. You got a Jewish lady, you got 2 Catholics, you got a WASP. So yes, based off our numbers, we are in high position of power. Hey, Wack, let me ask you a question though. Wack, so we were talking about Mississippi. Isn't your pop side from Mississippi or your mama's
my whole bloodline?
Oh, you're both. Okay,
everything, my whole bloodline.
Oh,
see, this is another spiritual misunderstanding as well. It doesn't matter what positions you are in a corporate system. You can't really be in a system or in a position of power if you're disempowered when it comes to the knowledge you hold and the actions that you undertake. If you're a coward in the mind and heart, or you're a dunce and you don't know right from wrong and you don't do it, then you're of no value in those positions and you're not truly powerful despite what you're able to do. See? True power emanates from the core of your beingness and who and what you are, what you do. True power cannot be validated or invalidated by a systemic position, okay? So let's get that straight. And again, we're back to colorism. We want black people or white people or whatever color people in these positions, part of these systems. We need good and great people on the ground and in these positions if you want good and great outcomes. And good and great people don't focus on people's color or positions in a system. They focus on right from wrong and how we're going to do and be that and create a better outcome. And that's what they're all not doing because they're not free and they're not brave. They're paying fees, chasing cash, and they're enslaved. Let's call it what it is.
Nigga, we still own our land right now today in Meridian, Mississippi, right now. 500 acres occupied.
Exactly. That sounds American to me.
Because you told my great-grandfather brought himself out of slavery and then came and brought the land he was a slave on, brought his wife out of slavery. We still got that shit right now today. Homes built, man-made lakes built, companies, stores right now today.
Let's be clear. Modern day policy enforcement comes out of a history of slave chasing and slave catching. They literally just expanded the empire and the plantation and just put everybody under it at some point, color aside, based on their status and standing in a legalistic society. If you go look at the claims and the titles and the paperwork, that's exactly what went on. So you're sitting here now defending your masters and oppressors because you have pretty and nice things like a house slave would, and denying the history that the policy enforcement, modern day policy enforcement system that we see comes out of the olden days slave seekers and slave catchers, bringing folks back to the plantation. Oh, you left. You don't want to follow the policy and code. We're going to bring you back to the state of Mr. Johnson and put you under his policies and codes again. You will follow them or you will be whipped or go to jail. This is the modern day policy enforcement system. It wouldn't be a bad thing if it was only about loss, injury, and harm. Hey, we're going to send the slave catcher out when you act like a slave or a wannabe master. You try to cause loss, injury, and harm on your fellow man. Okay, that's a peacekeeper. Great. That's not what this is. You're under the state. You're under massa. You're going to follow thousands of codes and you're going to work for them and pay them. And if you don't, we're coming to take you and your property somewhere. That's a modern day slave catcher. There is no other way to see it unless you're under mind and heart control.
Right now, today, Tumasuma, Mississippi, Russell Road, I-20.
Damn.
It's a fact.
Hey, man. I ain't.
Nino is a fucking coward and a bitch. Most of these people on here are cowards and bitches. They have me on to hundreds and thousands and millions of subscriber channels as a fucking sideshow act, or because I'm a great speaker, according to them. But when we get down to who and what I am and what I do and how they need to do it, they don't want to talk about that. The guy in chat's talking about it. Nino's Corner, another patriotard, fake ass motherfucker. 3,000 live viewers at a time. Tons of money, all the symbols of value and power behind them, flags waving, red, white, and blue, doesn't stand for a motherfucking thing. Corporate status sellout. Code follower. Slave. You're not the founders. You're not Jesus Christo. You don't go with truth, life, and way in God. You don't even serve two masters. You got one master all day, every day. The state, its policies, its code, the job you work, so you can pay them to run your life with the policy and code. And your job just happens to be lying to the people and selling shitty fucking products that don't work, surrounded by the mythos of patriotism. You guys are fucking laughable clowns. And you better get your fucking act together quick, because this is all slated to go a certain way if you don't. And it doesn't matter which way it goes. This could turn around tomorrow, and we could see an unprecedented renaissance of rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith, and everything that comes from that. And guess what? When that day comes, if it doesn't go to complete slavery and genocide, either way, you will not be honored and respected. The ones of us who know. The ones of us who matter don't like you. We don't respect you. We condemn you for your cowardice and for demeaning and devaluing folks like me and others here and what we do, and not honoring and respecting that and not promoting that. You're absolute cowardly, selfish, greedy, worldly, money-hungry clowns in the circus. Your children and women will not remember you. They will not respect you. They do not honor you. When you're not around and you're not looking, they're watching and listening to someone like me, and they're getting excited. The women are in a certain way. I'm not going to be crude, rude, and lewd, because this is archetypal. The women get wet in the pants. We'll leave it at that. And the children get inspired and excited because they say, oh my God, is that what a man looks and feels like? I don't think I've ever seen one of those before. Yeah. The chickens are coming home to roost. They wonder why 60% of them statistically wind up in divorce court with a broad taking half their shit, because they heard 1,000 non-cash from you, and it didn't matter how many live viewers you had and how much cash backed by nothing you got. They know, like I know, you're a punk clown coward in your heart, and you don't stand for a motherfucking thing, and they can't believe you show up with a straight face every day to lie to an audience when I'm right over here off to the side in left field. They think it's absolutely humiliating and embarrassing, and so do I. Send them over to me as well. Send all the patriotard wives over to Paulie Boy along with the black women. We're going to start a compound cult over here, what they all claim that I'm doing. Let's get into high gear. Let's really drive them crazy and burn them up and drive them wild. Then we'll have tons of assets and resources from the 60% of divorces where all these women finally realize how dishonorable and bad faith and cowardly these men are and took half their shit that they got from grifting and being a corporatist. Plenty of value and power to go around with all of it. Everything else aside. And again, these are the fundamentals, the fundamental values and dynamics of power and value. The women need to stop fucking these losers and acting like hoes too. I don't care how much cash and pretty and nice things they have. Stop giving them the time of day. Stop rewarding them and validating them by fucking them. That's ultimately what all of these chimpanzees and genes do everything for anyway. Just sit back and go, look at me. I'm a fake ass man with a bunch of fake ass things. Now you'll fuck me, right? Right? Just more tricking. You ain't fooling nobody. There's no other reason you do anything else in your life. You damn sure don't have any fucking integrity and any conviction. We know that. We could tell that by looking at you and listening to you. Most of you look and sound like a dead fucking fish up there doing a non-cast. Beyond embarrassing. And it doesn't matter ultimately when I'm dead and gone how many Babylonians showed up to watch you and pay for your nonsense. They show up and watch Joe Biden and Donald Trump and pay him and guffaw for him. That doesn't mean that you're honorable, respectable, good faith, inspiring, entertaining, or anything else of true value and power. Just know that I know, and I'm sure you know if you're honest with yourself. That's why a lot of them, even though they got all the live viewers and the money, can't summon any kind of passion or inspiration to show up and do a broadcast because they know subconsciously, if not consciously, they're an absolute clown, moron, failure, deceiver. How could they get inspired about themselves in their shitty non-cast? Let's get back. Questions down there? Questions, comments, concerns from the audience? Let's check in. A little bit. That's really why that person mentioned Nino anyway. They wanted to get me started up to go on that rant. That's okay. There's a back and forth here. They need to hear it anyway. We need to put these dynamics on record constantly anyway. This is how we move forward. Repetition. Practice makes perfect. Maybe one of these days here, some of these cowards around here will hear what the fuck I'm saying. It'll actually register and resonate, and they'll actually turn from their wicked ways and do what they were meant to do under God's plan, and actually really lead and inspire out here and influence and create content. Maybe one day.
No, now that's some real shit. They bought he bought the property that he was enslaved on. It's crazy.
Will McElroy. My middle name is McElroy.
Oh shit.
That's why when people be saying, "I'm like, what you mean? This is our country. This is where I'm from. Where I was born and raised."
All my ancestors trace back to America, bro. I can't trace nothing back Wakanda.
Facts. My family's been in America for over 500 years. We have land in Tennessee, Chicago, Texas, everywhere. So I don't know where she got her information, but maybe that's for some people. But my grandpa used to rebuild churches burned down by the KKK, and he's one of the big.
Well, I mean, you can't fully explain your position if you constantly being uninterrupted.
Oh, do you
That's
think?
number one.
Do you think?
So the point that I was getting was that, yeah, we've built this country. I acknowledge that. We died for this country. I acknowledge that. We own land and homes in this country. I acknowledge that.
Oh, yeah, I didn't even get to it. I forgot because she just brought it up. We died for this country. Yous all still think that dying for U.S. corporations, centralized banker-run military is dying for this country. It isn't, clown. You died to do endless wars for the central banking system because that's how they, believe it or not, profiteer. That's why they're always saying war is profitable. You can't figure out why that is. It's because they have X amount of money for each person. And if they send them to war to die, they get to cash in on all those bonds without ever having to give you all anything. So it literally pays them to get you killed, dummy. There used to be an old phrase, a slave is worth more dead than they are alive. By the way, that exists on multiple levels. Arguably right now, I could take one of you slaves. You don't even have 100K in the bank. If I killed you and parted you out for your organs and your body parts, you'd be worth at least 100,000. So literally a slave is worth more dead than they are alive. You think going to endless wars started by corrupt politicians for the central bankers and the corporations is dying for your country. You couldn't be any more mind controlled, disconnected, and moronic. But just keep talking. Just keep talking because we're all getting it on record and getting everybody into judgment for what we're preparing for here over the next 5 and 10 years. Grata risetta. Is there another language? Should we say it in African? So what language should we say it in? What coloristic cult and culture should we communicate this idea in for folks to get their head out of their ass on all sides? Because again, this is color and culture aside. This is everyone that I run into. None of them know how anything works. None of them care to seek the truth. None of them can explain any of it. None of them care to explain any of it and don't have to because they all argue from their fucking feelers and they all support what they want to be true rather than understand what is true and communicate that idea.
But when it comes to this case, it's very clear that this is a reminder that this is not our land. That's the point that I'm making.
The Nolan Ryan case?
There's no conviction.
Well, how does that got anything to do with
Wack? If you just give me a chance,
but there's no conviction on the case yet.
That's crazy.
If you give me a chance to speak.
Well, you said when it comes to the Nolan Ryan case, that us as black people,
Nolan Wells case.
Uh-huh. Okay,
and
what about it?
And this is just one of the many.
Nolan Ryan was a baseball player. He was a pitcher.
Okay.
I can't stand y'all.
Okay, so listen, you understand nobody's been found charged or found guilty.
So why are you saying that
we
don't
exactly
bring
my point.
So you think they just supposed to just charge anybody?
If you're gonna sit here and continue to try to attack and debunk every word that I say, then we're not having a conversation.
Ma'am,
you have to let me speak, sir. You have to let me speak.
Okay, you got it.
Whether you agree or disagree, I hear your position, and I.
So they're supposed to charge one of the white dudes.
However,
Go back to Wakanda.
This case, what is it showing us? What is it saying to us? What is it? What's in front of our face?
They're investigating.
What?
Can we comment on this, by the way, since it just came up? What we got some black folks on Unslavia. We got some real ones too. Some very black and real black people. Are you present and accounted for here today? M. Davis is like, he's my guy, color even aside. He just happens to be black, and that makes me like him even more because, again, I have a special place in my heart for black people. There's a long story there. I've gone over it before. M. Davis, are you down there? I want to check in with you. You are my official honorary black representative when it comes to all things principles, values, cultures, experiential. Let's see. We're scanning. Let's see. He may not have, because they're telling me notifications are not going out. Big surprise. We're censored, shadow banned here. You got to like, share, subscribe, restream. And you guys got to be the algo because they don't want to share my content, right? They want everyone else's non-tent and nonsense. They don't like mine for some reason. I don't know why. So he may not be here because they won't send out notifications. They won't make folks aware. Okay. So the bottom line is, until M. Davis shows up, we'll cover this now, and then when he shows up later, we'll go over this again. They're saying this is something in the news. By the way, these folks have to make everything a color issue on all sides. I'm not saying, when I say these folks, it's not those people. It's everyone. When I say these folks, I mean stupid people. How about that? These folks, the stupid people on all sides, have to make everything a color issue, right? But color aside, let's just be honest with ourselves and each other. For the real black people out there, if there's any of you out there, and again, I don't even need you. I'm the white gorilla here, the albino N-word, as they call me. Even the white people are the ones who call me that. We all know that black people don't get on boats filled with white people and go to islands to hang out, okay? That's not a thing. As a matter of fact, that's literally the first ever mistake that black people ever made, and they've learned a lot from it. Like literally, that's the one lesson that black people have all learned and taken something from. Don't get on the boats with the white people and go to some other island somewhere. It just never fucking ends well. You know? So, again, for all you black folks claiming Nolan, what's his name? Some black guy got on a boat full of white people and went to an island somewhere. Again, not just the boat, not just the water, not just the boat full of white people, the island. Just not something black people typically do. It's the opposite. Black folks say water, boat, white people, island, all red flags. You know, these are very practical people. They're very sensible people, instinctual, physical people, the black people. Okay. And they look around and they say, no, this is land. This is very solid. This is secure. I can count on this. I can trust this. I'm not going onto an island surrounded by water. Who knows what's under the island? Does the island sink when we get on it? Right? Just like how I am. I start being careful. I start looking around. I start wondering what's going on here. I start analyzing and I deduce there's no reason to do this. Like, what's the payoff for me and all black people everywhere? We get on a boat and go to this island and get off, and what happens? Exactly. What's going to happen that's going to make mine and everyone else's life so much better? Nothing. Now, what could potentially happen? Slavery, genocide, sharks, all types of things. You know, this is not, again, this is how I know something is happening in culture and in the world where if this person is black, they're not really black. Like, they don't vote for Joe Biden even, right? Like when Joe famously said, you folks didn't vote for me, you're not really black. That's a thing. Yeah, the true blackness is waning. And this is part of the reason why statism, I suspect, blackness is being domesticated out of people. The intuition, the instincts, the common sense, the good sense that used to be notable when you dealt with black people, it's going away, folks. It's going away with everyone, quite frankly. All right, let's get back. But I think that I'm making great points here, and I think we're learning stuff.
What procedure do you? Excuse me. What procedure?
How are you answering a question with a question?
Let me finish.
Investigate. What are you talking about?
Yeah, it's not even like a conviction yet. Why are you?
Draco the ruler got Draco the ruler got stabbed. Watch this.
Don't even correlate.
Hey Lou, watch this. Draco got stabbed 5 years ago by a nigga, right? And they still investigating.
Or are you gonna continue to talk?
You get what I'm saying? Draco got killed 5 years ago by a nigga. Everybody was outside at a big ass event. They're still investigating. What's the difference? They're investigating. White, black, victim, assailant, whoever.
So you stand behind that?
Yeah, investigation. Yeah, you got to investigate.
Okay.
You don't want the wrong person. You don't want the wrong person arrested, do you? Let me say this in so many words. I've watched situations that wasn't investigated and they rushed into it. Hear me. I know for a fact there's niggas in jail over 20-some years, 25 years, and they didn't do it. And I know it for a fact.
Could you be a convicted felon and be, as a black man, could you be a convicted felon and be the president at the same time?
Be a what?
Can you, as a black man,
that confused them.
Can you, as a black man, be a convicted felon?
A white convicted felon can't run for president.
Did you say be a president? Is that what you're saying?
Let me finish the question.
All you got to do is look up the rules.
Hey, really quick, let me thank Leslie F. That's Auntie Leslie, of course, as we know. And Julian B. Thank you, folks, for contributing and supporting. All right, we're going to continue on here. Where are we at here? We're not even halfway through this. Coming up on the halfway mark. We may jettison this at some point around the halfway mark, and we may just fill out another hour or so, maybe another hour and a half, with some questions, comments, concerns, audience engagement. If folks want to call in or get on panel, if not, we got some sovereign citizen stuff up there. We got some right to travel stuff. We got some courting and some presentments at court to go over. There's literally 93 to 96 tabs open up there that I never get to. And I'd like to, at least, if nothing else, clear some of that out and finally get to some of it. So, yeah, we'll see.
Being the president.
Can you, as a black man, you said you have
any man can.
You said you have.
I don't do the black man shit.
You said you have all the rights as a
yes, I do.
As a traditional black man, as America. Okay.
No, listen, American.
Okay. Can you, as a black American or as American, forget about black, as an American, you, Wack, can you specifically, with your bloodline, be the president as a convicted felon and still be in office? Can you?
Any man can. That's what it says. Read it.
Please stop asking questions.
Are you going to Trump?
Please.
Are you talking about Trump?
Yes, he's going to do the Trump.
Read the guidelines to what you can and can't do. See, I don't play the black-white shit. I'm not no pro-black dude. I would never want to live in an all-black community.
Take black off the table.
None of that shit. Because where I come from, I didn't have to ready myself 99% of the time by the nigga. So I don't care about that. I can walk through packs of white folks and all kind of other folks and not have a problem. I pull up, there's a pack of my black folks, it might be a problem. So I don't look at it like that.
Okay, so I have a follow-up question for you then, Wack. So do you believe systemic racism still exists in the U.S.?
I believe racism exists everywhere. We don't live in a perfect world. You got to make your world perfect. Hope that didn't go over your head.
So I understand racists are everywhere. I'm asking you, do you think systemic racism exists?
That's everywhere. Listen, that's everywhere. I believe right now in the United States of America, you got your fair shake. Remember, I'm a nigga went to the penitentiary at 16. As far as they say, it's over with for me. You have a felon, you're a felon, it'll never nothing. But guess what else they got? Guess what else they got in the good old USA? They got a thing called expungement. I don't got a misdemeanor on my record no more. I can go get guns, all that shit. Why? Because as a black man, I've educated myself against the dumb shit that they tell you in the ghetto what you can't do. I have no felonies. I have no misdemeanors. The judge, I've stood in front of the judge. He done struck all. You want me to put my paperwork on right now? I put it up. Want to see it? Yeah, this is American shit. But if you don't know what to go do, if you're depriving yourself of the knowledge, that's on you. And I had all violent shit.
So you're one of those bootstrappers that feel like everybody can get it out the mud themselves.
No, I feel like if you apply yourself and you set your mind to what you want to do and you stay the course, I'm not one of those. I am one of those who didn't got. I guarantee you, you can't stand on the side of me. And no shake, what you talking about? Because you won't be a bootstrapper.
So
I'm going to call myself a hustler. I'm going to call myself a legal hustler with a GED that didn't outran your college educated ass. That's what I'm going to call myself. That's a fact. I mean, she don't want to come.
There's levels to this shit, Wack, and everybody else. That's the point. Like everything in life, there's levels to it. I'm not denying everything he just said. I agree with all of that. But again, there's levels to it. There's a glass ceiling on it. What's the difference how much cash you get if it's backed by nothing and eventually goes to collapse, even if it doesn't? What's the difference how much cash you get if you can't actually own anything in truth legally and lawfully because you got to pay to use it forever and ask permission from the state to use it while you give up the rest of your natural rights? See, that's a very small but very important thing that most people don't care to look at and know about and move into and work into because they think they have benefits and privileges. That's literally the mindset of a hoe. The hoe doesn't care about being all the way free and empowered and actually owning anything. As long as she gets the pretty and nice things and gets access to be in the conversation and be part of the group, she's good to go. That's the hoe shit. Masquerading as true masculinity and manhood, as always. Who do we got here? Who's that? You got some guy, Ace. I'm here. You got some guy. Who's is that Massa? All right, I'm gonna leave Ace in the back. Ace, give me the high sign. I don't know what you got going on. I'm not gonna bring everything to a halt for whoever that guy was. We don't know who that is.
I got it. I'm cool. I don't take it personally.
She come with the name calling, not me.
Like bootstrapper isn't a negative. I don't want you to think of that as a negative.
That's a negative.
Hold on, y'all. I got it because I didn't take it personal. Look, I'm cool. Listen, my thing is, if you took bootstrapper as a negative thing. Oh, okay. Well, my thing is maybe you wouldn't have took it so personal if I said a rose from a cement. So I think systemic racism still exists, which means that it's not equitable across the board for all people of all races and ethnicities. That's what I believe.
Do you understand that there's more white people on government assistance and in trailer parks in the projects?
Let me just finish.
What are you talking about?
Well, if you let me finish, then maybe you'll understand what I'm saying. So I'm not saying that there aren't people that look like you and me that do well, because me and you are two very successful people. So I understand that there are some who are roses from cements. People that, even though we may have come from, from the bottom, we've made it to the top. But I know that that's very few of us. And when you look at us as a collective,
it ain't very few of us.
We can't hear nobody finish.
Yeah, I know.
No, let me correct you. Because my granddaddy and all them, and my aunts and uncles and all them, right? They was always well off. I don't know what you talking about. I don't come from no poverty-stricken.
Talking bigger than you and me is what I was trying to get to before you.
What I'm saying is, 85% of my family have always been well off. So no.
Like, we kind of talking about the black community, not your family.
No, that's the black community. She's saying
you belong to.
Yeah, we're trying to think beyond me and you, beyond us as a collective. We're talking about us as a people.
Even in the ghettos, let's be real. Even in the ghettos,
not the
even in the ghettos,
disgusting one.
What
community do you belong to?
Lady,
poor black disgusting family. Your family had money, correct?
No. If you listen, I said my aunts, my uncles, my grandparents, all were well off. I just had a dope fiend daddy and a welfare recipient mama, so me and my brothers was in the ghetto. Right? So I come up in the ghetto.
Belong to, Wack?
They didn't live where I live.
Asking, I don't get the question.
They didn't live where I live. And I guarantee you don't come from where I come from, mama. I come from all the murder and the killing, the dope dealer. I come from that.
You just said not in my community, so I'm trying to understand exactly what community.
Well, no, I don't got sidewalks in my community. No, Since I've been home from prison, yeah, I live a total different life. I've been on 27 years. My daughters, my kids, they ain't never experienced no shit like that. They don't know what that is. Yeah, you're right.
So you elevated yourself. I commend you for that.
I have lived out of the ghetto longer than I've been in the ghetto.
I guess what I'll be trying to get for
wait,
those of us who.
Question. So what separated you? Because you said you was very successful. What makes you like the exception to the rule? But why can't any other black people be in your position?
Well, the system isn't set up for us to. So there are.
No, I'm talking about the ones that's not though.
Hold on.
Like, what did you do different though?
Go ahead.
No, I'm asking, what did you do different? You
I won't say that I did something different. I think I was in a fortunate situation. So out of my over 20, it was 13 of my mom and them and 12 of my dad and them. And both sides of their family, both of my parents probably are the most educated. So I just happened to be, born to the two people who my dad skipped 2 grades are highly intelligent in their family. But had I been born over to one uncle or one aunt on either side of the family, most of my family members are still working at Walmart or Wendy's. I have a PhD and makes, do very well for myself. But I don't look at it like, all of them could have done the same thing I could. No, they couldn't. Their life situation is not, they weren't set up.
Is there white people that work at Walmart?
And I understand the difference.
Shit.
Like, why does it matter if white people work at Walmart?
I mean, because y'all label it like we the only ones there, though.
No, when I said Walmart,
y'all label it like because that's y'all.
You trying to aggravate us?
We're not the black people ain't the only ones working at Walmart or Wendy's.
Oh my God.
Hey.
And save funding.
More than us.
Yeah, like white people get that more than black people do. It's as black people we like to push. We just like to push white. We just like to push white supremacist narratives on our own.
I'm saying is,
wait, hold on.
What I'm saying is, I was fortunate in my family, but not everybody in my family is in the same financial situation I'm in. And I understand that it's the grace of God of who I was born to, that I was set up in a different way.
And what are y'all debating about?
What I'm saying is we're not American because we pull
the investigation, Lou.
They trying to say that black people don't have access to their own wealth and shit. They try to play this sad story like black people can't make it in America. That shit's been dry for years, for decades. You got to come up with another sob story. You think you so pro-black, you're not pro-black.
That's the Democrats that got black people thinking like that.
Yes, exactly. These people on this stage think that they pro-black. No, they pro-struggle. They just want black people to struggle like they struggle. Not everybody's struggling like you. Sorry.
Yeah, I got a question.
I ain't gonna lie, that's actually a fact.
And I come from the struggle, so I done seen both sides of it.
People love the Democrats though because you can't make it because of white.
It's the liberal agenda,
and they love that shit, bro.
Their job is to come in here and try and gaslight shit, but when that shit
Nolan Ryan's case is being investigated, bro. And ain't
his name is Nolan Wells.
Nolan Wells, whatever the listen, just because he's black, he don't get no favoritism from me because I don't know what the nigga did or didn't do. Right, this is just real shit.
But you don't even have to respond to her. She's not black, so you ain't got to respond.
I don't know. If he got drunk out there.
I'm gonna respond to that dumb shit.
I don't know if he got drunk out there. I don't know if he fell over. I don't know what he did. What I'm saying is, we got a rapper out here in California was murdered in front of hundreds of people, right? And it's been 5 years, and it's still an investigation, right? So it's black on black. Okay, it's some white, majority white in this
situation. R.I.P. the ruler.
Yeah, it's white people in this situation. It's an investigation. This is procedure. I don't see what's the big deal.
There is no big deal. They don't have facts. Wack, all they have is conjecture, speculation, and emotion. I just seen you down my
timeline. What happened with it was something going on. They played a recording of Future or something with you and Future back in the day. It was some crazy shit. I just seen it.
I mean, yeah, I told that story years ago. But again, my story is my story. And I had to tell these idiots, if anybody's saying Future got stomped out in LAX, then that's not Wack's story. That's the story of one of his homeboys lying on him. Because Future wasn't never touched. I ain't never heard Future ever get touched
I never even heard
in the city of Los Angeles. Did I have a conversation with him? Absolutely. Did a debt get paid? Absolutely. But all that Future got stomped out and his ass whooped in LAX, that's not Wack's story. That's the story of one of his little partners in there who making up some shit, adding to some shit, because that ain't what happened. You'll never hear that. You know what I'm saying? So
God damn.
She got it.
Go ahead. What you get your
Well, she did say respectfully, so goddamn, y'all give her some grace. She said
I'm just saying, are they saying that they supposed to solve this dude's murder?
Stop it.
They supposed to solve this dude's murder like overnight because they don't solve it real fast?
No, what they want,
All right. I think I'm going to leave it there because I'm realizing also that the title of that was the Nolan guy. It seems that even though that was the title, the first third of the video was about certain ideas that we cover here regularly. So that's the main reason that I wanted to do the restream commentary anyway. So I'm going to leave that there. If you got questions, comments, concerns, I'll throw the link one more time. You guys know the number. You want to go recording, whatever the case may be, I'm available. If you want to tell me how much of a lying, cowardly slave you are and have me go off on you in our usual fashion here, I'm open to that. If that's what you want or need, I will oblige you. I look very white on this. I got to get a new lighting setup too, I think. I never really put any time into anything because who really cares, right? But I do look very, very washed out and white on this side. Yeah, there's something to this. Something to this camera. I gotta get it dialed in, but whatever. Yeah, I haven't seen too much in the chat. We're pretty heavily out of the algorithm today, so I'm learning to embrace that as well. I just go, hey, on the days when I'm not in the algorithm, I just I'll use that to do a more restful broadcast, more kind of laid back, you know, more intimate, and then I can save my stores of reserves for when the slaves are filing in, right? When I really need to feed on the slaves and the trolls and mount them. I can be well rested for that. C. Kennedy, I'm in the chat, Paulie. Are you the woman who emailed me? Looks like you've been working out. I have been lightly, not nearly as much as I probably should be. Mostly to just try to take some weight off or keep some weight off and keep my body healthy. That's that's not a very instinctual or intuitive idea for me. I have to be candid, like always, right? Like the idea of exercising to stay healthy is not a instinctual or intuitive idea for. It's not something I would do as a creature. Like quite the opposite. I'm telling you, it's not pretty at times. I'm very grotesque in my own way. I'm very much a modern day philosopher. There's thinkers and there's doers. I'm not even so sure I'm a thinker. I'm definitely not a doer. Wouldn't occur to me like get up and get out, run around, pick stuff up, put it down, and then go, this is making me healthier. I go, this is this is kind of like putting me out of my way. This is even kind of painful at times. And I'm sore after, and then I'm sweating. I'm like, this isn't very appetizing. This isn't very interesting and exciting to me. Now, whoever's witnessing me exercising is probably getting a lot of entertainment out of it. I always suspect that. But who knows? There you go. Climb a hill and have a picnic. Right. Burn the calories and then waste all the calories you burn and add on to it by eating. And try to incorporate eating into your exercise routine. How can that go wrong? An old man at that. So I don't understand. Why did you say I'm in the chat like you were announcing yourself as if there's something we have to do together or like be a part of? You're like, I'm in the chat. I thought you were that that woman who emailed me, who said that we're gonna talk about her nonsense. She wants me to talk about her nonsense, but be nice about it. So. All right, let's see. Let's see if we got something we can get to here. I didn't promise her, but I told her we'll talk about your nonsense, and I'll try. We'll try to be calm and nice about it. I'll try not to call you a fuck slave for effect. She doesn't realize that she doesn't really want that. Like, I've met other people and they give me that rap. They go, I like respect you and what you do. And then my first question is, why? No, they go, I respect you and what you do. Please don't yell at me and do whatever. And then like, I actually like go along with that. And then after they go, actually, I think I kind of wanted you to yell at me. And I go, see, you don't even realize. Daddy knows. Daddy knows what you need. I've had people specifically even come in here and go, will you just tell me about me and yell at me? Because that's the whole thing. There might be some power and value in that if you let it be. If you can just surrender the rest of how you feel with the rest of it. Like you think you don't want that. You think you don't want me to be straightforward, honest with you and get loud. But you're somewhere in you, you know you need it. It's like the one thing you're going to get here, you're not going to get anywhere else. You know what it is? A lot of these people have very traumatic upbringing, and it might bring them back somewhere. You get loud with them and yell at them, and they start getting transported to the kitchen back when they were a youngster, you know, getting like burned with cigarettes. So that can be a thing. We got to watch out for that. But yeah, it's like if you ask me to talk to you about your nonsense, you already know that you're asking to get the whole kitchen sink thrown at you, right? Then when you ask to not get it, and then I like dial it back, you're almost left wanting more. You really didn't get the whole experience. They're now checking in with the Kennedy person to see if they're a slave. Let's start making workout videos. Let's not and say we did. Let's leave that for later. There's still a lot more time to go. I want to, if I'm able to, if I'm blessed by God and the people, I want to avoid having to work at Jiffy Lube again. Even though I got to tell you, this is how fucked up I am. You know, like not having to work, like you think that you don't want to have to work a job till you get that luxury or that opportunity. And you are thankful and grateful that you're definitely blessed to be able to do whatever you want to do. But there's this weird, I'm telling you, I'm sadistic and masochistic. There's this weird part of me that like wants to go back. And I know it. Like I know the game that I'm a grass is greener person till I get on the other side and take a shit on it. And then the grass isn't green anymore. And then I go, why am I here? And then I turn around and I go, man, that side looks really great. And I almost forget that's the side I came from. But yeah, there is this sadistic, masochistic part of me that like, you know, and I think this just goes to show how the chimpanzee creature can adapt to anything and make anything into a nice thing in its memory, right? Like what once was a potential living hell and a nightmare, we look back on it fondly and we go, boy, that was great. You know, like if your grandfather, he forgets the horrors of war and he thinks back fondly on those days in Vietnam with the mustard gas and the Agent Orange cutting off the ears of the zipper heads. Maybe therein lies the secret to life, right? That which is most impinging on your nervous system is the most memorable and therefore the most desirable. Even if it seems at first glance or during the experience that is the antithesis of that, it might actually be. See, that's proof that life in and of itself, experience might be deceptive. There's a part of me that wants to go back to the Jiffy Lube pit with the boiling, scalding oil all over my face and my arms and losing patches of skin and hair and therefore freckles and looking like some kind of spotted leopard creature, Animorph. Remember those Animorph people? No one ever talks about that or remembers that. A whole generation of young people used to turn into animals. What happened to that? I guess I'm the answer to that. I'm answering my own question. The white gorilla is the answer to that, to what happened to them, those people. We love these people, animal people. Yeah, there's definitely a part of me that wants to go back to trying to upsell the person getting the oil change on a new air filter, even though they never want it. And they always ask you, do you think maybe you could just turn the air filter upside down and tap it on the back a little bit and get all the dirt and the grime out? And the answer is yes, you probably could do that, but that doesn't get us to sell you another air filter. So, of course, I'm going to have to tell you, I'm lying now, which is part of the American value system. If I have to lie to you to make a sale, then you do it. There literally was a message board yesterday on Facebook, NAAA. They were talking about how to do business, and they were all in there in agreement. Hey, listen, part of being a salesman is bullshitting the customer. This is part of the American value system. So every so often, the customer's going to have a bright idea, maybe make some sense. Don't listen to it and don't inspire them at all to think that they're on to anything. Remind them that you are, in fact, the expert and that they don't get paid to think. You do. Listen, Susie, I know you think you got a big brain there. I know you think you got your husband at home. He thinks he knows something. Let me just tell you right now, the old tap the air filter trick, it's not a thing. Upcharge, upsell, bam. It's the American way. You gotta lie to the people and you gotta fuck them. Just enough to keep everything moving, to keep the lights on, okay? That's the reality of capitalism. And it's a great reality, really. It causes everyone to get more discerning about business and life in general. Please understand, it is our job. My father, actually, I'm now remembering, my father gave me this speech at one point. He goes, Paul, their whole job as business owners and service providers is to fuck you out of your money and take it. Your job is to keep it. I go, this is pretty screwed up, don't you think, Dad? I'm like the Jerry Mathers of my time. You know, he's the closest. This is the closest thing we get to Beaver Cleaver and Ward Cleaver. Oh, this is kind of fucked up. The corporatism and fascism and Satanism, huh, Dad? He's like, no, this is just America, son. Everyone's out to fuck everyone else and lie to them in order to make a pretty penny. Keep the lights on. That's the American way. And if you, little Paul, you want to be successful, you will learn how to do the same thing immediately. So what did I do? I immediately went in when my father went to work and robbed everything out of his closet. He taught me this. I don't understand why he gets so aggravated and angry later in life. Every time I lied on him and everyone else and stole something from him and everyone else, I was just doing what he and everyone else taught me to do. And then they had to sit me down at some point and go, no, Paulie boy, you misunderstood the lesson. Everyone but us. You can lie and cheat and steal with everyone but us. By the way, we're going to lie and cheat and steal on you. You just don't do it back to us because family, Paulie boy. And then I learned about mafiosi because I am half Italian. And all in one day, I learned what it's like to be Italian, what it's like to be in the mafia, what it's like to have no morals and values and scruples, and understand that's the American way and a path to success. Okay? It's a hell of a life. Are we cue the outro? Are we cueing the outro? We're not? Okay, my producer says no outro. I still have an. By the way, folks wonder why I stay here so long at times. I'm actually working off a debt. To the same family members who say they love me, by the way. I never told anyone that, but that's why I'm here. I don't actually always want to be here or like being here. I got to work it off. So they put me out here. I do my thing and people contribute. Who knows why? I guess they feel sorry for me is what it is. They feel sorry for me and my family and just the whole situation. So, but that's good. All right. We're doing something other than lying, cheating, and stealing here and fucking the public, and that's why we're not very successful here. That's why we're not very American here. Okay, but we're chugging along. We're doing our own thing, our own way. It's inspiring. It's inspiring to us. Do what I say, not what I do. Right. Precisely. It's really just pick and choose philosophy. Just pretty much just check with me at any time, and I'm going to tell you where you can lie and bullshit and where you can't, who you can do it with and not. It's usually everyone else but me, till I'm doing it. Then it's okay. That's the whole of the philosophy right there, in a nutshell. Finally caught alive. All right, well, you know what? Listen, lady, I think that's the Roxy person from Facebook. Just remember, you get what you pay for here. This is a free broadcast, so don't judge me. Okay? There's no complaint department either, so don't look for it. It's the best we can do on short notice. All right, let's get to something here. Let's act like we do a broadcast here, all right? Everybody on 3. Let's take 3 deep breaths and act like we do a broadcast. Let's see. Right. Perfect. The Fauci meetings are coming out. We might just revisit this on the next broadcast because the first hour was voted to the African American community today is what we will call it. Excuse me, I'm mumbling and stuttering. I may fold under questioning, Henry. So we got the Fauci hearings. It turns out, guys, you're never going to believe it. I was right again. Yep. I was right again. Paulie knows it all. He's so arrogant. While we're actually the arrogant and ignorant ones who just keep doing the same things over and over again, even though no matter how it goes wrong. Paulie boy's the one. He's arrogant. But he's right again. Fauci went to court. He embarrassed himself and everybody else. The word on the street is, do your due diligence. He pled the fifth 111 times. It's interesting because during the lockdowns and the slavery and the what I call genocide program, I call it euphemistically a genocide program. It's my little term for it. It's like sweetheart, cupcake, baby doll, genocide program. He wasn't short for words then. You know, like most wannabe pimps, right? When it came to ordering people around, slapping people around. I know I went to jail a couple times for not like stopping recording, for not wearing a mask, for not vac-slaving people around me. So let's be real with ourselves and each other. Is it really like the pimp dynamic? Because I was going to say, till the pimp has to go to court and stand on everything he's been doing, hot-shotting with the women and everything else. But it's not an accurate analogy because the Fauci creature and all the rest of them are never going to go to jail. They're never going to have to face the same justice as myself and Wack 100 and everybody else do on the ground, even though they don't want to talk about that. Wack and the other folks, the slaves, they don't want to talk about that. So who are we really kidding? These people have been doing endless wars and genocide programs on the people and people around the world for hundreds and thousands of years, and they never get held accountable and nothing ever happens. But it is interesting to watch the slaves continue to suck feet and suck boot and lie on themselves and each other and go alone to get along and then mock me and hate on me and attack me and deny what I'm saying, only to have to turn around at some point, not admit to the truth again, but watch their fake ass idols, leaders, and heroes plead the fifth 111 times and embarrass themselves at court and deny reality and all the rest of it. Because we knew they were lost. Not we, I, in the 96th percentile of intelligence quotient. That's IQ. It wasn't hard to tell. This is a mile away kind of stuff, right? Doesn't mean that I'm so intelligent and such a genius. It means the average person is so fucking retarded that I don't even know how this race has gotten to where it's gotten in time and space. I guess I do know why it's gotten where it's gotten as far as status, standing, title, and conditioning, as far as the human condition goes. Right, so just keep voting, vote harder, just keep paying the slave tax, just keep hoping on your central militaries and police to make you safer and uphold your rights. You know, just keep going to work and paying your government whores and wannabe pimp whore masters. Right, that's all it's really about. That's all of life is from top to bottom, according to the Babylonians. So let's go to a couple clips. Maybe we may even do the whole courtroom interaction hearing. Maybe tomorrow, the next day, who knows? We'll listen to the whole interaction because it's great entertainment. We'll watch Fauci and the others duping delight and laugh in everybody's face and smirk as they lie and hide. And again, continue to get paid to do it. Never going to go to jail while they chase me around town and send me to the box and go to court. No victim here. You're just making a man out of me. Thank you, dark side of the force. I think these people need a little bit more of your treatment, your styles, and your ways. Don't you think? And again, when you make one statement, you make another one. If Fauci and Bill Gates and the rest of them need a little bit more treatment from the dark side of the force, guess what all the people who keep paying them and voting for them and following their codes and shutting down their livelihoods and their families for them are going to have to experience and deal with, right? See, you get the government that you deserve. I was there, I remember. Pepperidge Farm remembers. I was on the ground with all the folks on the left and right who complied and cooperated and either were gone along to get along or didn't want to go along to get along, but acted like I was a wacky, crazy person because I'm not complying. I'll go to a box above or below ground if I got to. It's over. I'm done with the slavery and genocide. I've been done with it for a while. But as soon as that came, I said, this is my marker. I'm going to enforce it. I'm drawing my line in the sand. This is it. And from here on out, I'm just going to comply with whatever I want to. And what I don't, I'm not going to. And I don't care about courts and all the rest of it, right? I was there when I went to court half a dozen times in 5 years for doing what we all should be doing, civil disobedience and activism. All the rest of you folks just cucked out and complied on all sides. So I don't believe you. I don't listen to you. I've never voted. There's no legitimacy in voting. You all showed why you vote because you're cowards in your heart and on the ground you ain't shit when it comes to being under God and being free and brave and acting like real Americans. You ain't none of that. So again, you get the government you deserve because a liar and a coward and someone in dishonor and bad faith deserves a liar and a coward and someone in dishonor and bad faith to run their motherfucking life. Don't cry to me about Fauci and the rest of them and what they did. Cry for yourself and how much of a lying, corrupt fucking coward you and your families are and how you won't stand for a motherfucking thing here and how you all generate a reality where this is who runs your goddamn life. Okay? Nothing to talk to me about or cry about to me or to the government or anybody else. I know why this is the way it is, and you do too now. Maybe you didn't know completely on a conscious level. Subconsciously you did. Consciously now you know because I just spoke the fucking truth, like I always do here. The truth you're not going to hear from the castrated and high-impact fraud and all the rest of them because they don't want to be honest with themselves and each other either, and they don't want to hold their fucking weak-ass, lukewarm audience to task either because they know their audience is just like them and reflects them. Like most audiences reflect the content creator on some level. Because this whole reality is holographic and reflective. So why would a content creational event be any different than a universal event when it's in a universe? That's why most lukewarm, half-assed, fake-ass patriotards gravitate toward these other content creators in their areas. They're just like the content creator, and they don't even understand that who they watch and listen to reflects on who they actually are. And that by watching them and contributing to them and signing on with them, you're reflecting who and what you are on the ground. And you're putting yourself and everybody else in judgment. And you want to sit over there and quote the founders and all the rest of it. You're not reflecting it and being it. Stop talking about it. That proves you know but won't do. That makes you worse than the people who don't know and won't do. Don't you get that? Wow, daddy's home. Had to talk logic to you again. We'll try again. Repeat it for the slave in the back one more time because they don't understand logic, morals, and ethics. The fact that you know and repeat and don't do makes you worse than a motherfucker who doesn't know and repeat and don't do because you know and repeat and you profiteer and you get attention, but you don't do. Makes you worse than the slave who doesn't know and doesn't do. So why the fuck are you talking? We know why. You want a platform, you want to profit and make money, you want attention and notoriety, but you don't want to do what a real motherfucker's got to do to get that legitimately. And that's why I don't like you and respect you. And that's why I really don't want you motherfuckers around me. And that's why when I was next to you and on your channels, my skin crawls dealing with you for the same reason it always has in authentic corporate beta males and females. And I always wind up self-sabotaging and self-destructing around them because I rather light the whole fucking room on fire with truth than to sit there and drowned in your lukewarm pool of your own urine, essentially, is what it is. Okay? I'd rather light the whole motherfucking thing on fire, burn everything right out. Tired of it. Tired of sitting around listening to it, feeling it, not speaking up and talking about it, letting them run their grift and sell tickets to a show they ain't going to be part of. For what? Where does it go? At some point when your economic collapse and this all goes a certain way, you got to sit there as the bitch ass motherfuckers you were and are, knowing that we knew the whole time without your pretty and nice things. What was the lying and the grifting and the denial all for at the end of all this? You're not even going to profiteer the world. You're going to give up your soul and give up all your worldly shit and sit in judgment. Can't help these motherfuckers. That's why God can't help them. They don't understand the whole culture and society slated for failure because God can't help them. God helps those who help themselves. That's why most of you don't believe in God, and we can listen to 8 hours of you broadcasting and you never talk about honor and good faith and trust and equity and God and the God within, right? As an experience. You don't have it. You haven't experienced it. You don't live it. And that's why you and your culture and society are slated for destruction, dummy. Doesn't matter how much you quote the founders for attention and money. It's all coming to an end here at some point. If it all doesn't come to an end on a macro level, it's coming to an end on a micro level because your bitch ass body's going to die and you're going to have to face yourself and your death in order to do that process. You didn't know that? You don't know that? Or you know that, but you want to fucking carry on every day, my wayward son, until that world meets your world, right? One day. That's the game you all like to play. Denial and escapism. Oh, I know I'm going to die one day and have to face myself and my death and what I've done and not done, but I'm going to play that out till the last end like the coward that I am. I'm going to leave it on the horizon till the last fucking day. I'm going to put my work off to the last day and finally address it when it's all fucking too late and doesn't matter anymore. Yep. Just like a lazy, unbegun, irresponsible, unaccountable fucking coward. I don't care how type A you are. I don't care how much you fucking work and move your body around and all the rest of it. You're not doing the real fucking work where it counts. Facing yourself and your truth and your fears and coming out in honor and good faith. That's why your women and children don't respect you. And that's why I don't respect you, because Paulie Boy is like the child to enter the kingdom of heaven here. Don't you see how he comes off? It's little Paulie Boy. That's why the guy came here yesterday. He goes, who calls himself Paulie Boy? Paulie Boy does. Paulie Boy's mocking the fact that this was Paulie Boy back when he was 12 years old, asking all the type A adults in all their busyness why they do what they do over here for these reasons and don't do what they do over here for these reasons, and why they want to project onto me and deny who and what I am also. What's that all about? Not much has changed. If anything's changed at all, the more we change, the more we stay the same. So little Paulie Boy who knows it all is still over here asking the same questions to the same types of people and not getting the same non-answers and not seeing the same non-actions. So Paulie Boy still got a problem with all the inauthentic corporate males and females who fashion themselves above and beyond Paulie Boy and who and what he is and what he does. Who want to believe in their mind that they're in charge and they're doing something better. There's the ignorance and arrogance, by the way. Somehow when I talk about it with some level of confidence and authority, I become the ignorant and the arrogant one. Interesting how that projection works. I'm supposed to care about the whole generation of motherfuckers' feelings who don't care about what's true and what's right. I don't. Your masters don't. The God of creation doesn't. That's exactly why you all have to live out the consequences of your choices. And they cry and cry. Well, if there's a God, Paulie Boy, why doesn't he care about what happens here that we create and our feelings about it? Because he can't. You motherfuckers already don't want to do what's true and what's right. Imagine if the force of creation cared ultimately about how you felt about the wrong you're doing and the right you're not doing. Are you fucking kidding me? There's your Luciferian spirit again. There's the host shit again. Nobody's above the program. Therefore, nobody's above the law. Ignorance of the law is no excuse. And nobody's above the judgment in God's court when it comes to violation of the law. What do you think about that? And the law has nothing to do with your feelers and what you like and don't like. Daddy's home. Notice how you got to become like a child to enter the kingdom of heaven again, and in order to turn around and be the daddy to a bunch of broken children who haven't become real men and women yet. See how that works? Let's go to Fauci. Got a couple Faucis in a row. This is who runs your life because of who you are. Like meets like reflects like. Stop doing your broadcast complaining to the audience about it who are just like you doing what you do. There's no point. Go off and sit with the fact and process the fact that everything you're complaining about is a reflection of you and what you've done and not done. It hit different, bro. That's my new shit. I'm going to be like the guy from Chicago. That's his catchphrase. All the young people love that. That's big. He yells that after everything he says. He could say something completely moronic and he says, that hit different, bro. And it just goes viral. So we're doing that here now. We incorporated that. Where's my Fauci? Oh, and I don't have my screen share up. I need my Fauci. I need my Fauci. And I need my dino nuggets and my Fauci. So I could be a good boy. So I could be a good U.S. corporation status boy. Paulie's a good boy now. This is who runs his life. He's a good boy. There we go. No, that's not it.
Off the heads of aborted babies and putting them into the backs of research mice. The scalps later grew fine baby hair in the mice. They even included those disgusting photos in their research paper that you funded. Not all of those were research on coronaviruses, but some were. Thankfully, the current NIH director has said no more of this. Dr. Fauci, yes or no? Do you think that human aborted parts should be put into mice for coronavirus research?
The advice of counsel I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
And there's your corporate takeover again, because they just fucked you on dual jurisdiction and you don't even know it. He wants to claim to be part of an LLC, corporate endeavor, to have a limited liability. That's what LLC is. They all operate under LLC because they want to limit their liabilities as men and women under God with the actual law. Then they turn around when it's convenient for them and try to make a claim as a man under God with God-given rights. When you're in a service capacity, you don't have natural rights anymore. You have duties and obligations. See what they do? One moment we're in a legalistic, corporatistic capacity, so you can't say we did wrong as a man and cut our fucking head off, archetypally, based on the law. Because that's in federal code too. I'm a corporation right now. Oh, LLC. The worst thing you could do is fine me. You can't cut my head off because I'm a lying, cheating, killing, stealing scum. Can't activate federal code on me. Oh, what? I was caught doing wrong as a man acting in a corporate capacity. Well, now I have rights and I'm going to shut up because I have a Fifth Amendment natural right to not incriminate myself and talk. You can't. This is what they do. They pick and choose, just like the corporate males do everywhere in their life. Pick and choose what sword they're going to ask the person next to them to fall on while they deny obligations, what shield they're going to put up to try to deflect away from the accountability. This is precisely the point. It doesn't matter if you have a lawful or a legal system when this is who's running around and running it on all sides. So, yeah, he's going to sit there 111 times and say, I now with my rights and assistance from counsel, another skunk who's going to sit there and advise him to lie on record and to claim natural rights while he has duties and obligations. Because he doesn't want to talk about how they're killing babies and they're using it to create vaccine cocktails so they could do experiments on you because really they're possessed by demons. And this is how it corrupts your DNA and takes you away from God. You really want to get down to it? What it all comes down to? Yeah, they don't want to talk about that. That's what corruption is. A whole culture and a society that seeks to take themselves and everybody else away from truth, life, and way in God and into destruction and decay and debauchery. Yep. And that's exactly what putting 15 fucking random chemical shots into your bloodstream is, by the way. Disempowerment, disconnection, debauchery, and corruption. Worldwide fraud and genocide perpetrated, by the way. Absolutely beyond tragically, fascinatingly entertaining. And what's worse, they'll keep begging for it and paying for it. Let's continue. Let's continue. More Fauci. This is who and what you are till you right yourself. This is who and what you are till you get right with yourself and God. This is who and what runs your life because this is who and what you are. I don't care what you think and feel about it. Know it like you know your name till you get right or get left. That's it.
You don't have any rights under the Fifth Amendment because you've been pardoned, as you very well know.
No.
As the Supreme Court has.
No. This is why we don't listen to this corporate male either or any of them. He doesn't have any rights under God and the Constitution because he's in a service capacity and licensed to not cause harm. He has duties and obligations in exchange for his rights. You know, he doesn't get to do whatever he wants to do. He does what he's called to do. And when he does wrong, he goes to prison and pays fines. And we never let you deal again. We cut your ears and tongue out, proverbially, like they used to do back in the day. No more snake oil for you. When we meet you on the street, we say, oh, no ears and no tongue? Charlatan fraud. Don't buy anything from him. Don't talk to him. He can't talk anyway. Don't do business with him. Now you got to go live out in the forest like everyone else and go work for a living and go make a way of it. We're tired of your scamming, frauding, lying, kill, steal, destroying. If we let you live, that's what it used to be. Right? So get it right. The other inauthentic corporate beta male in the Masonic suit and tie who still doesn't know the law cosmically and doesn't understand logic, morals, and ethics. Not because he was pardoned, he doesn't have rights, because he's in a corporate capacity, whether that be as a supposed member of governance, a state actor, or as a service provider. You don't get rights at that point. You don't get to do whatever the fuck you want to do to pursue your happiness. You have duties and obligations.
Has been clear for a century and more. Brown versus Walker, 1896. When he has been pardoned, he may not stand upon his privilege. You know that. Your lawyers sitting behind you now shifting nervously in their chairs. They know it. This isn't about the Constitution. This isn't about the law. This is about contempt. Contempt for this body and contempt for the American people. But I think I know why you're doing it. It's because you don't want to answer questions. It's because you did all kinds of terrible things. It's because during the pandemic, you got rich, didn't you? You got rich while people were dying, hundreds of thousands of Americans, over 1 million in the end, and you were getting rich. And not only were you doing that, you were using federal employees with taxpayer money to apply for and solicit cash prizes for you personally, cash prizes totaling over $1 million. You did all of that during the pandemic, didn't you? That's a question.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
You remember Greg Folkers? Who was that?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Your chief of staff is the answer. Do you remember Patricia Conrad? Who was that?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
She was your personal assistant. And what were these individuals doing in the depth of the pandemic in November of 2020 when millions of Americans were suffering from COVID? What were they doing? I tell you what they're doing. Folkers was on your behalf soliciting and gathering information for a cash award. Let's look at it. We've got his email right here, right over my shoulder. Folkers says, I'm working on this nomination for the Dan David Award for Fauci. We need to beef up the COVID part. Do you have language in the can that you could share that delineates how we responded in new ways to COVID? He sends this to multiple federal employees. What was the Dan David Award? Do you remember, Doc?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
It was a $900,000 cash award. $900,000 cash award. And he got it because he used federal employees to get it. And this wasn't the only award, was it, Dr. Fauci? In fact, you applied for and received at least 8 other federal cash prizes on federal time using federal employees and federal resources. Here they are over my shoulder. Besides the Dan David Award, you've got the Partnership for Public Service. You've got the Adelson Prize. You've got the Smithsonian Award. You've got the National Academy of Medicine's Award. You've got the CDC.
I'm guessing it ends there?
Let's just get one thing straight. You don't have any rights.
Right. So we'll play a couple more of them. Like I said, we may actually watch or listen to the whole deal. We got one more, and then we got a testimony from an Amish survey. They surveyed the Amish folks. They found no instances of autism because they have no instances of vaccine taking, interestingly enough. So they did a study. They found a correlation. Only the slaves who take vaccines get all these diseases. Folks who don't take them don't get them, oddly enough. So more conspiracy theory, but turns out we're right again, because guess what? You don't have to do science and sit around to guess that putting a bunch of synthetic chemicals into your body isn't the most supernatural alignment with the creator and health, oddly enough. Stabbing yourself with a bunch of concoctions that these slaves made in the laboratory isn't the pinnacle of health and wellness, oddly enough. I know it's going to shock a lot of you, right? A lot of you institutionalized, graduated folks who are just so fucking intelligent, bright. But again, these are slaves who can't figure out that it's not to your best interest to put a mask over your nose and mouth. Right, let's continue on. Fauci, everybody's favorite daddy.
On the advice of counsel.
What day of the week is it today?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
What color tie you're wearing?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
What color's the carpet in front of you?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Let's just get one thing straight. You don't have any rights under the Fifth Amendment because you've been pardoned, as you very well know. As the Supreme Court has been clear for a century and more, Brown versus Walker, 1896, when he has been pardoned, he may not stand upon his privilege. You know that. Your lawyers sitting behind you now shifting nervously in their chairs. They know it. This isn't about the Constitution. This isn't about the law. This is about contempt. Contempt for this body and contempt for the American people. What day of the week is it today?
Right, but the other side of that is this moron, whoever he is, and everyone behind him should be equally, if not more so, guilty and ashamed. This is all political theater. They're going to sit in that room now and castigate and chastise Fauci and others while he smirks and mocks the whole system, and nothing's ever going to come of it. This is all just political theater, so the slaves sit around and once again do and be nothing, change anything for themselves in their life, and then pretend and LARP like justice was done. You know? And now they're all going, oh, did you see? Just like they did with the other morons. Did you see Trey Gowdy up there lambasting? What? So this guy just was part of signing on to kill millions of people, and then he got a stern talking to from Daddy on the other side. And we're just going to all go on with our lives and everything else, right? And you all don't see how this is all just political theater from top to bottom? It's all just humiliation rituals and mockery right in your fucking face. Again, while they chase Paulie Boy and Julie and others around town because we didn't ask the island goers, the human trafficking class, for permission to use our own property or to carry a gun for our own defense, which is a natural right. Both natural rights, by the way, to travel and to have a gun, and many others. We need to get chased around and harassed and sent to a box while the human traffickers run your life with the policy and code. And when they get caught killing millions of people, they get a stern talking to and they go off to enjoy the rest of their life with all the profits they made from the slavery and genocide, right? Who gives a fuck? Isn't that the reality of it? Isn't the average statist Babylonian cuck just that, a fucking coward who's involved in a humiliation ritual? They're now going to quote their idols and heroes that they worship and listen to and act like anything happened. More WWE type LARPing they call governance. Continue on. Yeah, the secret of the Amish. Who could have figured? Who could have guessed?
In terms of what we found with the Amish population.
Yes, sir. The Amish population, there was a whole group of studies called of articles that were done by an AP reporter, Dan Olmsted, and he found that the only autism that he saw in Amish subjects were those children who were adopted by Amish families who had been previously vaccinated.
Again, an interesting correlation, huh? Can somebody comment just in terms of what we...
Right, interesting correlation. All the children with the autism are the ones with the vaccines. Who could have guessed? And it's all working perfectly. This race is dumber than ever. Look at what they listen to and believe and repeat and go along with. The whole fucking race is autistic at this point. Let's get honest with ourselves and each other. This was the article from Denver. Oh, this is an updated from 7/27/2026. Denver weighs permanent restrictions on low-level traffic stops. By the way, Denver, as we know, is the place where the video that I did was seen over 10 million times on flatearth.com, whatever the website is. I don't know. Go ask these people. It was over a couple 100,000 times on my channel before they shadow banned it and blocked it. I had to repost it. So once again, proof that the answer that I bring here is not just a LARP and a cope. It is in fact the answer. If you stop cooperating and complying, don't kid yourself. That video, along with other events, was a major inspiration. I was also working with communities at that time on the ground to replicate this. So I've personally worked with like hundreds of people in that area because I work with dozens and they work with dozens, and you know, there's these little groups and networks. So pretty much a bunch of people decided they weren't going to follow statute, policy, and code anymore. So the system had to just give them their way. Is really what happened. And it's almost like it never fucking happened. And if you try to bring it up to the hating, disempowered, no value for themselves slaves, they'll mock me and say, Paulie's in his ego again, thinks he saved Denver, right? So as of a week ago, I'm going to read it to you right now. We'll pull it up. Denver City Council Committee is considering permanently limiting certain types of low-level traffic stops used to investigate unrelated crimes, requiring better public reporting about why such stops happen. Goes on to talk about codify existing Denver department policy in the city ordinance. Low-level traffic stops, pretextual stops are minor traffic violations that do not pose a public safety threat. Because again, like we go over here, it's Commerce Clause and Public Safety Clause. Any behavior that doesn't cause a direct threat to the public is not actionable, and no one's rights should be interfered with. No one's movement should be interfered with to enforce codes and contracts, okay? So we've been saying this the whole time, but we're crazy sovereign citizens, and now your system is agreeing we've been right the whole fucking time. These aren't crimes. These aren't violations of law. These are mere infractions. They don't present a direct threat to the public, and therefore they're not actionable, because to stop somebody in order to give a ticket to them, you're interfering with one of their rights to travel or to move their property. You're creating a potential threat to the public rather than stopping one that doesn't exist. Okay? So again, this is all just proof that we were right again. It doesn't matter if we're in a minority of one and everyone else around us is completely wrong and repeating nonsense and mind control. We're right again. The activism proves itself again. If you stop cooperating and complying, they have to bring you into the conversation and treat you differently, and you're pretty much going to get your way. Because again, this is all founded in common sense. The problem is common sense is uncommon at this point. So, such things as improperly displayed registration, heavily tinted windows, or a cracked taillight. Right, and then I have another article where it goes on to say license, registration, insurance, and plates. All the things I was in that video doing that people immediately decided they were going to try, that led to an influx of probably, I would say, at least a few hundred, if not 1,000 people in the Denver area alone saying, we saw this video, we're not going to do this, what say you? And they can't allocate all the resources all at once to deal with it. I remember being there and seeing, I don't know, I'm horrible with the time frames. It could have been 6 months after, it could have been 3 years after. I just remember that video went viral. I went on a whole bunch of places to talk. And then I started seeing one after the other cars without plates on them. And I remember the guy I was with going, this is unusual. It's almost like what we're doing here is having an effect. And there's an influx of people who've decided they're going to try this out. And this was all during the COVID slavery nonsense too. So people that already kind of were rife for disobedience, they had already had it. As well they should. See? So, yeah, mock me all you want, make fun of it. I was inspired to do something different because I believe we can make a change. And I think stuff like this is evidence that I and others can make a change by being inspired. So don't let them, whether it's the people at the supposed top of the slavery, the wannabe masters, or the slaves on the bottom, convince you you don't have power, you don't have value, you can't have an inspiration from God and do something that could change the whole fucking game on some level. I don't care if it's 2%. Everybody does that and nudges it a little bit, and next thing you know, we wake up in a completely different world and situation here. That's the reality of it. They know that. Why do you think they spend so much money, time, energy, and attention tracking and tracing, gaslighting, putting fake news out, and projecting? Because they know what you don't know, how powerful and influential and inspiring God and the people and the truth, life, and way can be, and how much change can be made here. Okay? With God's will, of course. First, historically, nationwide, lower level infractions have been used to justify stopping people of color. Of course, they're going to take it and spin it and corrupt it like Shaitan always does and make it a coloristic issue. Of course, they're going to do that. You know why they're going to do that? Because they know how to game you and pimp you. As soon as they see, they just took all the power out of the situation if you let them. Because once they made it a coloristic issue, all the Republicans jump on to giving up their freedoms again. Oh, you see what these N-words and liberals do? They want to stop the safety and law and order of pushing policy and code on everyone because of being black. So they right away, they give you the propaganda to try to get the other side to sign on to fighting for their own slavery and against their own rights, standing up for identities again and identity politics. Gotcha. I see yous all a mile away. And the reason you do that is because you don't want the left wing and the right wing to jump onto all of us got rights and freedoms and we ain't listening to government, which is truly the American way. That's how we originally got here. That's what you don't want. See? They don't want Make America Great Again coming together with a bunch of liberals to stand on true anarchism, which is God-given rights under God, not compliant with any government, doing what we want to do as long as we don't cause harm and owning property and being successful and prosperous. And any benefit and privilege the government has here goes back to the people. It doesn't go to endless wars and enriching a bunch of predatory folks who want to do vacation to islands. See, that's what they don't want, to get away from the cult of culture and the colorism and the corruption and get back to true American values and the American way. They're going to do everything they can to play you all off against each other in the middle, including doing identity coloristic politics. They're masters at what they do. Do you see the game? See how it's so subtle, but it's all right there. Pimping and hoeing. The other extremely important reason to address low-level stops is the data has shown that low-level stops do not make the best use of our officers' time. Wrong and wrong, scumbag. Those two reasons are not any valid, verified reasons to even bring up, but you're a skunk politician, and of course you'd bring them up. We got better use of our time for our centralized militaries and fake-ass authorities to harass the people. Maybe, if there's loss, injury, and harm. No, asswipe. The real reason you didn't mention is because interfering with people under color of law is a federal fucking crime, and it's against foundational principles of America. That's my name. That's what you should have said. That's the whole reality. We're never going to hear that part. Not that people of color are stopped disproportionately and get shot. That might be true, but that's not the biggest problem. They're Americans. They have rights. The second biggest problem is not that you can send the fascism to someone else's door to harass them about codes they don't follow. That's not the biggest issue. The biggest issue they'll never mention is that we're all Americans on this land and we all have rights and freedoms, and using policy and code to interfere with that is a fucking crime and is anti-life and anti-American. Yup. But you're never going to hear that from a statistic, corporatistic politician whose whole livelihood depends on you believing in them and their bullshit system. Of course they're not. More fraud, more dishonor and bad faith. Supporters argue that the proposed change is not about ignoring traffic safety, but rather about better use of city time and resources, concentrating more efforts on more serious crimes. I might be able to get on board with that. I'll meet you in the middle. Peacekeeping, like the sheriffs back in the day, in the wild, not as wild as Denver West, where thousands of people get shot and killed and looted and all the rest of it when the lights go out. We were there. We saw it. I was there. I saw them all run wild. I saw them all tell me and my people, too, I was with. They jumped on one of the people I was with because they seen a gun while all the cops had guns. American slave can't have gun. While all Black Lives Matter, the Soros-funded operatives, not real black people in Black Lives Matter, all the mostly white, fake liberal, collectivists, socialists, Marxists who are funded by George Soros ran wild in the city. And then the cops jumped on me at the time and the people with me for having guns on us. You remember the videos and all the rest of it that I showed you. They criminalized real Americans and real God-given rights to let everybody run wild. While the fascistic corporatists all had all the guns to protect themselves and the corporations. That's the problem. That's anti-American again. See? And one follows the other. Thugs in uniform, thugs out of uniform. Mafiosi corporatist collectivists in uniform, mafiosi collectivists, corporatists out of uniform. Are all chasing this, all neglecting what's true and what's right in the law of this land and foundational principles, all driving this place into hell in a handbasket. Because they all don't know who and what they are truly and what right from wrong is truly. Let's just call it what it is. Blah, blah, blah. But yeah, I'll meet you in the middle on that. Peacekeepers, if you cause loss, injury, and harm and you disturb the peace, well, then we can call out an agent to try to keep the peace or to bring charges because you caused someone loss, injury, and harm, and we got to compensate now. We got some actionable offense. Anything other than that, there should be zero to no interaction with governance on this land. That's what you slaves don't get. I don't want to wake up every day and walk down my block and be patrolled like a fucking slave, like I'm in a prison. I don't want thousands and millions of policies and codes pushed on me. I don't want to have to beg for permission to move my property around and carry a gun and engage in my rights from a bunch of predators. I don't want to, and it shouldn't be that way. And it's going to change more and more as time goes on, as long as I'm alive in this motherfucker and willing to get active at times and disobey. You're damn right. Excuse me, my nose hairs. I'm so alpha male lately and so empowered that my nose hairs are growing at a rapid rate. They might even take over my face. That's inspiring. That's empowering. They're itchy as well. Imagine that. Paulie Boy's a real weird character. He's really eccentric. Something's wrong with him. He's got antisocial personality disorder. He doesn't want to be ruled over by Gavin Newsom. Doesn't want to be ruled over by anybody, but let alone Gavin Newsom and Podesta and Hillary and Donnie, quite frankly, and all of them. Doesn't want to be ruled over by any of these people or people in general. There's something weird with them, something wrong with them. Like the guy in chat earlier who had to ban in 3 seconds because he's a loser who scrolls my chat 50 fucking messages. Paulie's got a schizoid disorder. Yeah, I know. I'm schizophrenic because I don't want to be ruled over by a bunch of effeminate or fake macho corporatist males who can't even get out of their own way, who can't make sense. who don't do anything that's not involved in corruption and reprobate beingness, right? Yeah, I know. I'm so schizoided out, gaslighting projector, part of the cult who wants to demean and devalue. What else is new, right? That's what collectivism is. Cult of folks who want to destroy the individual and natural rights and project onto the individual. He's a problem for wanting for a culture and a society that's free and brave. What the fuck is wrong with you? You must be antisocial. Seizures of contraband, far lower numbers than more serious violations, low-level stops, waste resources, Cashman told the committee members. Yeah, there's other better ways you can use slavery and genocide money and fake-ass taxes on a land where you weren't supposed to pay taxes at all. There's better things we can use the slave tax money for, like money for Ukraine and Israel and world governance. Duh. Maybe we can come up with 15 more vaccines we can give out for. And, 443.
Hey, buddy.
How are you?
I'm doing okay.
Can I get a name and then questions, comments, concerns?
Well, my name is Michael. I called in last week and you grilled me. I'm the guy that builds bombs that kill children.
You're the guy who, the radar guy.
The radar, yeah, radar guy.
All right, radar guy still inspired to be here. His spirit calls him to be here.
Yeah, I was angry as fuck at you, but man, I've been listening for the last hour, like, hate listening, and I couldn't disagree with a single word she said, man.
I know. It's so fun, right? It's so crazy. You can't even disagree with what I'm saying.
Well, when I called in, I was fifth of vodka drunk.
Get close to that. Get close to that microphone. I want to hear all this. You're a bit. Maybe it's just me. It might be my side because I got fans and shit going. But you're a bit.
Okay, here. I have an earbud in, and let me take that off.
That's it.
Okay, is that better?
Probably.
Is this better?
You seem so. Go ahead.
Man, I am struggling, dude, because tomorrow I have to clock in and build electronics.
Hey, listen, I'm looking for a co-host potentially, if you can hack it. I mean,
say what?
I'm potentially looking for a co-host if you can hack it. You can call out tomorrow, and I'm only half kidding in the sense of there's other things for you to do out here, man. Believe it or not. Imagine, hey, listen, if nothing else, right? If you downsize, I'm sure you got way more than you need. If you sold a lot of that shit or just live within your means, you could probably get a bunch of liquid going and live off that. And in the meantime, start a whole actual.
Nice. Okay. It'd be nice, but like I literally support my father and my niece and nephew. Like, and it's literally the reason I took the job because before I took the job, I worked for a concrete company on a crane crew, like 350-foot cranes in the air. We build them up, tear them down, swinging a fucking sledgehammer 300 feet in the air. That's what I did for a living. And like, I got the job offer from the military industrial complex. I was like, this is my out. And, and it was funny is I worked next to a guy for 6 years who was a corrections officer, working in Baltimore prison system, like, and we're working next to each other. We're like, we made it. we got it. We're here. We don't have to fucking.
You've arrived.
I remember the first. He told me the first time he had to pull a guy off another guy, who's raping the other dude. I was like, man, like my fucking construction job was way easier than your corrections prison job.
It turned out it was me. I was the guy raping. It all came full circle. He was there when I was like,
probably was. Yeah, he probably was. And we can all go have a beer.
Right. So is there any other way to take what you know and your skills and apply it to something that doesn't bring you into the world of kill or be killed, right? Kill, steal, destroy, deceptions, power games?
Ditches, man. Like, I'm not. I have a high IQ, but I have low educational, or I don't know, I have no degree that will, get me through a fucking, interview. But, there has to be something. Obviously, I can do something.
Yeah, here's the thing, man. Here's my point. And I know this, I can only really talk about what I know, and then you got to extrapolate on that. So you could do like I've done, I'm sure, in the sense of you could work part-time somewhere. It's not going to be glamorous. And then you could take the rest of your time and do something co-creative like what I do here, where you brand and market yourself as radar guy, government guy, and people are now interested.
Radar guy.
Right.
I used to bomb children, but hey, not
there it
anymore.
is. That's great marketing. The point is, people are going to be interested off the bat because they want to know the story of someone who walked that path and had a turnaround. And that's where you can cross promote and brand me as well. And we can have a relationship here to some extent, right? And then you can branch that out. If you got people you know who you can talk to, now you start to bring people from your field on anonymously. That's your content.
I see what you're saying.
Dude, there's so many ways you can go with it.
Drag them out. Drag them out.
There's so many ways you can go with it. You can start traveling more. The audience will fund. If you, again, I can't tell you what they'll do with you because I'm not you and you may be received differently, but I know what I've experienced.
Yeah.
You can open potentially a door to a whole different life and lifestyle where you can literally do whatever you want and need to do and have most of it, if not a lot of it, supported by what you put out and what you create, right? It's a back and forth relationship.
I appreciate your encouragement in this field, but shit, I could just go like take people hiking and shit. You know, I could like, yeah, we're going to go on a hike. You know, we're going to go hike. You know, and I'm going to show you all these amazing places out in the wilderness, and
that's it.
You know,
you could literally get paid to walk around, and if you enjoy that,
I could take a plane to Philippines. Like one of my best friends has family. You know, but best friends I played in bands with for like a decade. He has family in the Philippines, and he's like, Mike, you got to go to the Philippines. I could just fly over there and go live there. You know?
Man. Here's the point.
Anything. I could fly to Japan. I could fly I could do anything.
If you take it,
I could go to the furthest north in Canada that ever existed and just live.
If you live within your means and live basically on a part-time idea, like breaking your day up, then you could take the rest of your day, or you can even do it month to month, right? You work 6 months, you take 6 months off to travel and content create.
Yeah, I've worked my entire life. I can work anywhere, doing anything. Like I said, I tore roofs off. I was 16 years old. I told you this before. I was 16 years old. I was tearing roofs off of fucking houses. Like, child slave labor. I could dig a ditch.
But here's the point. Anybody can work manual labor, and I'm not going to put that down. I respect that, and I watched it reform me in certain ways. I need more of that. Like, even if I don't like it, I know I need more of that. Now, the other side of it is you and others don't need that. You need to practice more of being authentically you and following your instincts and intuition and being remade by that force. Right. And that's what that's the real content creation, is being recreated in the eyes of God or the force within inside of you. That's the real content creation, is a journey to doing that, to being that, challenging, testing, growing, becoming, co-creating, aligning, getting the feedback from the audience, working with them to do the same, getting them out of this robotic, mechanistic, mundane, slavery, genocide mind and heart set, man. It's going nowhere. It is the result of a corporatist society. You all live like a product or a service. You don't even know what living life is anymore. You're up at a fucking alarm clock. You're in bed with a fucking pill. Let's get real.
I feel you, man, and I appreciate you taking my call.
I love you, sir. I know you don't like me, but more importantly,
I want to scream at you so bad.
I know you do. But daddy, and more importantly, daddy loves the truth that's going to remake you how you're meant to be, even if you don't like him in the process, and he's hard to love. Yeah. I get that.
Yeah, fair. Yeah, I love dad too, and dad is that.
Right, the force that works through
the one thing I do have is a great father, and God, I love him so much.
But we're talking cosmically. That's the thing. When we go to the next level,
well, obviously the great father is, I love God.
Because there's a good chance
he's the greatest. He gave me all of this.
there's a good chance you and mine, everyone else is here, earthly father, never went on their journey to actualization, realization, to becoming. So they can only walk us
I know.
so far, right? They can only walk us so far. There's only so much.
Yeah,
they can
those
show
are
and teach
humans.
them.
You know, they're flawed. You know, we love them.
No. Call it what it is, man. Don't do them any favors by not doing them any favors. Call it what it is.
Well,
You're cowardly.
I get what you're
You're
saying.
cowardly and dishonest, because you got to be cowardly to be dishonest. They go hand in hand. Because only someone who's scared of the truth and who and what they're actually meant to become would lie to themselves and everybody else about it, right?
I'm picking up what you're putting down, but I'm a lucky one. I got a good father.
All right, I don't know that. I'm just saying.
So I get what you're saying. I understand.
Most people in this life.
I'm saying I'm lucky.
Most people in this life do not pursue radical authenticity and accountability to a fault. Quite the opposite. They avoid it and escape it all their life.
Yeah, at every turn.
So that's good. We have a miraculous turnaround. Radar guy is reconsidering because I only held the mirror up to him. I didn't tell him who and what he was. I let him speak and I showed him what he was saying and decoded it.
I was yelling at you and I was yelling at myself.
Perfect. And this is proof this guy's a genius, because you have to be highly intelligent to step back from your own bullshit in the moment and say, why am I triggered? And how does this trailer dwelling moron online know more about me than I'm willing to admit to him? How does that work? And bam, there's the revelation. I am you. And we're all part of this holographic, reflective, I am that am presence and co-creative endeavor we call consciousness and awareness, or lack thereof. So I know consciousness and awareness. I know lack thereof, because same, right? So
yeah, absolutely beautiful.
So yeah, now it just becomes you have to decide by looking around and looking within who and what you want to reflect and what lifestyle you're going to create for yourself to generate power and value. The sky's the limit.
You know, you're right. And I think, maybe, what I used to do was physical training. Yep. Yeah.
Yeah, hold on 1 second, sir. They're commenting in chat how there's folks around here who call themselves life coaches and have brands trademark and a whole bunch of websites and haven't done shit yet. And I'm sitting here yelling and screaming and just telling my story, and people are getting off drugs and alcohol. They're changing their lives. They're coming out of slavery and genocide, and they're reordering, and that's how it's supposed to be. And I didn't have to trademark or make a website or complain and whine and victim. I just had to show up and do the work on myself and with others and reap the blessings and the rewards, because that's trust, equity, and faith. You life coaches and others may want to try it sometime instead of your fucking covert narcissism and codependency. Whenever you're ready, we're doing the work here. We're working.
I'm sorry. I got interrupted by family. But thank you. I don't know. Like, I guess like the first thing that popped to my mind is like I used to be like a health freak. Well, I guess like I worked out a lot all the time. I go hiking, like either hiking or exercising. I could open a gym. I could, personal train people. Anything other than what I'm doing.
Right. Anything that when you put your head down at night or come on the broadcast with me and talk from the subconscious mind, you can feel good about. You're not questioning what are you putting your time, energy, attention, and resources toward? Is it destroying you or others?
Dude, which is why I was drinking a fifth of vodka that night. I called in because I'm killing myself.
Right. It all goes hand in hand.
Yeah, it's like
lack of self-worth and self-value.
To take the edge off. Like, no, I want to fucking die.
This is the point. Don't come here for you mockers and naysayers and tell me we don't have influence and power and value here. I'm walking cops and military and folks out of their slavery and genocide and their bondage, vice, and addiction with truth, life, and way. That's been my calling all along here, way back to the days of doing things I'm not going to talk about in the streets with people who are long gone, and many of them dead or in prison. So this is a beautiful story. This is a beautiful truth, life, and way here, right? Well, we got to get over the darkness and the ugliness first. And the way we do that is radical honesty, authenticity, accountability. We have to see our failures and our shortcomings so we can see the prosperity up ahead, right? It gets darkest before the dawn. So this is great, right? You get a whole new lease on life. You get a whole new set of opportunities. You get to do what you like and love and like yourself while you do it. And you get to put down all the symbols of disempowerment and bondage and vice, and you get to rise and succeed. And I'll be here for you all day, every day, in whatever capacity I'm able to be.
I have a chance.
Right.
You know?
We all do.
It's right there. I can do it. I can't wait. I'm gonna figure it out.
All right. Well, where do we go from here?
Thank you. Thank you. I just want to call in and say thank you.
I'm here for it, man. You know, I'm just doing what I'm formed to do. So
I'm sorry I embarrassed myself the other night, but
you know, it's all perfect in its imperfection, man. You know, it's great content.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we got to go where we got to go to get where we're going, right?
Yep.
So
I think we got it, man. I don't want to waste any more of your time. You should get back to doing your thing, man.
All right. Name again?
Michael.
Michael. All right, Michael, give me some updates. If you have any questions, comments, concerns, if you need, so if you want to do like a, you know, a brainstorming session, you know,
I'll be around. I'll be listening. All right.
Right.
You know, I'll call when I feel that, you know, it's proper.
Right.
Yeah, man.
All right, Mike.
God bless.
Thank you, sir. All right. So, you know, I think that, again, I'm always going to go square one because of what I've experienced. It's probably not the end all be all. I know it's not the end all be all, but it's something to do, right? Like, start a YouTube channel, get on there and talk to yourself, about yourself, looking at yourself in the face, right, wrong, and indifferent, everything in between. Put it out there, show courage. That's trust, equity, and faith and courage. I don't care who's watching and listening. It's not why you're doing it. You got to find the right reasons for why you're doing everything in life when there's no other indicators of value. This way, when the indicators of value show up, you keep doing it for the right reasons. Don't worry about going viral and getting money. And you see how all these clowns who come on here looking to chase money and numbers and go viral ain't shit. When it comes to entertaining, broadcasting, standing on something, being real men, I don't care what it is. They ain't nothing. Just get good and be good. Once you get good and be good, you will command respect, and that commands value and power in various forms. They got cart before the horse. They want to go viral while they still got the virus. That ain't how this works. You go viral when you're the medicine, when you're the solution, when you got an answer, when you got a truth, life, and way, when you're showing up as and with power and value. That's when you fucking go live, when you're truly living. You don't go live when you're half fucking dead and unbegun, haven't started to truly live yet. Come on, man, where are we at? Tell me where I'm lying or where I'm falling short. And again, if you want to start a live to go live because you have debt and you're in the process of becoming, don't lie to yourself and everybody else. We see and know you ain't shit, and that's cool. Admitting that and going on the journey of honesty with yourself and others and authenticity and accountability is what's going to make you. But you got to do that to be that. See, they got everything out of order and out of the away from the priorities and the true value and power system. And then the worst part is some of them see a limited amount of success. They get some numbers and some cash being a fuck up loser failure. That's the worst thing you could do for somebody. Reward them for their fuck up loser failure to the enabling shit, right? Hey, listen, we can step back and make it a subjective thing. Here, it's really all about what you want or believe you need out of life. I contend we all are programmed to know or believe on some level what we want or need is actualization, realization, and to do and be good and great. And the evidence of all that is what shows up outside of us or not. Right? And then we get to reflect back on that. So, yeah, I can never square, and people can never explain to me how they believe they're going to be prosperous, successful, and fulfilled, living out somebody else's life and vision without any trust, equity, faith, honorability, courageousness, or any of these archetypal principles we talk about here and try to practice, whether we hit the mark all the time or not. We're working with that because we know by working with that, we'll become that. And we're becoming that because we know by becoming that, our culture, community, society, family, and future potentially will be good or great. See, it's what's necessary and proper is what they call it in legal lawful as a clause. We understand that it's not only necessary, it's the proper thing to do, because without that, we're already knowing and seeing we're fucked. All right. I guess we'll move forward. Yeah. I mean, like I said, Michael and others, if you know, within reason, if you know, not that you need me, but if you'd like me to be a part of whatever you're doing in whatever way that I'm of value to you, that's according to you. I'm there for it, again, within reason. So, and you know, if you want to start something or create something and you want to use me, see, folks don't understand when they come here that I don't mind if you use me. I literally put myself out there to be used for the right reasons. It's the abuse that I got a problem with. See, I don't mind if you use me in what I'm doing here. I literally only come here to use and be used in the program, practice, process, procedure that I get from God, because I believe God gives it to me for it to be used to make us all better. Just don't fucking abuse me and we won't have a problem. Don't use me for all the wrong people, places, things, purposes, and intentions, right? I'll be your greatest ally and co-creator. If you come here and try to play on me and play games and you think you're going to have a come up, I'm going to speak a certain reality that's going to come crashing in on you at some point, because I'm going to facilitate a cosmic intervention based on reflecting back to you who and what you are and what you're not. And like 8 out of 10 times, it works every time. It works every time, 8 out of 10 times. Don't think that you have more power and control than that program. I only do that program because I realize it has more power and control than me. And I'm guessing whoever you are, you don't have more power and control and whatever than me as a ground-based being. So don't get so ignorant and arrogant to think you're going to have more power and control than that thing. You ain't. So we're going to work and get with something here, or you or I is going to get gone. And then we're going to watch karma and conviction do its work like it always does. You don't have to be at a legal court, by the way, for that to happen. And oftentimes being in God's court when that happens is way more of a burden to carry when it comes to guilt and conviction. Talk about law and justice, right? We're coming up on the 3rd hour here. We could go on with the Denver situation. Let's finish it up. Officers have fields available to document the reason for a stop. However, this information is difficult to extract and present in data. Blah, blah, blah. Listen, I'm done with it. We got to the bottom line here. Statute, policy, and code is now being revealed. Is not, was never law. We have God-given rights. We're going to embody them. Your policy and code doesn't matter when they conflict with our rights. We're going to ignore your policy and code, and you're not going to interfere with our property and rights, because that's the law of this land. If you want to ignore that, you're going to bring hell to this earth and to your land and to your people and everything good and great. Bet on it. It's already here, and you don't even know it for what it is. That's even more fascinating to me. We got the policy enforcer we did yesterday. We got Lindsey Graham, giggling and laughing about the wars he and Trump started. We played those the last time we were here. The 2 government agents saying that the United States is a corporation, so they know it. They say it freely. Only the slaves don't know it or won't repeat it, because they're in fact mind-controlled slaves. We got Ted Cruz saying stop attacking the pedophiles, because by saying that, he's saying basically stop attacking me. Because we know he and others are involved. They're all involved. Isn't that interesting? Videos keep coming up unavailable for some reason. All right. What else do we have here? Bear with me, folks. Bear with me. Going through my My pieces here. Pieces of me. I'm sharing pieces of slavery. We have Fox News live 24 hours. Should we go to some live breaking slave news? We got, right, we could go over a warrant to take property, because who knew you actually needed a signed warrant for them to come steal your property? And oftentimes the warrants aren't legitimate, because none of it's legitimate. It's all fraud. It's all denial. Should we go over the declaration for the HOA POA again? That was a pretty good segment, showing with one property owners association contract how the lawyers took a whole country we call the United States of America. I'll show you exactly. I did it last time. We could do it again. Show you the exact formality of trust, equity, and faith, and the lack of it, and how you use a corporation and a trust to take over a whole land and its people by getting everyone to sign on and changing the title, status, and standing, and imposing duties and obligations. It's all right there. Holographic and reflective as well. Proof of that. It's proof of a lot of things. See, I like to make each segment proof of all the things in one segment, which is also proof of all the things on the holographic reflectivity. We could go to this. Did we do this? Did we ever go to this? I think we did, but we're going to do it again. Why not? It's up there. Woman refuses medical license to prevent government jurisdiction. She didn't need to know legal and lawful. All she needed to know was she was a woman with God-given rights, and she had faith in her, and she's going to work in trust and equity and do what she believes in and get whatever's meant for her. And she kept going, and they dismissed her, even though they said she was malpracticing, because you can't tell a woman they can't treat themselves and others with herbs and plants because you got thousands of policies and codes. Fuck slaves. Don't care. We don't care. And I don't care that this broad is 65 years old. Bring her over. I'm going to fucking bang her. What do you think about that? Yeah. If Donnie Trump can run all you slaves into the ground with genocide, paying hookers, and being reprobate, I can make love to an actual real woman under God who does the right thing and bang them. That's legitimate to me. Okay? And please, for all you good Christians out there, correct me if I'm wrong. So if I'm missing something. Bring this almost 70-year-old woman over here so I can bang her potentially one last time. And that's trust, equity, and faith, out of love. Because this woman, you know what? I was going to say she deserves it, but that's probably not a treat. You know what? Forget it. Keep this woman where she is. She shouldn't have to bang me after 70 years of living this life here with these people. The woman's been through enough. All right? I've completely reversed my position. There you go. The Christians are right again.
What did they say you were doing?
They said I was practicing medicine without a license.
Did you agree?
Of course not. It's true. I didn't have a license. I don't want a license. One of their main complaints against me was that I'm qualified to have all different licenses, but I refused to take one because I realized that when I took a license, I would be under their control, and I did not want to be under their control. I don't have to have a license to do what I'm doing. And I've been doing this successfully for 32 years. You see, their definition of practicing medicine is diagnosing, prescribing. I was charged with what they call Business and Profession Code 2052, that's a felony, and Business and Profession Code 2053. And interesting enough, they don't mention practicing medicine in those two codes.
Do those codes apply to you as a state citizen?
They do not apply to me at all.
And you made that argument in your papers, didn't you?
Yes. The first time around, I need to tell you this, that my case was dismissed once when I was in about a year. It was dismissed. And then they turned around and refiled the very same charges. Well, I learned a lot during that time. The first time around, I didn't know anything about the difference between state citizen and United States citizen. I didn't know that. But by the time I got about halfway through the second time around, I had learned that.
Let me turn to Lee for just a second. I assume you mean all of us here. Your view, Edie, though, is a little bit different as I understand it. And that is that what we're talking about here is jurisdiction. what jurisdiction attaches. I think your understanding initially when you were first involved in your first case, your understanding of jurisdiction was quite a bit different than your second case, where you learned what jurisdiction was all about. You asked for an Article 3 judge. You asked for your common law rights to be applied. I've read your papers. You asked that the court apply common law to your case, and you asked the court to say or to show, before they did anything else, why am I here, and how does jurisdiction attach to what I'm doing? There's no doubt they picked you up. There's no doubt they arrested you, and there's no doubt they thought they had jurisdiction. But you mentioned to them something that got them to stand up and take notice of you. What did you do?
Well, I told them that since I didn't, for the first time around, I didn't know what I learned the second time around. So when I filed the papers before I went in court the very first time, I studied, I knew the Bible and I knew the Constitution. That's all I knew. But when I went to the law library and I would find contradictions to our own Constitution, then I said, I can't use that. And so then I would use common law terms. And I was naive. I thought there was still an Article 3 judge, and it's a good thing I didn't know the first time around, because all I knew was they had no jurisdiction over me because I had no license. I didn't want a license. I had no legal nexus with them whatsoever. And the very first time I ever went before a judge, I said, I have to obey God rather than man.
Now, did they try to give you a public defender?
Oh, they forced one for me.
Did you hear
How many
that?
times did they try?
Every time I went there. And this is very humorous.
Did you hear that? That's the one thing we never hear from all of you content creator, legal, lawful guru slaves. And that's how I know you're a fraud. Because you have no value system, power system, or authority above you and your feelers and this state that you refer to regularly. This is why when you go to NAAA, they say you got to establish a power of a higher, a value of a higher power, right? By the way, we're back to solar charger language too. You have to establish the values. The voltage is what they call the values in the charge controller. More holographic reflectivity, right? You have to establish higher values to push power and move power. Okay? So I know power and value is a dirty word while they lie to themselves and each other and be bad faith and reprobate. It's the one thing I never hear from any one of you, that there's an authority higher than these people and you have to go with that. I don't care if you call it your conscience locally because you don't like the term God. Something has to be in you and around you that you go with when they're lying to you and telling you do this or else. And if you don't have that, you're wasting everybody's time here. You don't have it. You don't get it. She's the only thing she had was that, and that's why she's here talking to you and seen as triumphant and inspiring. Stop with the legalism and the corporatism. It's what got us here. It got us here because you've all rejected God and the value and the power of it. Trust, equity, and faith. If you bring that back into yourself and your life and in this world, we're all going to be better off, and you can leave all the rest of it. Because you ain't more powerful and valuable with the legalism and the corporatism if you ain't got that. And if you do have that, legalism and corporatism can't hold a candle to that. And if you can't understand that, prosperity and success and righteousness and freedom is not for you and your slaved out people. I don't know how much more easy I can make this. They'll come to me, Paulie, secure party creditor, blah, 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 blah. And then I got to bring them back to common language to make them understand what the fuck is even being said. What do you mean secure party creditor? I know what that means spiritually. I know what it means legally too, but I act like I don't because I bring them back to the real. Secure party creditor? You mean the only way we could be secured as a party to this animating contest of liberty is if we go to the original creditor? Is that what you mean? No, Paulie boy, I want to know some legalistic, corporatistic stand and gambit. I just gave you the real, the true, the most valuable and powerful. You overlooked it again. For man's nonsense ways. Go to real secure party creditor. You can't be a party to this experience we call life on life's terms until you go with the original creditor. Truth, life, and way. The conscience within, what we call God. You will never be a secured party if you don't go with the original creditor, because you give the accreditation to man and man's ways. All glory go to God. You don't remember that? You don't understand what that means. You don't understand why we need that, right? That's the problem. Kane, your thoughts on any of this? Hello, you're muted.
That was one brave lady.
Right.
She had a heart.
Because again, we stood up every day and said, I pledge allegiance to the flag, blah, blah, blah. And then the whole crux of it was free and brave, right?
Yeah.
She was brave enough to live free and not care about what they were going to tell her and do to her. It's all that is required of you here. And ultimately, that's the hardest thing to do here, no matter what else you learn.
Be true
and
to
if
yourself.
Right. And if you take yourself away from that aspect of self with all you learn here, then is it really a win? You're not yourself.
Yeah.
See, with me back to high school or middle school and everything else in life, it wasn't good enough for me to go along to get along and get what everyone else got. The only way it matters if I could do it by being me. If I couldn't do it by being me, it didn't matter. I don't want any part of it. Holly Boy can't be trained. He can't be humiliated enough. He can't be inspired by money and pussy enough. They used to tell me as a kid, Paulie, you're not going to get a wife because you're not going to have money. You're not going to have money because you won't conform and cooperate. You won't conform and cooperate because you have some level of standards when it comes to logic, morals, and ethics. Yeah.
Yeah. Damn right.
Turns out not all money is good money, not all people is good people, and not all societies and cultures are good societies and cultures. Right? So, again, if I have to be alone walking with God in truth, life, and way as an imperfect being who knows that and is working on that forever to avoid lying to myself and everyone else and opting into corruption and cooperation with deception, that's exactly what the fuck is fit and formed for me to do and be. Because the alternative is a cope and denial. And it's not going to end well anyway, right? So, I mean, what do you got here, Kane? Have you got questions, comments, concern? If not, I'm going to roll along and we're going to hit some other stuff here. And I guess you can, you know, I just want to make sure if you got anything.
Going to court tomorrow. For
what now?
I got an initial appearance tomorrow. On some
Presentment, I prefer to say. I prefer to use the term presentment.
Well,
because you can't appear and disappear.
They're calling it an initial appearance.
I don't care what these people say and do, or what they call it, or what they believe. Doesn't matter to me. They're here to serve me. What do I care what they think? If they want to call the refrigerator the icebox, what do I care? As long as you understand that you're going to execute on my demand that I need a sandwich. Right? But I'm just saying, for me, I get me right for me with what I know and what makes sense to me. I don't care what they call it and think that it is. They want to call me a slave and think I'm going to act like one. Do I fucking care? No. So it's presentment because we can't appear and disappear because, again, they want to talk to me like I'm a demon or like I'm some kind of spirit. I am, if you want to talk Holy Spirit at its purest form, but I'm not here to be summoned so I can appear so you can use code to bind me in bondage and do bail bonds and all the rest of it, so you could do demonic possession. So you could do spelling and sorcery to possess my inner space with the spirit of fear, which is anti-Christ and anti-life. Literally, the fear causes destruction to the body politic when you observe it with cortisol and all the rest of it. So I get it. They harvest souls here and bodies here, and part of the way they do it is by putting fear on everybody and either turning you into a man or a woman through that alchemy and that dark arts magic, or by feeding you to the beast system matrix that runs on your fear and lack of faith, which is literally anti-Christ and anti-life. So Yeah, we have presentment tomorrow because according to them, potentially, maybe, I don't know, they're claiming that they're charging some being that has a name that resembles my name, but apparently isn't my name. And because I enjoy an inspiring, interesting, good time, I'm going to show up and put the truth on record and watch everybody's fucking head spin. And then we're going to surrender in faith. And whatever they're going to do to my body after that, they're going to do it anyway here. Let's be real. And if not, we're going to get a great story to tell either way, right? And we just might get our way / the way. Because again, you cause no loss, injury, and harm, and we don't have a valid verified claim, and well, I have a right to face my accuser, and are you going to bring the claimant in, and who's this over here talking without firsthand knowledge? I don't know who that is. They have a claim? No. Okay, so then what are we doing here? It's as far as you want to take it. We could put 3 to 5 lines on paper and let it ride. We could put 3 to 5 lines on paper and run court. And we can fucking point out how this whole thing is nonsense and give everybody a good laugh, because you know what? They already know it. And I know that they know it, because when I show up to court now with status correction and already being on record calling out the prosecutor and backing down the administrators with law and judicial canon, they don't even try to play the game anymore. And I'm sure they will again at some point. I'm not saying, look at me, I'm a hot ass, I'm a hot shot. This is the way it's supposed to be. I'm not getting away with something. I'm not in pride and ego. You're supposed to, when you see man, observe my rights and uphold them. Great job. We finally did our fucking work and our job around here. I show up as man, you show up as the one to uphold my rights. Done. But it makes sense why that's not done yet, because I can't get 85% of motherfuckers in this realm to show up for themselves or others at court or outside of court with a woman courting wherever as a fucking man. Honorable and good faith and respectable and standing on truth and not bullshitting and running themselves and everybody else in circles, double talking and blaming other people and not being accountable and responsible, not being honest with themselves and others, right? It's all the same garbage. Just like the guy who just called in. We're doing courting. I don't have to go to 4 walls with a guy in a dress to do courting. And I know he's bullshitting himself and everyone else. And I know his women and children don't respect him. And I know he doesn't respect himself. So there's only one way back to that, right? Truth, life, and way. Bam, he's on it. We're doing it. I could literally put on the costume and run court myself and be the administrator. I don't run it. I administrate. You run it, or you run it into the ground by not running it. Whatever you all want to do. You see me literally replicate court right here the way that they do it too. I act like a complete asshole, self-absorbed, self-centered. I'm moving court. The administrator's going to take the ball and run with it. If not, step up, speak something, be something, show something, and make me feel it. Because if you don't, it's going wherever my judgment takes us. Makes perfect sense to me. Do it here all day, every day. Every so often, someone comes in and goes, okay, truth, life, and way, we're going to get with that. We're going to co-create that. We're going to be honest with ourselves that we ain't got that. And we're actually going to get to some service and some work here. Imagine showing up to court and not trying to play power games either. You're either powerful and valuable with this truth, life, and way, or you're not. Either this is powerful and valuable and you're not, and that's okay, because the glory go to that, and you show up honest with yourself and others. Imagine that presentment at court, where you fully take on accountability, responsibility, and say, you know what? Without this whole thing, I'm not shit. So thank you for this opportunity, because I'm going to keep moving into this. And I'm growing and learning and maturing and creating, instead of coming with bitterness and resentment like they owe you something when you've been acting like a bitch all your life and a slave all your life. Right? Like thankful, grateful, honorable, good faith, inspired, co-creative, entertaining. The same way you do a broadcast is the same way you show up to court. And you make them fucking feel it. It's the middle way, right? It's not riding the fence, though. It's not lukewarm. So, yeah, just like the woman who messaged me the other day. She'll come here and she'll want me to tell her, oh, here's how you get out of all your charges, because in life you wanted to get out of your responsibilities. And the reason you're at court and at jail is because you thought you were going to do crack and meth and still be an actual person, and that's not reality.
Yeah, I'm not.
So
I'm
your
not
world.
Nothing.
Say again.
I'm not trying to get out of nothing. I know I'm in the right.
Right. It's not even how. But see, this is my point. Thank you for saying that. I'm not picking on you. Get really real with yourself and others. The reality of it is somewhere in your life, you've been in the wrong.
Oh, yeah.
Don't tell me about how everybody's in the right here, because if everybody was in the right here, we wouldn't be in slavery and genocide. Get really real with yourself and each other and come to God with repentance and reformation in truth, and take that same reverence to courting with you. I'm speaking on the truth and facts of this matter, and when I'm doing it with such passion, you know why? Because I know in my life I haven't always been fucking right. But I'm not going to sit here right now and play this game and bullshit myself and everybody else. Show me the facts. Where did I do wrong? And if not, in this matter, I didn't do any wrong. Hey, if you got somebody to show up and say I did wrong, I'll hit my fucking knees right now and you can have at it with me. Do whatever you want with me. Pile it on 10 times. But if you ain't got that, you ain't got nothing. See? I show up knowingly to court in front of God and them as a wrongdoer, either presently somewhere in my life and I'm not aware of it, or I don't want to make it right, or I haven't made it right, or somewhere in my past. So yeah, I'm fit to be judged. Go ahead. Just point out where I caused loss, injury, or harm, and did wrong to my fellow man in this case. If not, we got nothing to talk about. Not because I'm always in the right, because I've been in the wrong, and I know I need to repent for that, and I know I need to compensate for that, because if not, it's going to fuck me and everybody around me, including this culture and this society. That's reverence. That's honor and respect. That's being real with yourself and others. That's not the entitlement, fake positivity bullshit everybody wants to run around here with. That'll get you somewhere at court, because they say, we don't have to fucking govern this motherfucker. He's already on the path. He already gets it. He already knows where he's doing wrong or where he's doing right. He's his own biggest critic, just like he's his own biggest ally. They don't have to play any fucking games. They don't have to be your mommy and daddy to tell you how to get your life right, and they don't have to condemn you and judge you either, because you're doing all that in-house. The reason they showed up outside of us is because motherfuckers haven't been doing that for the longest time. It's obvious. You're not living into your purpose and meaning complete. You need a fucking daddy and a mommy to truly love you so you can love yourself and inspire you. And you think you can do whatever you want to do without holding yourself to some conscience and some standard, without these clowns around. So you need a mommy and fucking daddy again. And the day where that changes, because you just go all back within to go without, to go as above, to go so below, and take full-on accountability and responsibility for the wrong and the right, that's when everyone, including you and your vicinity, is going to recognize you don't need governance. What you need is an opportunity to put who and what you are on record. That's what court is. That's what a broadcast is. That's what life is. Seems pretty simple to me, but they'll say, probably our legal system doesn't work that way. Don't you get it? I don't give a fuck how the legal system works. I care how life works. Legal system is in and a part of a universe that's part of a life. I'm not going to trick myself out of becoming an honorable, good faith, trustworthy, equitable, powerful, inspiring, entertaining man so I can fit in with the legal system. The price isn't worth the final cost. If I ever go to prison, I want to be the most interesting and accomplished man in prison without doing anything at all. If I have to die tomorrow, I want to be one of the least enslaved, cucked out, cooperative, legalistic, corporatistic slaves I can be. See, I'm living all this for the invariable, inevitable end. I guess in a way, the end does justify the means to an extent. They're all living, avoiding that and acting like that's never going to happen, when historically it happens every time. You will go to a jail cell or be criminalized by this system at some point if you live long enough. You will go to a pine box based on the universal cause and effect system if you live long enough. Will you be authentically you from now till then? Will you ever touch or taste true freedom from now till then? That should be the question. Everything else is already deterministic. It's already invariable, inevitable to some extent. You could argue the whole you will be in prison at some point is already true for everyone because you're already in a jail. It just doesn't have the bars. That old cliche. You're already on a planet run by policies and codes with a warden who checks on you and watches everything you do and keeps records and accounting of you and does a count every so often and holds you to those policies and codes, and you work every day for a reduced rate so you can send the rest to the system. You're already in a jail without bars, it could be argued. Same dynamic. Prison's just a city within a city, right? Hit the like button, slaves. That's good advice. Finally. Someone gave some good advice around here. All right, let's hit some of these articles. Some of these articles.
That's what I needed. Thank you.
Right. Oh, no, wait. What did you have something specific? You probably asked me something, and then I went on a rant like I always do. And then I got to refocus on you specifically. How do you want to approach this court tomorrow? What are you going to do? That's a better way. Let me put it on you and what you're feeling, or where your brain or your heart's taking you.
I'm going to go in there and lay down a 3 to 5 line claim. Let them know who and what I am.
Okay. Did I show you what I typically do?
Yes.
Okay, so I can't give you more than that because that's what I put on record, and I ride on that specifically every time, regardless of outcome. And that's part of me practicing trust and faith, is I put that there. I shouldn't need any more than that. If I need any more than that, then this whole thing is done anyway.
Yeah.
So there's no point in crying over spilt milk, so to speak. So, and then of course, you know, part of the whole claim on file, the whole court case is the paperwork, is you also got to move that. So moving that looks like, to me, hey, I got my claim on file. Did you guys all receive that? Yes or no? They say yes or no. Okay, do you understand it? Yes or no? If yes or no comment, then it's presumed you understand it. Let's move forward. If you don't understand it, please allow me to explain it. Please clarify what parts you don't understand. We're doing what they do now as well. We're getting them in contract. So if you go silent, it's presumed consent. If you say you understand, we just set the law, because jurisdiction means to speak the law, and the contract and the meeting of the minds is how court moves. There's no other contract on file. I just created one. And you can argue I brought the administrator and the prosecutor and everybody into that. So we don't have anyone on the other side. I have a claim on record. Do you understand it? If you go silent and say, hey, we're not going to address that, cool. It's presumed you understand that, aka stand under that. That's what's going to move this court now, because now we got a claim. We got a man with a claim. The only thing that can move a court legitimately. Okay? So if you don't understand that, please point me to, and this is even better, I hope you say you don't understand it, because now we're going to sit and go over it till you claim to understand it. And if not, we can't go anywhere with this. We got stalemate. I'll take a stalemate checkmate, or excuse me, I'll take a stalemate over a checkmate any day. That's how you win without fighting. I'm very much Taoistic in this. I'm like that in life. I don't want to fight. I don't want to hurt you. I don't want to be hurt. I'd rather walk away, run away, or just leave before I ever raise a hand, whether I know I can win or not. Because who really wins when we all have to go to battle?
I need to file that with the court. Actually put it on paper and turn it in to them, the county clerk.
Yeah, I tell them, I don't care what you call it. I don't want this filed into the case. I want this on record to where everyone's been given notice, but I'm not filing into that case because it's their case, right? If you want to file into a case, go create your own case and move it against them on the other side.
Yeah.
I'm giving notice to all participants at this court that I'm the only man here with a valid and verified claim that you use code and policy to interfere with my rights. You want to hear that matter? Let's do it. If not, we got nothing to talk about. You don't have anyone on the other side. And I'm not going to bring life to you by arguing with nobody and nothing, because you don't have a crime. A legal policy, statute, and code doesn't apply to me. I'm not a member of the legal society. I don't speak legalese. Well, Mr. Laporta, you're going to need, first of all, I'm not a mister. You can address me as Paul. I'm not going to require assistance of counsel here today because I don't need legal advice. What don't you understand about? I don't care about legal process, program, and procedure. I'm under God with God-given rights. That doesn't require legalese or legal advice. Did I do wrong here or not? If I didn't, then everything that I did was right. This is very simple.
I can just walk in there and put them on notice, huh?
It's not about what you can do. It's, again, what you're willing to do and how they're going to receive it. Those are variables. You know? We could argue what the variables are within those variables. Like, you could have all the information, and the way you present it is going to greatly affect how courting goes. It's like saying, I'm going to send a man in to talk to a woman and give him a bunch of lines, and he's going to get slapped in the face. If I walk in there and deliver those lines, she's going to blush and drop her pants. You get my point? Yeah. They'll say, your way, and this understanding doesn't work. Well, maybe it's about the presenter and how you presented it. Maybe they didn't believe you. You didn't make them feel it. Mm-hmm. They're not willing to turn the whole court and their beingness over to you because you ain't got it like that. That's a variable. That's a thing. Yeah. You know what I mean? So practice makes perfect, I guess, because you got to get so comfortable with yourself and the understanding that it flows from you and it's believable and makes people want to serve you or service you, because courting is courting. You see the wordplay? They don't want to service a bitch-ass beta male who's hemming and hawing. I think, yeah. You got to learn how to lose to learn how to win. That means you got to take humiliation and rejection over and over again. You get so comfortable with yourself and the material, it just flows from you. And you turn around when you go, you know what? I really kind of delivered on that one. I'd fuck me. That's you get to the point you go, you know what, Paulie boy, you're on to something there. Thanks, Paulie boy. I'd service me if I was you. And this is when they're going to laugh at you and mock you. But you're really just being real with yourself and others. Because before that, you'd have been real enough with yourself to say, I don't got it. I'm not there. When I go to talk, I don't feel it. So why would they? Right?
Feel that.
So, yeah, man, I mean, really, this is just most of it is not worrying about the outcome. It's committing yourself to the journey and the process. You know, it's enough sacrifice and discipline to just say, hey, I'm going to walk this walk. I don't know where it goes. I don't care. We're going to learn trial by fire. That's how you get everything you need with the intention and the commitment. Over time, through these experiences, you'll get everything that you need. You know, but that's, again, the easiest and the hardest part, to just throw yourself in and say, the outcome doesn't matter. I got to get the experience so that I get better at having the experience. And once I get better at having the experience, I'll be producing more of the experiences that I desire. Right? So, yeah. And again, any court worth its salt in legitimacy understands what we're saying here. This is common sense, understands the idea of right from wrong and God-given rights, understands the idea of a valid, verified claim and facing your accuser. If they don't understand all that, they're not worth interacting with anyway, and it can't go well for you anyway. So you may as well just go mute at that point. Again, there's nothing stopping everyone from going, hey, here's my 3 to 5 line claims and what I believe. I might be crazy, but I'm just going to put that there. You've all got notice in case we have to come on the back end somewhere, or just this is what will be on record in front of God and the people forever. You know, and the rest of this, I'm going to stand mute because I don't think it's to my benefit to interact with you folks. Again, if they're a legitimate court, it's a voluntary process. You have to have an accuser and a claimant. They don't have that. And you have to have someone who understands the charges, who's willing to be tried. This is why they have the whole insanity plea idea, because they're not a willing participant. They don't understand what's going on, and they're not voluntarily moving forward. They're not competent to stay in trial. So, again, even the legal people will tell you this a lot of times, less is more. They have to make a case against you to prove overwhelming guilt. And if you invoke the idea that guilt and wrong is actually harm done, which is the etymology of it, then it's even worse. They almost can never convict somebody who just sits there and doesn't say anything unless they have a witness. They never have a third-party impartial witness to testify. So literally the majority of cases are copping out or you testifying against yourself and turning state witness on yourself. Or the third option, completely corrupt kangaroo court who's just pushing papers and going to push you through and say you're guilty no matter what. I think that happens way less than we think it does.
Even if you don't testify, a lot of time, well, all the time, you convict yourself just by going in there with either an attorney or just playing along their game. You convict yourself.
You could argue that as well, that just by showing up and presenting and answering to that all caps name as if they are charging you as a man on some level presumes that you believe this is legitimate and that there's jurisdiction there and that there's guilt there, right? So this is another thing I tell people, and half of my cases or more, that's how I handled it. I said, I'm going to live my truth here. I don't believe you have an authority over me, and I don't believe I have to respond to you. You don't have a claim, and this is all voluntary if there's no claimant and there's no wrongdoing. This is all contract and commerce. I don't want to play, so I just don't go. And I tell them, I don't sign any paper. See, that's why when they give you the initial paper, it says, sign here, this isn't guilt, this is promise to appear, contract. That's why they do that. They don't do that because they decided to take an extra step and waste more money to print that paper out. They print that paper out and take an extra step because they know they need that to legitimize the contractual process. If they didn't, they wouldn't. Bet on it.
They need your
do shit. Right. They don't do shit for no reason, but then they'll say, well, Paulie boy, if you don't sign the paper, they're going to take you right there. I'd rather that.
Yeah.
I'd rather them take me right there and go see a magistrate immediately, which is what we're supposed to do under law anyway. And then they lie on that. They say, oh, we're going to sit you in the box for 2 days, 2 weeks, 2 months. That ain't correct. You lawfully arrest somebody and take them and their property, you're supposed to have a warrant. They never have that. You're supposed to take them to a magistrate immediately. They never have that. You're supposed to be innocent till proven guilty. They never take that course of action. How could I be innocent till proven guilty when you got me incarcerated waiting to stand trial? Right? This is one of the reasons where this is the point. We're so deep and far into this that now they're not even doing what they're supposed to do on the legal or the lawful side. Because this is what happens when corruption reigns. Deal with it. Get over it.
They let you see a little bit of that in the fact that if you are incarcerated and going through the court process, you're most likely in the greens or the oranges or whatever color that jail has. And a lot of people show up to court in that outfit, but you can see that some of them don't too, that are still locked up in there because they don't want you to have to come to court and have that guilty look to you. Motherfucker, I'm still in the damn jail. I've got the guilty look to me just because I showed up in these other clothes and not the jail outfit.
Right, but again, every perspective can work for you if you let it.
Yeah.
People don't get it. When you go with God to write the movie, you want him to put you in the orange suit. It's a better movie. It's better content. This is why most of you suck at broadcasting too. You don't understand what the good content is. All the shit you don't like, that's the good content. You stay away from the good content because you don't like it. That's not a good content creator. So if you're really in this fucking game, non-game to get everything you come for, you say, stack it all up. Give me the 10 fake ass charges backed by nothing. Give me the whole courtroom full of clowns who either don't know nothing or won't stand on it, or they will. We're going to inspire them. Give me the orange outfit because it makes for a better story. See, that's the difference in perspective. The victim versus the victor. That takes you to everything in life or keeps you back from everything in life. Last time I was in the box, I said, I'm going to sit in this fucking box. They can't keep me for only but so long. I don't even care or know when the out is. It's coming whenever it's meant to. When I get out of this box, I'm going right into that Zoom court in this outfit and I'm putting on for God and the truth. I love the outfit. I love the dichotomy and the idea of you 3 steps above me and you're so above and beyond me, and I'm going to speak from the heart and conscience that God put there and move the whole room in the orange outfit. Give me the most fucking humiliating, we're back to the Christed idea again. Build the cross, I'll carry it, hang me on it. It's not going to change who and what I am at my core and where this is all going and what it all stands for. Don't you all get that? I care about the orange suit. Yeah, I care. Give me 2 orange suits. Make sure you got them in 4X, 3X, whatever I am at this point. See, we're going with the flow in alignment, knowing that God's got you, especially if you're in the box and with the orange suit, not despite it, right? Or despite it, not that you lose your power because of it. Oh, I'm going to look guilty. No, I'm not, because I'm going to come out of the box in the orange suit and be lit on fire with truth in that court and inspire them to know that I'm not a wrongdoer, because people who are guilty and wrongdoers don't come out of the box in the orange suit on fire with a passion for truth. They keep their fucking head down and go along to get along like every other guilty, disempowered, heartbroken slave out here who's involved in slavery and genocide, voting and paying for it. You don't think they know what real guilt and real power and value looks and feels like, just like I do? The rest of this is performance art and extras. Give me the guy in the suit every day. I know he's a fucking convicted clown, coward, wrongdoer, criminal. Give me the guy in the orange suit. Again, we're back to the prince and the pauper idea. Give me the pauper in the king's outfit every time, and I'm going to tell you he's a bum. I don't care how he's dressed up. Give me the prince dressed as a bum, and I'm gonna tell you he's a son of a king every fucking time because of how he shows up and presents himself. It doesn't matter how we're dressed up. 3/4 of the time, everybody who's claiming to be emperor is the emperor wearing no clothes.
I might have to jump off here for a minute.
Do you think, King?
I'll check back in. Thank you.
All right. Symbols of power and value versus true power and value. Symbols of disempowerment and devaluation versus true disempowerment and devaluation. It's just seeing the true from the false and the false from the true. That's what makes the story what it is. That's what makes it a better story. Heroin addict on drugs, no opportunities beyond a certain point in the corporatistic world, no certifications, no degrees, right out of the box in the orange suit. He's got to be guilty, ain't he? He's got to be disempowered, uninspired, ain't he? Ain't he? Ain't he? He's not. What? What is he moving with? What does he go with? Oh, okay. That's that. That's the movie. That's the game. They think what's making them ain't breaking them, and what's breaking them ain't making them. That's the problem. That's also the solution. I want to go to court in a suit with everything all in prim and proper and in place to give me the best chance of coming across a certain way. That's not the game. We're back to real pimping and hoeing again. The real player, the real Mac, the real guy who's got the real game, which the best game is no game at all. He's got the true power and value at his core. He doesn't need pink outfits and hats and cars and rims and all the rest of this garbage to get or keep a motherfucker's attention. That's for everybody else. That's why I say the best politician is not a politician. Best lawyer is not a legal scholar. Best doctor doesn't practice medicine officially, right? They're not going to be in a lab coat. (732)
Hey, Paul.
How are you doing? Can I get a name?
Javier.
Javier,
Gonzalez.
right.
I'll give you my last name, too.
Okay. What do you got? Questions, comments, concerns?
Nothing. Just wanted to thank you for doing what you do.
Just doing what I'm formed to do, man. No thanks necessary, but I appreciate the sentiment.
Right. This is the first time I call in. I've been meaning to call for a long time, but I don't get your emails you told you. I don't.
You got to stay near the phone, man. You're
for some reason.
Yeah. Stay near the. You got to stay near the receiver.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah. But anyway, yeah, I've been meaning to call in, and I don't know, just share kind of my experience. It's not exactly like yours, but pretty similar.
Well, go ahead then. You got the floor to a limited extent.
Pretty much what you were just talking, as far as getting arrested, and it gets to a certain point, for me at least, it was about 10, 15 years ago. I just knew something was up, and I didn't know much about the whole legal versus lawful. I knew some, but I didn't know what I know now. But it got to the point where I said, you know what? I'm not waiting anymore. I've done the research, and it started with the whole right to travel. So I went out there, took the plates off of my car, and rescinded the license. And I was ready for whatever, not repercussions or whatever was going to come my way for doing that. It wasn't ideal in the sense that, like, most people say, oh, well, I got a family, I got a mother, I got a father, I got a son. I had all those things. And it's just something that clicks in you that I don't want to say, well, yeah, I guess it forces you, because you can't live with yourself if you know that you're being pimped, like you say. You're being told what to do, and it's worse to live that way than to go through the experience that we know we're going to go through, because that's just the way the system is designed, is to hammer you into submission. And but anyway, I've been to jail about 5 times. I'm currently going through persecution. I domicile in Puerto Rico, and it's a whole different ball game there. Just to give you a brief scenario, what happened this last time, a year ago. As a matter of fact, it'll be a year, the 11th of this month, when they caged me again. So my wife and I, Caterina, she follows you on Facebook. I'm not on Facebook right now. I've been away from Facebook for about a year. Yeah, Roxy. You guys follow each other or whatnot. I don't know if you've seen her video about the cops stopping her or whatnot. When that video went viral, we had been traveling without any problems. Cops never stopped us for 2 years. For 2 years straight. They would just follow us for a while, about 20, 25 times, and you would just drive on by, no problem. Now, the way we did the process, it may be a little bit different than what you did. We went to them, and we went with our lawful notices. The whole works, just saying we're not the allegiance. I don't have a contract with you, blase, blase. I operate under God's law, natural law, the Constitution. And we went to the headquarters in Puerto Rico, and we talked to the superintendent there, and we got stamped copies of everything. We told him, look, we don't want problems. We're not here to do war with you, but we are going to exercise our right to travel. They were looking at us like we were crazy. So, but anyway,
got us some sovereign citizens here.
Yeah, well, in Spanish it's called ciudadano soberano. Trust me, the whole programming is worldwide, and in Puerto Rico, I was shocked. I said, "Oh, so these people do know about sovereign citizens."
Oh yeah, bro. Okay. This is a spirit that's gripped these people with a program that it runs. You can't. This is why I say you go to the ends of the earth, and you're going to find the same type of person, the same type of garb with a different name that means a similar thing, saying the same shit about the same thing. This is what you're in, a holographic reflective simulation here. It couldn't be any more clear.
Yep.
You know?
Yep.
I go out in the middle of I'm 50 miles from civilization in the middle of the forest, and I'm like, it's like out of a movie. I'm sitting there in a tent, there's nothing around me for miles, and some fucking agent comes tottering along on the path to come interact with me and tell me about how he's gonna project onto me out of safety. And it's like, you're Matrix. Hello, this is why they make movies like this. But go ahead, continue. We're sovereigno citizenio. I got it. We know. Yeah.
So anyway, I moved back to Puerto Rico. That's another subject, because that's I grew up there for most of my life, half of my life at least, and my parents are there, my family's there, and I started going the path of self-sustainability, off the grid. Don't want to have anything to do with these people. Was able successfully to get my crops going, my solar power, rain collection water system. Everything was going great. And so Caterina, my wife, decides to, I'm sorry, she didn't decide. I told her to put it on Facebook, put the video where she gets stopped by the cop, and the cop just had to let her go. And shortly after that, that's when the harassment started. So about a week or two after she posted the video, they stopped me on Highway 22. And I go through the whole spiel just like you did on your video. I got my documents. I show them. I give them my national passport. Hey, I'm not a U.S. citizen, whatever. I'm not a driver. I show them the documents. I'm explaining to them in Spanish. Hey, this is not a motor vehicle. And you know how it is. It's like talking to, I don't know what the word I want to use, but there's no way to get around that motor vehicle. They can't get that definition into their head, right?
They hijacked the chimpanzee's frontal lobe with this idea of a motor. It just, they can't motor. They just keep hearing motor, anything with a motor, and now, we control you somehow. So it's just that easy, right?
Yep. And so it didn't matter what I said. They were just bent on towing my car. We told them the whole thing. It's all on video. We have the video as evidence, actually, because we have these cases and don't have too much faith of what's going to happen. We're just going through the experience of going through the appellate court and whatever. But I know that's probably not going to go anywhere.
Can I stop you for a second? I want to answer to this.
Sure.
Because this has been a theme out there for the longest time. Sir, ask yourself he asked, why do Alphonse fanboys hate you so much, Paul? This isn't a dynamic confined to Alphonse. Just step back from it, look around at the dynamics, power and value oriented, and ask yourself why you think Alphonse's fanboys don't like me. I'll tell you why. Because I got close to another community, non-unity I got close to, saw there were a bunch of bootlicking corporatists, saw there were a bunch of cowards. They all tried to corral me and get me to do what they wanted them to do. And I said, I'm not doing this way. I'll go off alone and do it my own way, or the way, whatever that means to me, before I listened to any of you, because at one point they took my guns and all my shit. I was in the middle of nowhere with nobody, and they took everything. So at that point, I was willing to at least listen to more people. 507's calling in. Give me one moment, 507. I'll hit you back, or we'll call back in. So at that point, I was more willing to listen. I couldn't get myself, which is oftentimes the case in this life, to do something beyond a certain point because my heart just won't let me. And I have to go with that. I'm not going to not do that. So I basically told them, you know what? I don't respect you. You guys want me to motion and do all this garbage. They tried to even do it for me at one point, sending in documents and whatever on my behalf. I said, I'm done with all this. I don't want you sending in documents on my behalf. I didn't write that. That's fraud. You're going to get me in dishonor and bad faith. I never should have listened to anyone who told me to come listen to you people. I should have continued to have faith and do whatever, and wherever it goes, it goes. The moral of the story is I basically told them I do a lot of my airing out on here. I don't do it privately, and that might make me a scumbag. Because I come to the audience and in front of everybody in the world and I air everything out, and then I'm the bad guy and whatever, and cool. Like, I almost get off on that. And again, maybe that's my pride or ego, or I'm just not a good person for that. But I pretty much tell them indirectly or directly in certain ways, like nicely, that I don't like this. I don't think this is the answer. And I don't think we should be supporting this and doing this. And then at some point, I just fucking go off on everybody on one of these rants and really air it out and say, let it all be whatever it's going to be. God and everyone judge me. And if it fucks me, then whatever. I get off on that. I gamble on that. And you know what? It keeps me accountable. And if that's what the fuck I need to do to not get caught up like all the rest of these people, then that's what I'm going to do. And if I'm making a mistake somewhere, then God's going to show me that. But every one of these people has a fan base that doesn't like me because I got around them, studied their ways, listened to what they do and who they are, determined they're a punk coward at their heart. They're lying somewhere to their audience and themselves, and that this is not the proper way forward. So like after 1,000 times of hearing any day now, Alphonse was going to get a win with the one case he has with the sewer company, I got over it, bro. Me going to a box every fucking 6 months and getting my guns and everything taken and being charged with felonies and having to walk that back and everything else, I got tired of it. I went on a fucking guerrilla season rampage on all these cowards and clowns because I saw them grifting on the audience. I saw them selling packets. I saw them acting like they had answers when they didn't. I know I got to show up to my audience and tell them half the time I don't have answers beyond a certain point, and I ain't selling you jack shit because I'm not going to turn this into a fucking marketplace of greed. It's going to fuck all of us. So yeah, I don't like it. I don't respect it. I think you're cowards when it comes to your court presentments, like the castrated. You're abominable. You guys show up in suits and act like parliamentary hoes and bitches. You try to talk like them to get validated. I'm that guy. I'm stepson. I'm redheaded stepson. I've been traumatized, left out in the rain. I've been abused. I don't care no more if they like me and want me to be a part of their shit. I never wanted to be a part of it anyway. I don't care if I wind up broke and having to live off the land and whatever else in my wits. It's going to make me better anyway. There's nothing they could do. I'm Tony Montana in that scene when he's locked up and they're in the room with him. He's not in the room with them because there's nothing DeCastro. There's nothing you could do to me anymore DeCastro hasn't done to me. Right? All I have in this world is my balls and my word. I won't break them for nobody. It's an iconic speech for a reason. Because he got to that final point in life where he said, I'm going to do whatever I'm going to do here based on what makes sense to me. And as I'm wrong, I'm going to find out in real time because God and the universe is going to fuck me and I'm going to get resistance. But until then, I only fuck those who have it. Doesn't he say that in the next line? I never fucked anybody that didn't have it coming to him, Chico. I've never went off on a slave here that didn't have it coming to them. Slaves who I turned down money and promotion and numbers with that could have benefited me, could have got more from me. I left that on the table because I saw that I had to do the hit in that moment. I wasn't there to collect a package or to drop off a package. I was there to do the hit because you guys broke the code. See? At any one moment, we got to transition in this thing of ours. Now I'm talking mafiosi speak to give you an idea of what it is. I'm riding on God, truth, life, and way. I'm banging on that. I have no loyalty to anybody. I'm here to drop the packages off and collect the package, so to speak, right? If I have to transition at any moment to do the hit because you broke the fucking code that we're all supposed to live by as humans, I'm going to do the hit on you and I'm going to do it in broad daylight and I'm going to send a message because that's how it's got to go for everybody else watching and to keep me honorable and in honor with the cause and in good faith with the passion that I have and the program, right? So, bro, it's the same answer for all of them. The universe is holographic and reflective. So the answer applies to all of them. Paulie doesn't play well with others anyway. And he definitely doesn't play well with others who want to lie, cheat, steal, and grift. And then when it's time to show up and do the work and put the work in are nowhere to be found and want to lay claim to the fact that they are. And then if you let them want to tell you how you're going to walk it and do it and be it because they seem to know something, right? Fuck all that. And like I said, you know what the reality of it was? I got further on my own with God because you know what God winds up doing? Putting exactly what the fuck you need, right where you need it, when you need it. And you just got to be able to discern the difference. Had a guy call me out of nowhere, never spoke to him before. He said, do you understand trust, equity, and faith? I said, yeah. He goes, well, why don't you just move and trust legally? I go, well, I guess you could argue philosophically I already am. He showed me how he structured his shit. And then it was just like, you know what? I'm starting to see more and more that all of this is just who and what I am as a man on the ground, more and more making myself into that, communicating that on paper and reflecting that. So I decided to declare trust in that moment because I'm the closest thing to God in this realm, Holy Spirit in the flesh. What I say goes. A servant can't rebut that in a corporate capacity, even if they wanted to. I'm declaring all that property and trust is trust property. You can't hold it lawfully. You have to restore it to a trustee because their game they try to play is you got to go to court, Paulie boy, before we give this stuff back. We got to determine, no. That's trust property. That's not mine. You could take me and my body and whatever else and put a charge on me. You can't take that property. That property has to be restored to the trust via trustee. And then they tried to go down the line for, well, your trustee has past prior histories. He's disqualified as a trustee because under our legacy, they try to drag you from common law or the principled trust, equity, and faith side, right? The metaphysical, the godly, into their legal game system where nobody could be anything. Nobody could do nothing. Everybody's suspect. Everybody's guilty till proven innocent. Nobody has rights no more. So I had to learn, right? See, I had to learn by doing the right thing and going by my heart and God and what's true and discerning and all these other archetypal things we talk about to get the result that actually matters for all of us. They didn't do that yet. They want to do motions and a certificate certiorari And all the rest of this crap that I could learn like the back of my hand, repeat it and move it and whatever, it just doesn't matter. If we got to do all that, it's all gone anyway. They don't get that. This isn't about you winning so you can sell a packet and pretend to be a legal guru. This is liberty and justice for all, free and brave. If it's not that, then it ain't that. There's nothing to sell tickets for. There's no packets to give out. Don't you guys get that? The packet is you open it and says you're a bitch ass slave and you're in genocide, and then you close it and wait for that outcome. So of course they don't like me. I'm a damper on their fucking profit margins. You know how many folks, not a lot, it's not as much as it should be, arguably, but you know how many folks left a lot of these arenas and don't listen to these people or talk to them anymore because they determine that I'm legitimate and authentic, and the way that I'm talking about is the way, not my way or some guru's way, and that it's the most powerful thing we could be doing and being here, and the rest of this crap is a fraud. You got guys like Alphonse showing up at websites. I am that am is speaking to you. No, it's not. I am that am doesn't speak legalese, bitch ass motherfucker. You know who does? Why don't you go ask the Satanists? See, they never do all their homework. They never go sit with people who they don't like or they're scared of to get the game. I'm a student of life. I'll sit with anybody to get the game. Have for thousands of hours. Do you know who speaks legalese? Do you know who constructed it? Oops. So you want to sit there like the prophet said in scripture, many will come in my name, claiming to be I am that am, something along those lines. All you biblical scholars know the fucking passage I'm talking about. I'm talking from spirit now. The text doesn't matter. The text reflects the spirit, or it's not worth anything. I am that am is speaking to you. I am that am doesn't come to us speaking in legalese, but the Luciferian spirit does. And that's straight from them and their people. Go ask them. If you're not too much of a coward bitch, if they'll even get close to them because they don't see you coming a mile away, just like I do. If they don't not only see you coming a mile away, but bullshit you like I would have in a past life to get you to go repeat some fake ass game that revalidates their game that they know that they're not going to tell you. Because you're so hoed out and pimped out that you never met somebody who couldn't pimp on you. I am that am is speaking to you.com. But you want to talk in motions and legalese and all the rest of this shit. As if the Christed being would have shown up animated by a Holy Spirit and a conscience from God and talk in Roman parliamentary legal language and corporatistic language. Get the fuck out of here. Who the fuck? I know who you're kidding. I was going to ask who the fuck are you kidding, but it's working real well. The answer is you're kidding all the fucking Babylonians who don't want to come out of it. They want to go deeper in and call themselves accomplished and honorable in good faith. They want to declare themselves winners. So, of course, everything is the way that it's supposed to be. You want Babylon, you want blind leading the blind. Then when I am shows up and little Paulie boy, they all mock it and laugh at it and say, who do you think you are, Paulie boy? What, do you like Jesus or something? You think you're going to declare God, truth, life, and way is inside of you, and that's the most powerful thing here? Yeah. That's the foundations of all your garbage. You don't even know that. You don't even know that. Foundation of the legal system is a lawful system, and the foundation of that is philosophy, and the foundation of that is logic, morals, ethics, and civics. Dummy. I went over your head. I cosmically, spiritually, legally, lawfully went over your head, and they don't like that. Because now I don't have to buy a packet. Now I don't have to sell a packet. Now I am the packet. Because if we talk World Wide Web and interconnectivity and upload, download, what do they call it? When you send the information? Packets, right. I am the packet, bitch-ass motherfucker. Matter of fact, the truth, life, and way is the packet, and I'm going to deliver that, upload, download. We're going to update the firmware here. The packet can't help you. The physical packet can't help you if you can't help yourself, because God can't help you, and God helps those who help themselves in the truth, life, and way. Not in legalism and corporatism. Hold on, let me take this call. 732, hang on the line. I'm going to get right back to you. 206. Hold on, let me take this call. 732, hang on the line. I'm going to get right back to you. 206.
Yo, what's going on, man?
What's up, bro? You got to turn me down in the back. Just talk to me through the phone.
Oh, okay.
Give me a name.
What's up, bro? You got to turn me down in the back.
Turn me down.
There we go. Name's Marshall.
Hey, Marshall. Like Marshall Mathers. Yeah. All right. I could get with that. We're at the shelter now. Marshall and I are at the shelter. All right. What do you got for me, man? Questions, comments, concerns? Where am I a blathering idiot?
Man, I just wanted to say I really.
All right. Great stuff. I just wanted to say, and then he hangs up. All right. 732, I got you back.
All right.
Right. So,
All right.
yeah, for future reference, the same question, we're going to have to do it again because we loop a lot of stuff here, but the same question for High Impact Flicks, Chile de Castro, Alphonse, pick someone, man. Pick someone I've been around who their fan base of cult personality, idol worshipers, and nice, kind, polite, codependent, attached, addicted people don't like me and what I've said and what I've done. It's obvious because they're not big fans of accountability, responsibility, and they're not big fans of holding their audience accountable and practicing courage, right? They're very cowardly, fake-ass, worldly people, and they will always support what they want to be true and what they like. They will always react unfavorably to the truth that they don't like, that they wish was not true, right? Or they will, here's another way to put it. Folks don't mind if you do good. They just don't want you to do as good as them, if not better. So when you say that they're a fraud and their whole life's work is a waste of time and you just put it to the side like the trash that it is and you tap into the God in you and then everything shows up outside of you that you need and you walk into that and get the results and you no longer need them and their packets and their garbage programs, it like hurts their heart a little bit, right? But that's cool, like it is for all of us. That's just going to get you right. See? You weren't supposed to be comfortable forever in an inferior position. That's not growth. That's not co-creation. That's not alignment. That's ego and pride. See? You don't have a way. If you had a way, it would work for you. It hasn't yet. Just like the Castro. The Castro's selling you products claiming he has a way. It hasn't worked for him yet. I'm claiming the way works for all of us. I can't sell that product because it ain't mine. It's God's. I can be it and show up with it. If you folks want to contribute where you get power and value in your life, where your life has changed, great. That's trust, equity, and faith. I bring that before you ever respond to that and before I receive their blessings of that. I am that and I'm being that and I'm presenting that, right? And I'm showing you the results of it. So, yeah, man, I mean, just add it onto the list of people growing up who don't like me. Bro, this is a perfect analogy. It's the same behavior. And then I'm going to get back to the caller, Javier. When I was growing up, at one point, I was dealing in drugs, right? Mostly because I wanted to try to deal them and do them for free. I wasn't good at it. I'm not claiming kingpin or like everybody else does. A lot of people didn't like me. Most people didn't like me. One of the reasons is because I would do shit like cut people completely out right in front of everybody. Like I would show up with somebody to go do a drug deal to their source, and I would get out of the car and walk up and go, hey, I've been coming to this guy for the last 3 weeks, giving him all this money. I want to buy directly from you. The guy would be like, okay, what is this? And the guy who I came would be like, what the fuck are you doing, bro? You're trying to cut me right out in front of everybody. This guy don't even know you. I don't care. I'm coming for everything. I'm going for all of it. I'm not going to be a sucker. I'm not going to keep getting lied to and getting my shit tapped and cut. I'm going directly to the source and I'm cutting you out. I don't care if you don't like me or not. I don't care if we're friends. I'm coming to get everything I need from this and I'm giving it back to everybody when I'm done. Because that's how this is going. And we're cutting all the fat and the bullshit out of the middle. I do the same thing. I didn't realize it till later. I do the same thing in this shit, truth, life, and way, and legal lawful, as I did on the street with that. I don't care about being friends and all the rest of this. This is what we're here to do and what we're a part of. I'm going to do that to the best of my ability, and I'm going to stop all the other games. So I did the same thing with these people. Cut out the middleman and their garbage and their lies and their cutting, watering down the product, went right to the resource, acquired it, and put it back out for everybody else to put work back on the block on consignment, right? Because I know that we're going to receive the rewards and the blessings after we put it back out. See? I'm not asking for payment up front for the cut, watered down shit. I'm putting the pure shit out on the block on consignment, knowing that it's going to come back on the back end. That's the way it needs to be done. And I'm putting everybody else out of business with their fake ass watered down product. Once people get a hit of the real, true, the raw, the pure, they don't go back to that cut up, watered down, half-assed, lukewarm shit. That's the way it's supposed to be. Again, the first word is addiction. We're talking addiction language. We're doing drug analogies. If you break up the word addiction, the word is add, toward, diction, the word. Your first and greatest addiction should be toward the word, truth, life, and way. That's the product, that's the service. Once you get down here in legalese and corporatism and all this other shit, that's cut up, that's watered down. That ain't it, bro. They're scratching, they're shaking, they didn't even get high off that. That's the way it's supposed to be. So, of course, all the people under him were trying to push that weak-ass, fake, watered-down product don't like me because I put real work on the block that took everybody to the next level. And I did it all while being censored and shadow banned and having all these fucking losers come after me. And I did it all while going to court, while barely going to court, and producing results with people on the back end. All while I tell everybody not to buy their shit and give them any money. All while I demonetize myself, and then they demonetize me after I stop creating content on a monetized channel. Then they demonetize me 6 months later. Suck my feet. I'm being nice when I say it that way. It's out here selling packets. You ain't even got it. I'm out here with it, changing lives with motherfuckers like the guy who just called. Not selling nothing, doing it on the strength of it, because that's what needs to be done under God. And you want to do iam.am.com and sell packets and tell me about sewer cases and any day now. But again, who do you blame? Who do you really go off on when it's the majority of the audience, just like the majority of the public, who laps this shit up and puts it back out and repeats it, and they're out there sucking feet and loving to get pimped and hoed on and paying for all this garbage, just like they do with government. The same legal lawful gurus and how you live with legal lawful gurus is the same thing you get from government. What the fuck do you think? They all come out of the same schools, the same homes, the same culture, the same society? You forget, I rejected all of it. I'm broken home. I never went to school. I cut out. I never went to college. I didn't give a fuck. When I went to school, I was a pariah because I didn't want to go alone to get along. I was there questioning and doing broadcasts in the back of the room. I didn't give a fuck about being accepted by the corporatists and the corporate ladder. I didn't give a fuck about being poor and doing without if I had to and just taking care of my basic necessity. These bitch ass motherfuckers have been living beyond their means on lies and credit their whole life and selling everybody else a dream. So again, I mean, is it always a coincidence when your politicians reflect your gurus and your gurus reflect your politicians? Doubtful. It's just the way that they are and the way that they live. And of course, when someone like me shows up reflecting the truth, life, and way against their shitty, weak-ass, corrupt, watered-down way, they're going to feel some type of way about it, as they're supposed to. If you don't have haters and they ain't hating, you ain't doing something right. And usually people are hating and don't like you when you talk the truth about how they're lying and hating. See how that works? Because that's what it is. They'll call my being open and about people in public and the truth what I should shut up about or not talk about. Hating. You were hating first when you denied the truth, life, and way, but tried to come and masquerade as it. That's hate. That's deception. That's demonic. That's an act of war. You flew a flag of one thing when you're actually something else. So now I'm going to fire upon you, so to speak. Notice I don't normally fire upon people who fly themselves as the flag that they are. Fly the fucking Jolly Roger and be the pirate that you are. You won't really have much beef and resistance with me. Fly the flag of I am that am when you're the fucking pirate and I'm firing upon you because you're trying to get a bunch of people to be shepherded by your deception. That's Luciferian. I'm gonna bring you out in the open. If you just want to be a deceptive, lying, cheating, profiteering fraud here, just claim Luciferian spirit. You won't even hear from me. I might even tip my hat to you. You want to come here and tell people your love and your care and your light and all the rest of this shit when we see who and what you are and what you're not, how you respond to the truth, life, and way, or how you react to it. I'm gonna have to put you on display. I'm gonna have to call that out. I thought that was the way it's supposed to be. Just like most of my resistance and beef in this broadcast is, we could talk about Bill Gates and all the predatorial class and put it on display, how disgusting and all the rest of it is. My beef and resistance is with the audience. See the difference in accountability, responsibility, and taking the risk and gambling on truth? These content creators want to act like the predatory class is the problem when you've all been acting like a bunch of lying, cheating, fake-ass prey this whole time. Cowards. But see, that's not good for business. To bring them the real truth ain't good for business. They're not going to suck your feet anymore and act like you're such a nice, kind, polite hero to them. Now you're asking them to do the fucking work and be better. Oh man, are they going to fucking have it out for you now? That's the work. That's leadership. That's inspiration. That's high morale. That's risk taking. That's sacrifice. That's true inspiration. Burn your whole fucking channel and your whole audience if you have to encourage the audience to do and be what we all know we need to do and be. You want to overlook that, suck the audience's feet so they suck your feet back and you all keep getting to ride the gravy train. That's not the answer. Javier, what do you got for me? I think I'm going to wrap it up here shortly because I'm noticing we're going on 4 hours and I'm having some pains creeping in. I'm listening to my body now. That's my new thing.
No, so I'll try to sum it up here in less than a minute. They towed my car. Well, they seized my car unlawfully. Throughout the whole interaction, we're telling them, "Hey, you're committing theft. You're violating my rights." The whole spiel. They don't care. So go to and they didn't handcuff us or anything. It's still an arrest. We told them, "I don't care if you're not handcuffing us. Can we leave?" And they said, "No, you can't leave." So then I'm under arrest. All right, you've been warned already. They take us to the police station. We spend about an hour and a half, and I'm going through the documents and I'm explaining to these people, the cops, "Hey, this is what it is. They're trying to look for my car. The car's not in the system because I removed it. I had them remove it. And they placed it as, they classified it as junk, right?" And I said, "You can classify it as whatever you want. That's a motor vehicle. I don't have a motor vehicle. I have an automobile and it's mine. So I don't care." And I explained that to them. I said, "Well, it's classified as junk." I said, "You guys classified it as junk. I don't care. I'm the one that puts the value on my property, not you." Anyway, they couldn't give me tickets because I haven't had a driver's license since 2011. I rescinded it. They couldn't do anything. They released the car. We took it home, and they gave me this piece of paper, which they call a citation. It's just they had a whole bunch of them on the desk. The guy just picked it out and just scribbled some stuff on it. He tried to get my social security number. I said, "You ain't getting my social security number. You're crazy."
Wait, so you're telling me they didn't take you to jail or take the car, but you had no license, registration, insurance, or plates?
Correct.
I mean, that's not typical. So I mean, that's kind of proof to me that they didn't believe that they had an ability to move on what they wanted to do.
Right.
What did you show them again?
So,
you showed them an American National credential?
Yeah. I showed them I put in for the passport through the colonel's.
Okay, so you did the passport process, copper moonshine stills.
Right, yeah, I did that. And that's all I showed them. I showed them my passport card, and I showed them in the back where it says, "Hey."
The folks in chat want to know why the fuck you're free exactly. They're kind of annoyed.
Why am I free?
Why are you free? By the way, that's going to be our outro tonight. Remind me if I forget. Slow state, representation of the loser, bitter, hater, failure club in life, because he's a felon who has no rights anymore and doesn't know how to move a court or just stand as a man. So he was really annoyed this one day when he yelled out, "Why are you free? You must be ratting on everyone to get out of jail and out of court." He couldn't even consider that I was just infinitely more of a man than him on every level. But hey, it's a shock to a lot of folks' nervous system, when they get a hold of this stuff. So
the people that talk like that, it's that they're looking for a silver bullet. We have lots of people that are on our channel and on our chats and whatever, and they're not going to do anything because they're waiting to see if there's going to be this magic process that
it's called being a bitch, sir. It's called being a bitch.
Right.
It's called when you get out of the car at the gas station and there's 5 guys sitting there at the doorway and you're about to walk into trouble. The bitch sits in the car, locks the doors, and waits to see how everything's going to go while you got to whoop ass or get whooped. It's called a bitch, sir, is what it is.
Right. And that's what most
And
of
you
them
know what
think.
it is
It's like,
too?
well, you
No,
go,
let me finish. Let me finish, Javier. It's a certain type of bitch too. It's a hating bitch. You know why? Because after I walk through the 5 guys and whoop 5 of them and come back to the car, she's got something negative and nasty to say instead of, how the fuck did you just whoop all 5 of them and when can I suck your dick? You get my point? Not only is it a bitch, it's a hating ass bitch. That's the worst kind of bitch.
Yep. Hey, I'm gonna put it out there, and you know this. I'm putting this out there for people like that one that they're in the comments. If you think that going down this path is easy, it's not easy. There's sacrifices that are gonna have to be made. I got divorced because of this process.
You didn't get divorced because of this process. No. Stop it. We're going to speak it for what it really is. This is good for all of us, I believe. And if I'm an asshole, let me be that. Let me let my freak flag fly. You didn't get divorced because of this process. You got divorced because your wife is one of them hating ass bitches I was just talking about.
Well, you're right.
Well, of course I am. Because that's what we do here.
Yep.
I'd rather be right than president. See, the process we went through didn't affect me and Jennifer at all. I have my own shit. We have our own shit from our parents and our whatever in us that fucks us and each other when we try to love somebody. That's something completely different. When it comes to rights and freedom and principles and walking this walk, that shit only brought us together. That's all that was. I'll have respect and credibility for her, and just like she will for me for the rest of our life because of this process. Don't tell me this process takes men and women away from each other. This process reveals how little you were moving into in real purpose and meaning and power and value all at once, as it should. So that we're thankful and grateful for that. Freed you up instead of wasting all your fucking time in your life with a hating ass bitch who doesn't understand true power and value and meaning and purpose. That's a great thing. We could get to somebody who does.
True. And when you align yourself, like you said, with the truth, you're going to attract. You're not going to find someone. You're going to attract someone who's on your same vibe, and that's who I'm with now, my current wife. And we've been through the thick and thin for the last going on 6 years. So people need to understand that that's the process. You either stand on your convictions, who you are, and just go forward and let the chips fall where they may. And it's going to seem like it's not feasible. It's not easy, but in reality, it's like you say, when you reach the other side, you're like, okay, yeah, that's what I needed to do. And now I'm standing firm. It's not going to be easy. It never is. It isn't right now. Finish the story. So I go home. You give me this piece of paper to show up in court. It's an invitation, really, is what it is. It's nothing else. A piece of paper, an invitation. When you study and you know the law, is that a cop has no authority at all. None of them have authority over you. But to explain it for other people out there that still believe in this legal system, I knew that he had no authority to do anything. So I went ahead and sent him a notice, a lawful notice, and told him, I said, I'm not going to appear in your court. I haven't committed a crime. You've already, if you think I've committed a crime, I've already explained it to you while we were in the police station. So I'm not going to go on the 15th to your invitation. Well, right. We sent, when I sent that one in, I gave them, I think it was 5 days, 10 days to respond. They didn't respond. So they sent the goons out again, 5 of them, with an official. This time it's an official court order, right? Or so they say. So I take the court order and I send it right back to them with another cease and desist. And I told them, I said, I already told you, I'm not going to show up in your court. You have no jurisdiction. You haven't proven jurisdiction. I asked you to prove jurisdiction and you don't want to, so I'm not going. Well, they went on a manhunt for me. And eventually, after about a month or two, they sent out like 15 armed agents and tackled me to the floor, gunpoint. My wife too. They were pointing the guns at her. slapped cuffs on me, put me in the car, squad car, and took me in front of this whole time. I go into my Zen mode. I don't speak. I just go into my Zen mode. I close my eyes. The guy's trying to talk to me, trying to get me to talk, and I'm just, silent. He takes me in front of the judge. I don't speak to the judge at all. Don't say anything. And then they take me straight to jail. They didn't even book me. I don't know what they were trying to do. I don't know if they were trying to, something nefarious, because that's unheard of, that they don't book you. And
no, it's not. No, it's not. And this is the thing. We got to get out of this constant fear that this thing is coming for us and trying to kill us and all the rest of it. If it wanted to do that, it'd be done already, man. Let's get real with ourselves and each other. If it really wanted to whack you, it's like that. It's not, it's done and over.
Yeah.
You don't even have to really be involved. So that's not what it is. It's not unheard of when you understand banking and accounting, and the fact that this has happened to me as well. The last time we went in, they kept us in a specific part of the jail, and they refused to book us in because, again, something about there, it's just like if you bring a product to a loading dock and at a warehouse, if you don't have the proper bill of lading and the proper title and standing and contract, we cannot take that product and warehouse it here.
Right.
We can keep it at the dock, but we can't warehouse it. Right. So I suspect, I can't prove, it's something along those lines. They can't push the contract through because they don't have the account and the proper bill or the proper title, the proper piece of paper, the proper standing to warehouse that product.
Right. That makes sense, because
and that's why the cops get on you more. The cops get on you more, like they did with me. The guy was losing his mind outside my cell because he couldn't believe one man had figured out the difference between legal and lawful and was able to secure his rights and not have to follow all those codes. Now it fucks his whole mind and his heart up, his whole livelihood. So he was losing his mind outside my cell going, this guy's got charges from Colorado that all went away. He never went to court. What the fuck is this? He's probably on the phone with feds and whoever else too. So he's wringing his hands going, what's the point of all this? What are we doing this all for? If this guy doesn't even have to listen, why are we then listening? See how it drives them crazy? Because then they start wondering, well, what are we all listening to this for? If this lowlife doesn't have to fucking follow codes and policies, he has exemptions and different standing. So this is why they try to gaslight the shit out of everybody, because they can't contend with or accept or account for a whole reality they've missed that is more powerful and valuable than the only one they thought that existed. It just undoes them on every level. Like it's not a good look. You know what I mean?
What was? Well, I guess it's not weird, because there was two of them. There was a guy next to me after they brought me out from the judge, put me in the car. The driver cop goes straight to the police station to book me. So he gets out of the car, and the other guy that's behind me says, what are you doing? And I says, well, we got to book the guy. He says, no, we're not booking him. This is something else. Get in the car. We're going straight to the prison.
You thought they were going to do the hit on you. Yeah, this is something different. We're bringing him to the wrench. Louis the wrench.
We get to the courthouse, and of course, I start being difficult, because that's just my nature. I'm just like you. I'm not going to do what you tell me to do. I may be nice about it because I know where I'm at. I mean, I don't want to get beat up or something by these guys, right? So they notice already that I'm not going to cooperate, and they put me in the fish bowl is what they call it, and I stay there for from 10 o'clock in the morning to about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Nobody comes to speak to me, nothing. At about that time, they bring me out, and they're asking me questions, and the guy gets to the point where he's asking me, I need your social security. I told the guy, dude, I lost my social security number when I was 20. I'm 63 now, so I don't even know where that shit's at. I don't even remember the number. Obviously, he didn't believe me, so they put me in the fish bowl again for another couple hours.
Right. Why do they want your social security number of all things when they already have your credentials? Kind of weird, huh?
All right. And people
do you think they can't get it if they wanted it? It's available like that. They need you to give it to them. Just like when you call a demon and the demon says, okay, I'm here, ta-da. Just let me inside of you, you know? And it's like, if you really were all powerful and demonic and scary, you'd already be inside of me. Why do I have to let you in? Why do I have to give it to you? Give you access, right? That's how you get charged. They get that account charged.
Right. Just for people out there that think that this is just an isolated case, I've been doing this since 2012, 2013, and I got arrested in Fort Myers, Florida. I was living at the time. And the same thing. They arrested me. They took me into, they booked me that time. And then when they took me to the jail cell, no, I'm sorry. They didn't book me that time. That was the second time they arrested me. They took me to the jail, the correctional facility, and they're calling my name out. And I was in my Zen mode. I wasn't speaking. So the cop comes over. It's a female cop. She tightens the strap around my wrist, and my hand started getting numb, my left hand. And I told her, "Hey, what are you doing? You're torturing me." "Oh, that's not torture." I said, "You're going to cooperate one way or another." And there was 5 cops there watching the whole thing. And I said, "You know what? This woman here is committing torture against me. And I have a photographic memory." I don't, but I told them that. "And I've got your badge numbers and all your names already in my head right here. And you guys are all going down. I'm going to sue all you guys." They scrambled like rats. They left. They call my name again, and I don't answer. She comes back this time, and she gets livid. She just lost it, and she pushes me off the bench. I'm on the floor. She's just dragging me all over the floor.
What was she wanting from you?
She wanted me to answer to my name when they were calling me inside the to get me through the, to process me in.
Yeah, they want you to voluntarily give all the what they call pedigree information so they can charge you and create an account for you. It's so silly. This is exactly, guys, this is exactly what the Catholic Church used to do and claim holy divinity, right? Take somebody, torture them for 3 or 4 days till they confess, which you'll just say anything to get them to stop. And then they'll say, "See, the whole society is run by us doing what's true and what's right, but we have to get it up out of them by torturing them a little bit because they would never confess." And it's like, you're not even playing the game. Like you're trying to stack the deck on the game every which way. Like, you know the rules and you don't even want to play by them cosmically and spiritually, where you can put people in fear, but you can't do loss or harm to them to get them, because the fear is a manifestation of their own mind. Like, you could say, we may do this, we may do that, because you may not, right? And if they react to that, well, then you argue, they want to go to the next level. We're going to physically do stuff to you to get you to just do whatever we want you to do. So then we could claim it was your idea all along, right? Oh, you totally like divine and holy and revealing in this practice, right? But ultimately, again, you can argue it's all just a test of your will, right? And again, there's always a way to tell the truth and in a way lie, right? Or to tell the truth and just leave them with no power, right? Like, I can cooperate and comply without cooperating and complying, if that makes sense.
Right.
So
exactly.
I don't do the direct resistance to them, because these are people of direct resistance. I do every time they ask me for something, I give them something. And when they walk away and go to open it up, it blows up in their face. That's the way to me. I'm not going to physically resist them, right? It's quite the opposite. I'm not there to prove that they have the physical realm already. I'm here to prove that metaphysically I outrank them with this truth. Physically, they already have the place.
At that point, I didn't know what I know now. I would have handled it, differently. But anyway, that's part of the learning process when you go down this path.
Because it's always coercion and duress anyway. Any information they extract from you and anything they do is presumed illegitimate because it's all under a coercion and duress capacity, right?
So,
go ahead.
She throws me on the floor, and that was the only time so far that I've had a out-of-body experience. I was.
See, I'm going to stop you. This is proof here right now of their claim. This is what I'm saying. The person who will not be named, who claims they're a life coach, has never helped anyone have an out-of-body experience. What's this woman's name? Who cares? The woman at the local police station gave Javier a religious, spiritual out-of-body experience. I contend the moment that was a pivotal moment in my life that led to the rest of what I see as conscious and awareness journey to enlightenment was me leaving my body, an out-of-body experience. This woman, you can argue, who you all are going to say is so bad and wrong and ugly, gave him an enlightenment and spiritual experience. This is what you should thank her for.
Well,
by torturing you and enslaving you. Go ahead.
So I have my out-of-body experience, and then there's this correctional. He's a kid. He's like in his 20s. He picks me up and he puts me on the bench again, and he's like, dude, cooperate, man. Just cooperate. It'll go better. You know, it's not going to go for you if you don't cooperate. And I told him, I said, dude, you guys can do whatever you want to my physical body, but you're not going to break my spirit. He just looks at me, shakes his head, and walks away. They call my name again. I'm like, what do you want my name for? You guys got me here. You know who I am. You already got all my information. You know, it's not going to happen. So they send me over to another section with one of the nurses. The guy sits next to me and says, dude, if they call you again and you don't answer, we're going to put you in a straitjacket.
We're going to kill you.
You're going to be right. We're going to put you in a straitjacket because we're going to classify you as crazy. They said, do whatever you want, man. Do whatever you got to do. So sure enough, they call my name again. I don't answer. They take me back to whatever room over there. They strip me, you know, just humiliating me. Made me bend over, whatever, spread my cheeks. They give me the straitjacket, and they just sit me. They have a one chair, like in a podium, or on a stage or whatever, and in front of all the other inmates that are waiting to be processed, and they just sit you there with a straitjacket just to humiliate you. For anybody who hasn't gone to jail, that was my experience the first time I went. So with the straitjacket, they sent me to 3 psychologists, not 1, 2, 3 psychologists asking me questions, and they can't figure out why I'm there. They asked me, hey, you threaten anyone? I said, I haven't spoken. That's the problem. I haven't talked. So how am I going to threaten anyone?
That's the problem. This man is not only not threatening anyone, he's not speaking at all. This is so great. It's right out of the Tao or the Bhagavad Gita, right? They blame you when you talk too much. They blame you when you're silent, right? There's a whole passage about that whole game. It's another power game, right? Just like them not being able to figure out why you're there. Great. Neither of us can. Right. Why am I still here? What are you doing? Right? Like, it's just one big game with these people.
Them, I said, you tell me. I don't know why I'm here. You tell me why I'm here.
Yeah, we're back to middle school. We're back at the principal's office, and everyone's realizing how ridiculous all of this life is and what they're doing with life.
Yep. I get to the last guy, the supervisor, psychologist, whatever the hell that guy was. He calls the guard over.
Jerk off is the
with the man. What is it?
It's jerk off is the official title. Yeah.
Okay, jerk off. All right. He calls the guard over, tells him, "Can you please stop messing with the guy? This guy's not crazy. He's more lucid than any of you guys. Take the restraints off." So they gave me the orange jumpsuit, like you just saw a little while ago. And of course, I never went to sleep. They didn't process me in. They processed everybody else that came in that night. I didn't get any sleep till the next morning, which was what they call arraignment. What do you call it?
Me?
Yeah.
I'll accept arraignment because to me, I'm really big on the intuition and the instinct, and then I try to correlate that with a definition if I can find one. It's usually what it sounds like. So arraignment to me is like a rain mind. So it's like, how do we rein in? He's wowing. See, I mean, either they tell me I'm crazy and I just made that up, or they go, wow, and it changes their life. That's fascinating. That dynamic right there is fascinating. It's every time. So it's like, okay, so a reined in mind, right? Like you put reins on a horse. There's a wild horse and there's a broken horse that has reins on it. So arraignment would be to take a horse and to put reins on it. Try to drive it, right? Like a slave driver.
That makes total sense, bro. I had never heard that
before. Yeah, it makes sense because in order to get the horse to drive a slave or be a slave driver, you got to rein it in first. We got to know first that we have jurisdiction, right? Jurisdiction means to speak the law. So
right.
At arraignment, we got to establish, is this slave arraigned in enough to where we can tell it what to do and expect it to do it and claim it's wrong if it doesn't? If not, we can't proceed. And this is why I'm saying, whether you know it or not, you're voluntarily walking into even just participating in giving them the grounding, unless you're going to act like a complete idiot, as Carl Lentz would call it, which is what everyone wants to not do, which is the one thing I've perfected here. I'm really good at it, acting like an idiot, which basically means I know what's going on here and I know what you want of me, but you're never going to get that because I'm not involved in your society and your professions. You know, I'm not, we're not going to do that. I don't play by those rules. I never have. I'm not a part of it. I've always been against it and I've just owned the position. So I am the ultimate idiot, you know? So I know the law. I don't know legal process. I'm outside of your profession and your terms of art and all the rest of it. So you can't really put obligations on me, you know? And that's another reason I'm going to show up to court in a black t-shirt and camo shorts, because I'm going to prove to you that I'm not part of legal society. And you can't stick obligations onto me.
That just came to you right now, the whole arraignment thing, or you had already broken it down before?
Oh, a little bit of both. I usually say reined in, but this time I actually took the word and broke it apart and looked at it, and I realized that meant is right there. I overlooked this shit at this point, but it's always right there. Because again, I have the fundamental power and value dynamics down. All the rest of it is just parlor tricks. Like, hey, Pauly boy, do this one again with the finger. Take the fingertip off again, right? Like, do that one. You know what I mean? But like, you pull the rabbit out of the hat. You know, like do that one. But it's like the core of it all remains the same.
Don't accuse me of plagiarism, because I use a lot of your stuff, man. I mean, when I give my
I know the whole internet now at this point pretty much is using aspects of my stuff, and none of them are promoting me or supporting what we're doing here on any level. I don't understand that and how they think that's trust, equity, and good faith. But hey, you know what? I'm not gonna. What am I gonna do? You know what? I'm gonna start my own government and police it, and bring you all. I'm gonna arraign you all in and drag you into court. There you go. Yeah, man. I mean, again, it is what it is.
Well, we do promote you, by the way. That's not who we are.
Well, that's refreshing.
Yeah, no, we do. Actually, yeah, we've shared your video, the one where, the one where you get pulled over or whatnot. I don't know how many times already. But anyway, so they bring me into arraignment. Before that, I'm sitting outside the room, and they're trying to get me to get the public defender, right? Like 3 times, and I'm like, I already said no. Why do you keep coming back? What is that guy gonna do for me? He doesn't even know the law. Stop bugging me. I ain't gonna take the public defender. So they call my name. I'm expecting. Remember, this is the first time I've ever done this, ever gone to jail, ever in my life. And I'm expecting to see, you know, the judge there with the whatever, you know, the desk and the prosecutor and whatnot. And I walk in and it's court TV. It's just a TV, and the idiot is up there on the screen. And you got the other golems down here, you know, his servers doing their bit, or their show. Anyway. The judge starts talking to me. He wanted to know how, because he saw on my record I had already been arrested 1 time, and he said, "How did you win that case?" That was in Miami. I'm talking about Fort Myers now. And I told him, well, same way I'm doing here. I'm coming in on my rights and on the 6th Amendment. He said, "The 6th Amendment. Well, what's that?" And I'm like, I thought he was fucking with me. Sorry. I thought he was messing with me. I looked at him and said,
no, these are pretty much the people that occupy the system. Even some of the administrators are essentially like the greeter at Walmart. I could probably get more about legality and lawful out of the greeter at Walmart than I can the people enforcing it. This is what makes it so rich. This is why all the boot suckers who tell me, "Pauly, you don't know the law." I go, that's you and everyone enforcing it. They literally say it on camera. Like, you know, and then everything I say, you're like, hey, that does make sense. Hey, he is citing that. Hey, it does correlate. Hey, you know, and it's like, what world are we in? It's complete inversion land. you know. But again,
Yeah,
that's
so
that's the cult of personality and the clout chase as well, right? That's the dynamics of clout. Those are fake power dynamics where they'll look at someone who makes sense and go, that's nonsense, and then say, this guy knows it all, and listen to someone jibber jabber something that couldn't make sense if you tried to out of it, and say, see? And that's just the way, you know, that is the mystery right there. But go ahead, continue.
No, so he looked at me from the screen and he said, "What's that?" And I said, "The Sixth Amendment to the Constitution." And he's like, "Oh well, that's." He went like this with his hand. That's way over my head. You should have seen the look on the public defender's face, because she's standing right underneath the TV, so the judge can't see her. And she just opened her eyes and just looked around and looked at me. And I was just shaking my head. And the judge says, "Mr. Gonzalez, don't you think it'd be easier just to get the driver's license and registration?" And I just looked at him and I didn't say anything. And he's like, "Well, I'm going to release you on your own recognizance." I didn't have to pay bail or anything. And I was out that day, but
Bro, I've ROR'd the last 3 times with no signature, no bond, no nothing, and it's laughable when they do it. The last time they did it, the woman literally, I would swear on anything, the woman was like, it was almost like winking and nodding to me. She goes, "Mr. Laporta, the court takes into account every person's history and record when it comes to ROR, and we find that you fit the necessary requirements." I didn't live in the county. I had no residence in the state. I'm unemployed on papers. I have no job. I have no connections to anyone. I have 3 court cases I left and never came back to. I violate every criteria for bail and bond, even if it's paid for, let alone a supposed word on your own word. But that's the level of credibility you'll have with the courts if they know that you're going to tell them day one, "Hey, I'm coming back. Hey, I'm not." And they'll ask you, "Are you going to come back or not?" Because they know if you're going to play the man game, non-game, then what you say is what goes. Don't tell them you're going to come and then not come. Right?
Right.
So,
Right.
you know, but it's so funny also because it didn't matter about any of the bail conditions. The law is the law, and they know that I know. And for whatever reason, she goes, "I'm not going to try to slave this guy and push the issue because he obviously knows." And it's all right there. You know? So it's like, it's just so, but it's laughable when they give you the going through the motions, right? Like the corporate world game, right? Like everyone does. Like, we've looked at the history and conditions and we've determined that you're fit for this. And I'm laughing going, it couldn't be any further from the truth. I have open and active court, which they all closed them, even though I never went. I thought I had open active court cases where I never went back. There should have been, according to their system, 3 to 4 open warrants. There not only wasn't that, she's letting me out with no signatures, no identifications, no bond, no nothing, with 3 cases settled without me ever presenting, and the cops losing his mind outside the cell, going, and then they called the boss down. He comes and he goes, "This has happened once in 20 years." Said something along those lines. I had my ear like up against the thing trying to make it all out because I'm like, I'm going right back and reporting all this shit because it's like a movie again. You know, I'm living a movie back here to some extent.
Yeah, this time in Puerto Rico, though, we found out a lot of stuff. It's too long for this show. Maybe I'll call in your next show and I'll let you know what we found out. And that's why when you go down this path, it's revealing, the revelation. Stuff just starts falling on your lap. People start showing up that will just give you information that I had no idea existed. But in Puerto Rico, they arrested me, the 15 goons. They take me straight to the prison cell, the correctional institution. I didn't give the guy the social security number. They went ahead and processed me anyway. And I had $1,000 bond, and the whole night I didn't sleep. I was just thinking what my next move was going to be, because, mind you, I had already sued the judge that issued the arrest order or warrant or whatever you want to call it. So, and she was already served with the summons.
So this is so great. We got a slave in the chat right now, just real quick, who shows up and his first words are, oh, look, a frauditor. And it's like, it doesn't matter that we have dozens of cases on file where we get our way at court without the attorney or paying or anything. They just keep cycling. Do you see how life works? They just keep cycling the same narrative. How, if I'm a frauditor, why did I not get put in jail the last 6 times I went to court by the administration you're sucking boot for? We're back to middle school again. You guys are the guys in middle school who thought the teachers and the principal didn't like me because I went to ISS every week. They were just following protocol. The whole time, they liked me and respected me more than the rest of you. They thought I was funnier, too, and more intelligent. Secrets out. Oops. It's literally the same dynamic. You guys are sucking boot for a system who, when I show up in the back room to do the punishment, they go, Paulie boy, really? This is all bullshit, and you really didn't do anything wrong, and we're just going to kind of put you over here because this is protocol and slavery. You understand, right? And I'm like, I don't give a fuck. It's all nonsense anyway. And they're like, the secret is, Paulie boy, you're actually funnier and more intelligent, and with it, even in your cannabis-induced haze than the rest of these slaves are on their best day, right? So that's the secret that's not out, but is out, that they still don't get. So it just makes you look like the teacher's pet loser who's sucking boot when they don't punish me and don't say I'm bad and wrong and let me do whatever I want to do. Then you look like the boot sucking teacher's pet slave. I don't look like the bad frauditor auditor anymore. I don't look like the bad guy anymore. I look like the guy who's validated and vindicated.
These people that make those comments or whatnot, I bet you they've never even gone in as a spectator to these courtrooms. I bet you anything. They're NPCs. That's what they are.
Right.
I've already come to terms.
We got Joshua up there who I'm going to do more with him and just go back to his stuff if nothing else, because he literally went to court 5 times, got dismissals all 5 times, got the guy whose name is Slavin in the case. And again, this is the movie we're living again. We're back in the movie. We never left. I'm sitting with Josh for 1.5 years on Zoom before I ever did a broadcast. And he shows up with 5 cases to the court, all of them with Slavin. The guy's name is fucking Slavin. I'll say it again. And he gets dismissals on all of them, while Laguna and the other one's losing her mind, saying, I'm running a cult here. I don't know the law. She's taking the bar and failing miserably. And we're living a fucking movie here, like Revenge of the Nerds, or some kind of Greasers Pony Boy movie where we're the down and out underdogs who everyone thinks are losers, who have nothing else to do here and no way to make it work. And we just keep whooping you. And you're going out of your minds and trying to sabotage and it just doesn't. And then you keep running narratives like you're winning and we're losing. And then Slavin gets thrown off the bench after Josh and everybody wipes the floor with him. Just question and answer back and forth. You took a guy with a 40-year career, multiple degrees, millions of dollars, and reduced him down to a bumbling mess in one moment. And you still say that we're not on something here. He's off the bench now. He's done. He's being investigated for violations. He started a YouTube channel to be like us. Do you see the game? Now he wants to be like us after he got whooped by us in his profession that he is supposedly master of. We're just the jerk offs from YouTube who ain't about nothing. Do you see how sweet it is? How beautiful it is? How cosmically miraculous it is. Don't you get what that is doing that, by the way? So now he's off the bench, and you got a second judge there named, guess what? Shackleford, because if you don't have Slavin, you got Shackleford. Yeah. You can't make this shit up, bro. And they're still proclaiming that we're losing, but now she's losing her mind over there at that court. Apparently another one who has been sanctioned and whatever else. Do you not get what this is? You only have power because we decided that. The moment we stop deciding that, God moves in to move on all of you, and you get reduced to what you've been this whole time while you claim you're winners and so powerful while we're the losers from left field. You can write a movie on it. This is Sandlot. I remember the movie Sandlot. Anyone remember that one? Same premise. The guys with no equipment, who are broke, who got speech impediments, because they make fun of Josh because he's got a lisp or whatever. He's kind of he talks a little bit eccentric, right? He's got that kind of way of talking, so they make fun of him. But like, yeah, he shows up, and somehow or another, we all get together, ragtag group, and we're running game, we're winning. And they can't believe it. These were the guys from across town who they didn't have a shot. There's no way. And now they're winning. And we're going to keep saying it's not happening because they're coping. They can't believe the guys with the speech impediments who were wacky from the trailers, who had nothing else, showed up with no money and no equipment and whooped them on their own turf while they had it all. Yeah. Yep. And what do you think's behind all that? You still haven't figured it out. They'll get it. We'll get it at some point. Go ahead, Javier.
The script is always the same, man. The times that I've gone to court, and there's a few more people in a group that we have in Puerto Rico that have done the same thing, have gone to jail, but they stood their ground. Michael, he got his 2 cases dismissed. They did put him in jail for 16 days. But we're dealing with that. We're gonna put a claim against him in under common law. Sorry. That's another story. But anyway, you go in there, and what do? When they hear certain words, you and I know what the words are. I think the audience should know what the words are, right? You start talking about God's law, natural law, the Constitution, and they isolate you. They stop whatever they're doing. They empty the room. They empty the courtroom. This has happened each and every single time that I've gone to court. They've done that. They've emptied the courtroom.
The guy in chat right now saying this is so great. Yeah, the script is always the same with the frauditor. And it's so funny. It's supposed to be, because the truth doesn't change. And as he's projecting that, you're revealing the truth doesn't change on the other side as well, or the lie. Because the same thing they do to you, they do to me and everyone else who's gone to court with this. Confirm and validate how powerful it is by leaving us to the end or taking every other slave out of the room. We know that move.
Exactly.
So yes, sir, in the chat, you can say frauditors are always saying and doing the same stuff because God, the truth, our rights, and the law doesn't change. And ironically, hypocritically, on the other side, you guys run the same games and moves for the same reasons, because the rights, the truth, the law doesn't change. One of the moves is what he just said. We've all experienced it. See, you only see half the story for half the reason, and you get half the sense of why it's happening, and you miss the rest of the equation, right? So of course they do that. That's how they validate you, that you got the power and the value. Get all the slaves out of the room. We don't want to hear a conscious and aware man talk, because he might awaken the Holy Spirit in everybody in this motherfucker, and then we're done and we're through. Yeah, we know.
And that's the same thing that I've done the times I've been in the cage. I start talking to anyone and everyone that I can about this stuff, because see, their system works against them because it's based in lies and, like this guy says, fraud. So what happens? They try to isolate us, but there really is no way to isolate us, because at the very least, who's going to listen to this stuff if they empty out the room? The bailiff, the prosecutor, all of them are going to listen to what you're saying. So once they listen to it, once you hear something, you can't unhear it. And at some point, it may or it may not spark interest, but at the very least, they're going to talk about it. And that's how this message keeps propagating, and that's how we bring change. But
you can't isolate it, because when I went to the middle of nowhere and they put me in the middle of nowhere, inside the middle of nowhere in a jail cell, and I started talking to the camera that was in there with nobody around, guess who came over the intercom? A woman who'd been studying natural law. And she said, you know natural law, don't you? I said, I not only know it, I teach it and I live it. She said, don't worry, you'll be all right here. We're in Fight Club at this point. I get goosebumps when I call back the memory of my experiences and how God is right there the whole time. Like, you think that you're doing something? This spirit's inside of me and we're inside of you, while you claim we're inside the jail and you're going to isolate us. Again, the word is right there. Isolate. Soul as in light, S-O-L, the sun, and soul as in inner light, soul. Right? Wow. So you can't take me or you away from that burning truth and that spirit and that soul. And when I activate it and live through it, it has to hit somewhere sometime. because that's the human experience. That's why your controllers want to AI your bitch ass, because they want to create a world where I can't do what I do no matter what you stack against me in any environment, if they can get it done.
Paul,
They don't want the influencer truly influencing.
Yep, I'm pretty sure you've analyzed this, but these people, these corrections officers, right? Who's doing more time in there? Is it them or is it us that they put in there for a few hours? And this is the absurdity and how brainwashed these people are. Because I told one of them, I said, dude, you're doing more time than I will ever do in this place, and you don't even know it. You don't even notice it. You know, some of them make careers out of this shit, 30 years, and it's just, so you've done a 30-year sentence, and you can't even come to grips with that. You won't admit it.
Right, and even when you leave this physical location, you go home in a state of the same slavery and genocide that you do time on the clock here in. So you're never off the clock when it comes to the state of that you live in. When they say, what state of do you live in? I tell them, I live in a state of freedom and empowerment. To some extent, it doesn't even matter if you put me in a box. I will still be more free and empowered in that box than you will be going home to your sweetie status with 15 vaccines sucking spike protein. Don't you get that?
Yep. So to finish up, the case in Puerto Rico, I had to make a decision. I went ahead and posted bail, and I left. I had to leave my farm. I had to leave my dogs. I had to leave my horses because these people were not playing by any rules, not even their own rules they were playing, not, you know, nothing. They were just bent on silencing me because people have started waking up just like they did in Ohio when you did your video and you noticed that more people were traveling with their private plates. Well, the same thing started happening in Puerto Rico.
Yeah, Colorado, you mean, not Ohio.
Oh, sorry, Colorado. And Puerto Rico receives $500 million with a B, dollars the Department of Transportation there just receives $500 million every year from the federal government. So what do you think?
It's so sad, man, that the people are never going to go with a freedom and rights wave because they're too busy with red and blue wave, because they're too busy trying to figure out who's going to give them more benefits and privileges. See, This is why it's got to get worse, because spiritually you guys all signed on for the benefits and privileges rather than the rights and freedoms. So you're anti-American, anti-Christ, and anti-life. That's why this country is being turned over to the Shaitan. It's no longer God's country. It's a country for Mammon, Molech, Baal, and the Babylonians.
Yep. And then check this out. We've gotten confirmation from at least 3 cops that we're right. They said, yeah, you're absolutely right. You have the right to travel. We're not supposed to be charging you for a registration, and you're not supposed to have a driver's license. But these people here,
sir, these are all services and benefits. Originally, it was supposed to be you paid them to do their service. They took your registration of your numbers to put it in a registry. If someone stole your car, they go track it down. They bring it back based on the numbers and the model and the make and all the rest of it. It, like always, went from we're going to protect you like the mafia to give us our payment for safety or we're going to break your windows out and your knees, right? Isn't that always the way it goes? It's always the way it goes. So once this stops being a benefit to man and stops being a service and becomes a detriment to man and his rights, he has a duty to resist and rebel. If he does not resist and rebel, he confirms his own state of slavery and therefore slates himself to be genocided.
Right.
The founders understood this. I'm speaking archetypal spirit from the core. It'll be the same yesterday as it is today as it will be tomorrow. Cause and effect related. And no, it does not mean get angry and fight them. It means stand for what's true and what's right and be unwavering. Show some courage. Show some faith. Isn't that what the Rolling Stones told you about Lucifer in that song?
Yep. So I had to make the decision. My wife and I made the decision, and only because I wasn't going to be able to do anything from inside.
Oh, no. Hold on real quick. He says courtesy. We got to get that one up. That's a great song. Reveals a lot. Show some sympathy, some courtesy, and some faith, I believe he says. which is almost better, right? Because the word courtesy, the root word is court, obviously. And it's essentially an ability to stand in honor and dignity and move forward and be forbearing without being aggressive or bitter or resentful, right? As I see it. So standing in honor and good faith. And of course, you have to have sympathy for the devil when you understand that the devil is only giving you back what you've been begging for and paying for, whether you know it or not. That's why it's puzzling you, the nature of its game. Well, the nature of its game is to give you what you've ordered. And with your collective beliefs and voting and paying and what you've done and not done, this is what you've ordered. So when you need it, have some sympathy, have some courtesy, and have some faith, I believe he says. We have to call that back up. Great. Or I'll lay your soul to waste. Right. That's the next line. Right. See, they understand this. They understand these dynamics. Don't be mad and angry and vengeful and retributive. That's ungodly. Just understand why the devil shows up and who it shows up for. It only shows up for people who don't want to go with God, the truth, life, and way, right? Or it shows up to test those folks sometimes on who and what they go with, right? I can accept that. There's no point in living here and claiming to be with God if you're never going to be tested by the devil. I mean, anybody can do and say that. Go ahead.
We have we've figured out that the district court, you already know what the district court is. It's from the District of Columbia. They're colluding with the local territorial court, and that's I wasn't getting anywhere with that. But the case is still ongoing. They dismissed it. We didn't even get to discovery. We didn't do any of that shit. They dismissed it. We filed in the appellate court, and now it's set for a hearing in October. At the same time, we submitted affidavits of treason against all of them, including federal district judge. So we're just throwing their stuff, throwing at them. Again, not having any faith whatsoever in the system. But
hold on, I gotta go to Ace. He's here. You can't see him or hear him, but let me go to him. I'll come back to you in a second. I think Ace is about to rob a bank, and I want to make sure he doesn't do anything too wild for Unslavia. He's been trying to promote lately. So, what do you got, Ace?
Oh, I'm over at the West Valley Police Department where I grew up, and I'm parked right in front of the police department. Because what I was gonna do is, because you're live right now, I was gonna just come here, park, show my presence, and then I'm gonna call the watch commander and let him know what I'm doing. So
well, I think you better let me know what you're doing first, and everyone else here.
I already told you last time. But what I'm doing is, they want you to cooperate. So what I'm going to do is cooperate. Hey, listen, here's who I am, and just like the last caller said, about putting in your driver's license, you can't make me get that fucking driver's license. So then, therefore,
so you're saying you're there with the car without anything with it and on it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you want to get an interaction with them and get some feedback on this fucking very illegal right now, potentially very illegal car. Truck.
I'm a criminal.
Oh my God, that is so fucking. Let's get a look at how unsafe that thing is right now. It's very unsafe.
Look at this.
Oh,
look at that.
Oh my God. I can't even I almost can't even look at that. And you're inciting slaves too, not a U.S. corporate slave. That's not peaceful. That's very inciting. It's very unsafe.
Yeah. So what I'm doing is pimp on slip. So anyways, what I'm doing, see, that car just came in right now. That's a cop right there. That's a Huda. Anyways, I'm right here. And then I want to talk to the watch commander.
All right, well, let's have the interaction. And then if it goes well, we'll cut it out. We'll reclip it. We'll re-put it back out. We'll remix it.
Yeah, why not? Yeah, but that's what I'm doing. I grew up right here, right around the corner. So I don't
Do these people know you?
Huh?
These people know you?
Well, some of the homies ended up being detectives here, but either way, they're cops.
I'm sure some of them wound up being detained there as well. So
I've been detained in here too.
right. Everybody's got a checkered past, so I keep biting my tongue. I may have to reform my whole mouth. That's my next goal potentially. I'm gonna have to reshape all of my teeth in my mouth. Blue Bass might be onto something.
See, sovereign corporate criminals with badges, they could do whatever the fuck they want.
Right.
See that?
Okay, we got to call 507 back too. 507, if you want to talk to me, call in, or I'm going to call you back. You can't run, you can't hide from me. This broadcast is coming for you. What are you going to do when this broadcast comes for you in your home? Because you called me and I call you back. All right, so so are you ready? Are you going to go in there or what? Let's do this.
You want me to go in there?
Let's go right now. Let's go. Because you know what? You didn't know this, but I was actually, my first instinct to today's broadcast, no one knows this but me. My first instinct today's broadcast was I was actually going to call the tax collecting department. And even if I sat on hold for 40 minutes and it's like dead silence, I was going to just ask them. I just want engagement. What are you doing? Why are you doing it? How do you believe this? Do we have a right to own property? How do you consider owning property, having to pay perpetually to use it? And if not, you come and take it. How does that make sense? I just want to hear them. I just want to get the bullshit answers. Or I want them to say, yeah, you're right, Paulie boy. That makes no sense. But this is just how we do shit because we're corrupt frauds and liars. And we get paid to do it. So you're here now. So that I'm going to take it as this is like meant to be one of those days. So let's have an interaction. Let's, even if it's free.
It doesn't help when you're dressed like this, like fucking all pieced up and shit, looking like a gangster either.
Well, listen, you know, that's, please, you're not dressed up in a suit, so you're not human trafficking and running drugs or anything like that. You're not eating children. Yeah, that's what I want you to ask. I want you to ask, how do they enforce these policies and codes with no victim on people with rights? And you can bring guns in. I thought we had a natural right to own guns. When did we lose that for policies and codes? And how do I believe it's not the same with traveling and everything else? So, yeah, and then ask him, after all that, how do we lose all our rights to get policies and codes? And then how do you feel? I'm vomiting now. I got to eat something. How do you feel? I didn't eat today. I had a slight semi-meal. I had a meal, non-meal earlier. But yeah, after you ask them how we lost all our rights for codes, and we got to pay for that privilege, by the way, ask them how do they feel knowing that all the codes are written by island goers, a predatory class of human traffickers.
Hold on, dog.
Yeah. Just curious.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So right now, I talked to this chick cop right now, and then I told her, let me talk to the watch commander. And she says, for what? And then I told her for what? And then she says, well, it doesn't work that way. I said, yeah, I want to talk to him about my situation, that right now I'm traveling in my private automobile with no license plate and no driver's license. She goes, well, it doesn't work that way. I said, no, it sure does work with that way. So it's regarding legal lawful situation. You know what I'm talking about. She's looking at me with a stupid look, right? And then so I told her, let me talk to the watch commander. That's the way it works. And then she says, for what? And I said, well, because like that, he could let all you officers know that I'm going to be out here in the field. They call it in the field.
And I'm curious too that in the code, in all these codes, it exempts officers from registration and all this stuff, license, insurance, registration, and all the codes. It says, here's the exemptions. If you're military or you're a cop, you don't have to follow any of this. But somehow man has to follow all these policies and codes, but the people in the corporations don't. It's really weird how that works. Almost like we've switched positions. Like we're serving them now. They have all the rights and abilities.
Sorry to interrupt you, big dog, but she tried to look at me and say with this authority look, she says, it doesn't work that way. I wanted to just call her bitch. It sure does work that way. So what I'm here. So I say, why don't you relay the message to your watch commander? I said,
by the way, this is another bit that I love. This is a bit non-bit. Like, you go to the place with nothing, and then you get them to see it, and then you tell them, this is what I'm doing. And it almost throws them so off. They don't even do anything right there. And then you continue on. And if they ever come to do something, you go, I brought this thing down to the police station and I told them what I was doing and they didn't do shit. So I took that as an acceptance of an understanding that I'm going to do whatever I want. And I love that idea of putting it in their face. Like, we're not running and hiding. And you can say we're like, you can say we're crazy, but we're not stupid. There's a point to this.
Fucking bitch. So yeah, that's what I just did right now, bro.
Your signal's breaking.
I've been wanting to do this, man. I told you I was tired of this shit. I'm right here. I'm still standing here. Nobody's came out yet. Yeah. And we're gonna be right now that you're live, we're doing this shit right now, big dog.
Yeah, but the only thing is we can't it breaks up when you go in there and we can't get an interaction with them. Can you try to get an interaction with one of your servants there? One of the servants of the corporation who is supposed to uphold your rights if necessary.
The only thing she might get me right now, I'm disturbing. Fucking, there's nobody even in the. Here, let me ask her. Are you gonna get somebody or not?
Yeah, I don't understand. Your servants, like.
Yeah.
These are someone's servants. I don't know if they're mine or yours or someone's, but there's service provider. I mean, you're asking for service. You need service.
Right. No, there's nobody here.
Why is there an attitude about us getting some information and trying to get some service around here? I don't understand.
There's no one here. Yeah.
Well, that's there you go. That's modern day service. You walk in, there's no one there.
Yeah.
Ta-da! Now pay us.
Can you believe this shit? Yeah. Well,
you know what's so funny about this? This is like one of those reverse Trojan horses where the wannabe slave masters are so busy chasing citizen slaves around the street for codes and policies, they've completely left their base open to be taken over. I'm now declaring, get back in there. I'm declaring we just officially took over this police station, and I'm proving right now how unsafe.
That's why I got the ace in my hand.
Yeah, I'm proving how unsafe this whole thing is and how horrible these people are at their job right now. While they were running around harassing people, forcing codes on them, and interfering with their rights, we just took over the whole police nation, and there was not a bit of resistance. I'm kidding. Don't say I'm joking. That's a bit. I have to say that because they'll say Paul mounted a resistance and took over. He'll actually say Paul and H took over a police station today in West LA.
And she wants me to play the game and shit. This is not a game. This shit is not a game. You know what I'm saying? They think that you could play with your fucking freedom. She's smiling at me and saying, what did you need it for? I said, I already told you. And she's smiling at me. I said, no, fuck this shit. I'm not playing fucking games with them, bro. I'm telling you, big dog. I'm telling you. I'm parked right the fuck here right now. There's the slave mobile right there. There it is. I'm right here.
You're very unsafe. You're very unsafe, and I don't know. We might.
I'm being disorderly. I'm being disorderly. Well, let's go to another police department. Let's go to Devonshire department.
Yeah, you know what? It's been a while. They say I'm a frauditor, but I don't even audit. So, like, I guess let's audit today. Do some audit.
Look, here's one. So they didn't do shit.
Yeah, let's do some uncivilized auditing. We don't have to be civilized in order to exist here, do we? He's gone. I like that. Uncivilized auditing. Yeah, I mean, it's a big fucking joke, man, when you walk in there to the wannabe slave masters, right? You're just a lowly, stupid, humiliated citizen slave. You don't have any rights or power. What are you going to do? What are you going to say? You do and say what we let you, and then you're just going to walk in here and try to, get answers or assert yourself? No. Especially over there. They're deep in slavery over there. LA, wherever he's at, California. Oh man. They're so jaded. They're in such deep slavery and genocide. They're so jaded there. Like, you're lucky they don't just fucking shoot you as soon as you walk in. Just fucking right in the lobby. Like, yeah, we clapped a slave, tried to come in here and ask for something. I don't know what he thinks this is. They just bleed you out right there. That's service provision in the modern day world on America. You just get laughed at and mocked. You walk in and you just get laughed at and mocked and told, "Shut up, go away, slave." And that's the best part, right? Like, there's people out there right now who are like, "Oh, he's so lucky." All the bootlickers and slaves out there, the people call me frauder. He's so lucky they didn't just gun him down in the lobby. That all they did was just mock him and try to humiliate him and act like he's not worthy of even talking to. He's just a waste of time and a waste of life, right? I get it, because they deal with so many slaves all day, every day, who really are like a worthless waste of time and life. So that's what it becomes. And they're just murdering them. Just one slave. They just like line a slave up, clap them down, line it up, clap them down. By the time they see you and you're talking rights and freedom, whatever else, they're like, whatever. All right, we may have to get the hell out of here. Lube ass had some good roadkill last night. 4-month-old fawn. It was like butter. That's absolutely fucking grotesque. He's proud of it too. He not only doesn't have any shame, he's proud of it. What am I eating? All the bad things according to you. Garlic, onions, diced tomatoes, and some black beans. Sarah's emailing me. Sarah, you're down there. Is she the 507 number from before? What was that number from before? Yeah, she is. Sarah, do you want to do this now? Or we do this next time? I guess it is. I guess it's up to both of us. Lori S. writes, always with you, Paul. Thank you, Lori S. And then I have a Armando M, who I know an Armando, but I don't believe that's his last name. So Armando M is not a regular name that I remember. Maybe it's a new viewer. So shout out to one of our Latino angels, potentially illegal. We don't care here. If you're lawful, we take everybody here. No papers needed. Papers don't matter anyway. The people running and pushing the papers and requiring the papers are doing human trafficking. So there's that. There goes that. That was fun while it lasted, huh? So Yeah. I didn't know that that was Sarah earlier. I'm now putting two and two together. I would have taken her earlier. Next time you are seeming drained, you're probably right about that. So we'll do that. But don't. I'm gonna hold you to that. I'm not gonna let you out of this. And I did say I was gonna be nice, kind, and polite while I lambast you. Because I know why you emailed me, Sarah. Did you hear my whole rant about you earlier? You should go back to the first part of this broadcast. Actually, that's what you should do. Not what you should do, but I would like you to go back to the first hour, I believe, of this broadcast, if I remember correctly. And it was pretty much me addressing you. And what I don't know how that just happened. What I've affectionately called your nonsense. Okay? Because you emailed me about, and I might I say, a very seemingly well put together email. You know, most people can barely form a sentence, and you seem pretty well written. All the more reason why you shouldn't be on those substances. Because you're going to try to tell me, well, I have children and grandchildren, and I live in the suburbs, and in my house, my house is seemingly in order. Everything looks together. I write a decent email, you know, not like the rest of these slaves. That means you're intelligent. You have some kind of spirit in you and some kind of care. Well, we need to use that. All the more reason why when you write me an email telling me, they took me to jail because I'm on crack and methamphetamine, and I asked you if I could talk about this here, so I'm going to talk about it. Because I air all my dirty laundry out here, and you're going to as well, directly or indirectly. That's the whole point of this. We don't have to like it to understand the purpose of it. Oftentimes the purpose reveals it's most important to move into what we don't like. So you know as well as I do, the reason you emailed me is on some level, you can't keep doing those substances. It's not sustainable. I don't care what front you put up or how great it's going. There's nobody out there who can use pills and powder regularly and not fuck themselves either mentally, emotionally, spiritually, or health-wise. It's just not a thing. And by virtue of that, fuck your family. And again, here's the other thing. Let's say, because I'll say I'll support your right. I almost did a Rush Limbaugh right there. Let me just say, Sarah, that you do have a right to use opioids, like me, Oxycontin. Let me just say, all right, let's get out of that. I almost completely lapse into Rush Limbaugh. So let me just say that, yes, I'll support your right to do whatever you want with your body. Cool. The reason the cops in the system is intervening on you is because you need an intervention. It doesn't matter. The devil does good sometimes. You need it any way you can get it right now. So the state is coming in because you can't govern yourself. If you could, you wouldn't be doing crack and meth and telling me it's okay. That's some goofy, wacky shit. If nothing else, listen to this logic, right? You can't dispute this. You know that doing crack and meth potentially leaves you open to go to jail. You have a family. You're communicating to God, yourself, your family, and everyone else that you're willing to potentially go to jail to do those drugs in the free world. It doesn't matter whether you have a right to do it or not. You know the present conditions and state of affairs. You know how many people go. You know that most of the jails are full of people who use drugs. That's most of the clientele there. So you're saying to yourself and God and your family and everyone else, you're willing to risk your time with your family to put those drugs in your body. And you're going to tell me that's okay and that's normal and natural? That that's beneficial to you? That that's the place you want to be and live? To prioritize pills and powder and drugs over your own fucking loved ones and your own health? I can't buy that. What I can buy is that's extreme bondage and vice and addiction. You put pills and powder and substance and what it makes you feel like above more time with yourself and your freedom and your career and your family. That's your priorities. That's not somebody who loves themselves, and that's not somebody who's going to be successful in what they do. That's somebody who, if they live long enough, their own family who they say they love so much and are so beautiful is not going to be able to love them back and trust them. Why? Because you put drugs above them and your fucking life and your family. Knowing they could take you from your loved ones and your life and your family. You're not doing this for rights and freedoms. You're doing this for the drugs and the high. That you couldn't get more addicted than that. That's literally the cornerstone of what an extreme addiction is. Willing to give up all the nice, pretty, great things in your life for the fucking drugs. It'd be one thing if you were doing it for activism. It's another thing to do it for the drugs and the high. That's a completely different situation. That's self-destruction and self-sabotage. That's not self-actualization and self-realization. So, yes, on one hand, I could support you do have a right to do whatever you want with your body. I'm not going to criminalize it. Spiritually, the devil will be used at times to take you from your habituations, to let you look back at it, to make you realize what you're doing and not doing and where it's going. And absolutely, I'm going to support that because you need it. How do I know? Because you want to write me emails and lie to yourself and deceive yourself and everybody else. So you're right where you need to be, right in the arms of the deceiver, the dark forces. You need them. They're going to make a man or a woman out of you. You gave him jurisdiction. When you wrote me and when you went through your life, like the email you wrote me proclaiming all day, every day that you can use these drugs and be okay and that it's okay, you fucking lied to yourself and everyone else and you know it. That's why you messaged me. So once you played in the deceiver's playground, you opened yourself up to be punished by it. You gave it jurisdiction. So I'm not gonna, you get no sympathy from me and I'm not gonna tell you how to get out of it because you need it in this case. If it wouldn't have been the courts, it'd have been your health or your family or somewhere else that you'd have had to lose something or be fucked for you to get a clue. So you're lucky that it's going to come in the form of a ticket where you're probably not going to have to go to jail and maybe you do some fucking bullshit treatment, but really actually work a process where you could get treated. You know? So real simple. You want to run around here and say you got rights to destroy your body and potentially your family with addictions and bondage while you lie about it? Well, then go to court and stand on it like I did. That's it. Go to court and tell them, listen, I'm going to do whatever I want to do. I got a right to do what I want with my body. I'm going to put into it what I want to do, and you guys can't tell me nothing. Or you could get really real with yourself and everybody else like I did in the second breath when she told me, well, that's cool. And you may have that right, but look at you. Look at what you're doing and saying and how you're living. Look at where it's at. Do you maybe want to like reinvest in yourself? Do you maybe want to reflect on yourself? Do you maybe want to give yourself a chance at a better opportunity in life here? One has nothing to do with the other. You could have all the rights and the freedom in the world and all the opportunities to do all this shit. That doesn't make it the best version of you and what's meant for you. And I'm not going to sit here right now as someone who doesn't see it meant for me, as bad off as I was, and coming completely the other way. I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, Sarah, you're the best version of yourself, and what's meant for you under God is to be on fucking pills and powder. No, that's bullshit. So that's pretty much the long and the short of it. You may not even need to call in, although, you know, if you think there's value and power in it, I don't mind interacting. If you think you'll get something out of it, but I think that's the whole of subconsciously, spiritually, what drove you to me and why you email me to begin with and why you want to have the conversation, because you know you need to be told that by someone you respect. For whatever reason, I guess I'm one of those people. Yeah, I mean, I'm using the cannabis. I try to vaporize it. I try to, you know, do harm reduction with it. Let's be clear. Everything I just said might be true for that too. I'm not making excuses for what I do that other people don't do or vice versa. I'm just saying, like, when we step back from it, we look like, okay, using the plant, cannabis, and whatever comes from that. And again, this might be like lesser of evils kind of thing. This is what I'm saying. I'm not even going to do my own bullshit. I'm just saying, when it comes to what these drugs typically do, how they make you feel, how they change who and what you are and your lifestyle and everything else, cannabis may be an option. It might just be we're all wanting to lie to ourselves too. But pills and powders and drink and all the rest of this shit, it's just not, you know. Again, you can argue none of it's sustainable. And then you got to check in with yourself too and go, how much am I using this shit because I can't deal with myself in reality versus it just being a bit of a pain reliever or an aid somewhere, some kind of a tool or an aid, right? But yeah, you might be the 1 out of 1 million. I'm sure you'll convince yourself, like we all will, that you are and that you're functioning whatever and you could do whatever, and it doesn't. Maybe you are, and that's true. I think it's all bullshit, including even this idea of cannabis and other natural things that may not be poison and with harm reduction may not hurt you, may actually be an aid and a tool. It's a very fine line between you using a tool and the tool using you, if that makes sense. So, and here again, I'm gonna bring you back to my one sticking point with this particular issue, because I know all the sides of the argument and I could make all the sides of the argument. It's not about that. Begins and ends with the legality of it. In this case, by doing pills and powder, you stand a chance of taking yourself away from your family. That means that on some level, you're saying, I care more about these drugs than time with my family because I'm willing to give one up for the other. Wrap it up right there. That's all you need to know. With cannabis, we can make the other arguments, but typically, even in the illegal states, it's not something that's going to take you from your family. They're going to just take it from you, throw it out, or it's legal. You could buy it at the store now. So if I use it, I'm not saying I'm willing to give up my life, my freedom, my family for a substance, which is addict central. That is a very big difference. Even if I could claim that you got a right to do it, and even claim that the legal system shouldn't exist in that sense, and you should be allowed to do whatever you want to do. That's a thing. It exists now. So that's what you're saying. That's what you're accepting. The terms of that's the contract. That's the terms and conditions, unless you could find a loophole in there. I can't find a loophole in there. Let alone everything else that comes with the argument. That's the thing. You got to apply the 3 to 5 arguments to whatever you do to where it hits. And where it hits, you can't bullshit yourself with that. So like if it was alcohol, you couldn't apply that metric. I could buy and use all the alcohol I want. They're not going to put me in jail, right? Does it change who and what you are? Is it depleting you financially? Is it harming you health-wise? Right? That's an anti-life substance. We literally use alcohol to kill stuff. You could argue on some level, and I know that medicine can be poison and vice versa, but just looking at alcohol and smelling it kind of dictates that on some level it's a poison, right? It's not natural. And again, there's always an argument someone will make. I hear them making the argument. Paulie boy, there's the bees, they eat and drink the fermented rotted fruit knowingly to get intoxicated off the alcohol that's contained in there. They consciously knowingly do all that. Okay. So there's a criteria, I guess. If you want to do this thing where all humans do something to get high, which might be some truth to it, then you got to put yourself on the scales. How much does this impact you, your relationship, your finances, your health? How much are you given over to it and a slave to it? How much are you potentially risking your freedom and the rest of your life to dance with it? These are all metrics of justice, scales of justice, you could argue. Yeah, the reality of it is it's far and few between who can use substance casually and not let it fuck them and other people around them or become a crippling addiction. Because most people who go to substance with regularity have some unmet need or something they haven't processed or something they're coping with and for. You could argue that. The argument could be made that the healthiest people in this life who have functional coping mechanisms and are able to meet life on life's terms have the least amount of bondage and vice and escapism in their life in order to cope without coping, right? We got a call. Hello, hello.
Hi,
How are you?
I'm good.
All right, let's get down to it.
All right.
All right, so where are we at? Did you hear everything I just said? Did you hear the first part, or?
I heard all of it. I just, you answered, I muted my computer.
Right. Okay, so where are we at on what I just said? There's usually 2 or 3 camps with these things. Are you in the camp of I'm different, I'm special, I can use, and it's not a problem? Or are we
I'm totally in that camp. What are you talking about? That's my camp right there. I run that camp.
Right.
No, I just use it. No, I am very proud of, there's this arrogancy of me that's like, I want to prove to the world that I can use and that it doesn't affect everything. But that's a total bullshit and a lie. I know it. It's just one of those things I want to do, but I know I can't. I'm coming to a point where it's fucking me up. Absolutely. Especially since I'm crack orientated. If I don't have it, I'll find it. I'll get it. So that doesn't work for me anymore. It's time to quit. But I'm scared. It's probably the only thing I'm scared of too.
Right. You need to take all that pride and arrogance, like the God of all media here, and direct it toward actually doing and being and having better and becoming part of some functional community somewhere, right?
Right.
Don't lose that pride and that arrogance and that, know-it-all mentality. Start a broadcast. Life lesson 101, right? But no, right. Seriously, right? Like this is how silly it is, because again, and I'm glad that you're copping to it and being honest with yourself and others. So I don't see, this is the thing. You really dictate the response you get from me. Because if you're going to bullshit yourself and me here, then I'm going to get a little bit more handsy with you in a rough kind of way, metaphorically. If not, then we just get to it and it's very smooth and to the point. So yeah, you're at the point. It's something's got to give. You've been running a long time, right? You can run on for a long time, like Johnny Cash says. Sooner or later, it's time to get cut down. So you're going to have to surrender over. You're going to have to let the creational force work on you and reform you. And you're going to have to take some help and suggestions from other people who've been down this road before. And that's all available for you. So this is nothing new under the sun. It's going to be new for you, maybe. But this is charted ground, right? This is a workable.
It's not totally new for me. I was, like I said before all this happened, I was looking into treatments. My biggest thing is taking my dog with me because he's pretty dependent. And sorry to say, he's a crack addict too. He's with me all the time. So I don't know if he joins us or what he does, but I just really regret that part. But
well, you're saying the dog is secondhand high?
Probably. Why? How could he not be?
Well, because you're in an enclosed space?
Sometimes we are. Not always.
All right. Well, listen, I would. Okay, that might be true. It might be true. It might not be. I appreciate your honesty. Let's stay away from that because we don't know about that. And I'm not saying we don't want to know about that. We don't play that game either. It's just I don't want to bring that into the situation legally or anything else because we got enough on the plate here, right? Like I'm now the prosecutor going, Your Honor, we're going to completely ignore what she just said because we got enough to. She's now admitting to getting the dog high on crack, and like she's not admitting to getting it high, but she's overseeing the dog while they're all trapped high on crack, right? And it's just not
right.
This is so offensive. For the state agents out there, while I call you a bunch of cowards and losers, I'm also actually doing our work, I guess. This is the weirdest position to occupy, whatever I'm out here doing, right? I'm so unofficial and not certified and have no camp, but I'm doing all the work without the whatever. Okay, so yeah, and this is why it has to be this way, because these folks are not going to take it from you. They're only going to take it from me if they take it at all, right? For whatever reason. That's the beauty of this.
So I was looking into treatments before this all happened. This all happened because people are cowards, period.
Well, that's all of us, isn't it? Aren't you involved in that?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah. I just wouldn't. When they say that it's the last person you'd ever think that turned on you? That is so true. So, anyways, I don't mind going to treatment. I don't mind getting that stuff together and doing that. I really mind them telling me I have to. I'm so So I did back in '98. I got second degree assault charges, and I did like 6 years on probation. I ended up going to prison, doing my time that way. So I've been through the probation thing, and God, it just part of me is just like, no, I don't want to. And they take all your rights in from me and blah blah blah. My daughter's like, Mom, if you go to prison, they're gonna take all your rights. And I'm like, God damn it.
You
know?
did that.
So
You already
I
did that. This is what I'm trying to get you to take accountability for. You gave your rights up, knowingly playing with a legal system that's coming for your rights and property anyway, when you're like, you know, God of all media, in quotes, playing the game, right? Of course they're going to come for your rights and property when you're cutting in on their action. They run the drugs and guns, not you. You don't know that by now? They use and run the drugs and guns. They don't want competition with that. You take Pfizer and Moderna. You want drugs? You know where to go to get them if you want them legal. That's not the answer either, by the way, as we all know. But they don't want competition in their game, right? So I get it. The pride and the ego thing, right?
Yeah, I never thought of it like that.
Yeah, you're gonna have, this is the point. For you to get what you need out of life and this, you're gonna have to start being able to see it in a different way. Because if not, you're gonna fight yourself, right? It's not about that you could say the God of creation, the creational force, is using these people who we reject and resist from, the fake authorities, to give you an intervention, right? And here I am now, I'm talking to you. I don't need to be one of them and part of them and whatever to see it for what it is, where it comes from, where it's going, and you know it, you cop to it. We're doing this because we need to do it. It's not about them. This is the thing, like, in a way, you should be thanking them, be grateful for them. Whatever the fuck they want to do, cool. This is your penance because you racked up all this bad credit with the universe, running and gunning for so long, lying to yourself and everybody else, risking your freedom and your property and rights and your family. You did that. And again, it'd be one thing if you did it for rights and freedom and activism. You didn't. You did it to try to poison yourself and run from the truth. That's not godly. That's not service. That's not anything. That's not love. That's not anything positive or redeemable, right? So you literally need this. You got to get back to some space of conscious and aware and redeemable and co-creative. And it's not this. And you already know that. So you like realistically need to be thanking these people because you needed a fucking intervention. You probably weren't going to do it on your own. And now they just got the ball rolling. Made it easier for you, you know? And they're most likely going to leave you the fuck alone if they would just see that you show care for yourself and do the right thing. We're back to Darth Vader being your father again, Luke Skywalker. If you just fucking show care and do the right thing, they're going to say, okay, you know what, let her just whatever, just let slap on the wrist, you know.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah, like you're at a point where you know what you need to do, and it's like you just want me to repeat it back to you. Like we could do that. You know?
Yeah, probably. You know, it's funny when I get high, it's like I got to do work. If I don't do some studying or learning, I actually get pissed. It's like it's a waste of my high. So that part I'm kind of worried about, but other than that, I'll be good.
You're worried about that? Why? You're saying what? Say that again to me.
Okay, so when I get high, that's what I do. I learn. I educate myself. That's all I want to do when I'm getting high.
Yeah, this is all bullshit. You got to stop bullshitting yourself. There's no way that you could care and feel on the level that I can or lack thereof when necessary when you're on these drugs. So it's like,
but I do care.
I know that. I'm saying that you're acting like the drugs, you know, enhance who and what you are. I don't believe that. I think they interfere with or numb who and what you are, regardless of what it feels like to you. I think that's the trick of them, in a way. You think it's enhancing you. I think it's holding you back. I think if you didn't have, imagine how much time and energy in your day you weren't chasing drugs and whatever else and the high, and you were chasing an actual high, living into the information you're studying. You're just studying the information to get entertained while you're high. You're not studying it because you're going to live it. When you study it to live it, the high comes from the way you live. That's a different high. That's a high you can't get artificially from this crap. And you don't get sick from that high either. There's no come down from that.
That's true.
See, everything in corruption has a price and a final cost. Everything in purity and co-creation is goodness and greatness, and there's really not much drawback and downfall.
I've been saying that once I get sober, they're going to hate it. because I will really be dangerous. Doing drugs fucking takes a lot of time. A lot of my time up.
Right.
I'll have more time
That's
to
your
do
main
it. You're
focus right now. Truth, information, whatever else. That's what you do when you're high, after you get your primary thing met. So it's not your primary thing. You don't really care about it like that. This is all I do. My high comes from this shit.
Okay.
I don't get a
I do
high
that.
anywhere else. And it needs to be that way. And it's better than any other high before. And I don't get sick when the fuck I come down from it when I'm done here.
That's true. That'd be so nice.
If anything, I do. There are times where I sit there and I replay the shit in my head and I go, I was a real prick right there. And did I have to say it like that and whatever? But you know, those are the occupational hazards working with a gorilla, right? They say don't work with children or animals in show business. They violated both. I'm a grown child here and I'm a gorilla.
No, you're a real man, actually. Maybe a child man once in a while, but that's okay.
Wow.
You got to be a child once in a while. Life's too short.
You want to hang out later and do some crack and you want to come over and do some crack in more ways than one? Forget everything I just said. It's all bullshit. What?
He's like, I love to pick your brain. You got a brain, man. You got a good brain.
Yeah.
And like I said, you're doing really good today. You've been your exterior softened a little bit. That's pretty cool.
Right.
Because sometimes you're brutal, man. Holy shit.
Wow. You were like, hey, you gave me the whole, I'm an older woman rap. I'm a grandmother, you know, so I had to be nice, kind, and polite.
Right. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Because it does feel like I said, it feels like there's something on my chest that I can barely breathe. But the truth will do that to you once in a while. And that, you know, I can get this car off me.
Yeah, there's two things
really
that do
good.
that, truth and crack. And I'm saying go with one, not the other.
You know, crack is the most fucking, it takes so long. There's so much that goes to it. It's such a fucking, takes up so much time.
You got to suck dick to get the money to get it. You got to go beg the guy to sell it to you. There's so much that comes with it.
There is. And then the cleaning of the pipes, the brill.
Right.
It's fucking very high maintenance drug.
The blowing of the dealer. Yeah. That's what she means when she says cleaning the pipes. You blow the dealer, then you clean out your crack pipe.
No, you don't.
It's not pretty.
For drugs. You don't fuck for drugs. You fuck for money, then you buy your drugs.
There you go.
Fucking real.
She's got it all down.
Unfortunately. Oh my God. Stupid sometimes.
Yeah, it's insanity. It's sickness. And it's like, you know, yeah, it's, you know, let's give ourselves a chance here. Let's get some time and experience under our belt here away from the insanity and the sickness. You know, there might just be something on the other side. Imagine that.
I can imagine that. Sometimes. I like getting high. So then sometimes I'm like, I'll go do all this and do what I got to do. But I'm still going to get high when I'm done. And I'm like, I don't know. That's being truthful. But then I think, well, what the fuck are you doing here, Sarah? Shut the fuck up and just do what you got to do right now. You know, fucking quit thinking about the future and still getting high. But that's a sickness to it too. That's the love of it.
Yeah, again, you got to take that challenging, arrogant ego of yours and put it to, I know I could get high as good as anybody over and over again and be insane. Can I find a way to live the same day in and day out, not getting high, and find some level of power, value, purpose, meaning, inspiration, right? That's the challenge. I don't care what you got to do. Jump out of a fucking plane. If you're going to kill yourself with crack and meth, why won't you find more interesting, innovative, entertaining ways to do it? I don't get this. You know, like I don't understand. So like, you can't go start a YouTube channel and jump out of a fucking plane every day and get paid to do it and get a high, literally get high and make content and push boundaries and limits and not, you know, directly kill yourself in the process. If you're going to take this fucking risk with your body and your life, like, why not do it and turn into more than just loafing around the house, listening to Art Bell high on crack? You get where I'm going with this?
I do.
Like, and this is why I say most people are full of shit. If you're so daring and brave, if you're such a fucking addict and you need something to really get you up and out, I got a list of things. You want to travel without license, registration, insurance, and plate? It's a hoot. It'll give crack a run for its money. Your ears start going like wah 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 wah. The sound leaves you when the cops pull you over. You just start hearing like in that scene in the Godfather where they're about to do the train hit and it starts squealing and he can't hear anything anymore. Yeah, like there's so many things you could be putting your time, energy, attention, and resources to get a high like never before, and not be a lazy, loafing, unproductive addict in bondage and vice who's serving no purpose here and being just culled by your masters because they're the ones who got together to create all that shit to push it on you. So you just be a slave to that drug all day, every day, and just cycle in and out of their private prisons for profit and never really live into any meaning or purpose here and be an inspiration. Like, why do you want to be the devil's handiwork all day, every day, in every aspect of your life? You just that cool being a hoe and a sucker for these principalities and their systems?
Yeah, right. I have this ego to prove that not every drug addict's a fucking a bad person.
You have an ego to prove how much of a loser you are. Great. We believe you. Why don't you take some of this ego to prove how great you could be and inspiring and entertaining? I'm waiting. We're waiting. We need more content anyway.
You're right.
You hear how ridiculous this is? You have ego and arrogance. Really? I couldn't tell. Show me how great you are at something other than being a loser.
I'm great with kids. I'm fucking awesome with kids.
Yeah, I mean,
but I'm awesome with people too. I'm good with people. I got a gift of making anybody talk. I mean anybody. And people are comfortable with me, so I'm actually was in school for being a sexologist, but I stopped that right now for my rights and shit to have some kind of defense or something with this court shit. Because as much as you're right, you are right about them fucking saving me. It doesn't mean they get the credit for it.
Again, you're not going to get anywhere in this situation unless you're honest with yourself and others. Why do you why do you care who the credit goes to when they do get the credit? Because they're the ones physically doing it. They're stepping in on you to govern you because you can't govern yourself. Why are you not more interested in the fact that the credit's been lost from you? That you're non-credible. This is the toxified ego and pride you have, right? Why don't you redirect it toward the other side? You're worried about who's not getting credit out there while they're actually doing what you're not doing for yourself, so they get the credit. You can't give that and take that. And you're not as worried about the fact that you lost credit.
If I don't feel like I lost credit,
you got arrogance and ego for all the wrong shit. We know some life coaches around here with that same perspective. We know a lot of folks around here with that same perspective. Arrogance and ego for all the wrong shit. And when I ask them, show me what the fuck you've mastered about yourself and what you're great at, I haven't seen it yet. Haven't heard it yet.
You got an interesting point there. Damn it.
Right. You can't defeat this logic, morals, ethics, and civics, huh? Again, I'm not going to be the fake ass motherfucker and tell you, don't have an ego, don't have this and that. No, we need ego in life to keep us in a forward momentum when necessary, when we don't need to be park or in neutral, reverse, right? So why don't you run headfirst into a burning building every day and show me how great of a firefighter you could be? That'll rival a crack high. And you'll be like serving something and saving people. You get my point here? There's a list of things you could be doing and serving that get you high and inspire everyone else, where you can get an ego trip like a motherfucker and be your own god of all media without lying to yourself and everybody else and falling short of your calling and potential. Win, 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 win. That's what we want to do here, not lose, lose, lose and call it winning. That's dumb.
Yeah, you got a point.
I usually do. That's what I do here.
Yeah, you do.
I, like you, am afflicted with a disease of having to know all things at all times, and I do a pretty good job at it. That's part of the addict non-game that we play with ourselves and each other, right?
Right. It's just You know,
I'm just speaking from firsthand experience because the same story you tell is the story about me. Thrill seeker, gambler, love the high, love the game and the action. How do I incorporate all these ideas into doing something that doesn't completely destroy me? And even here I have to watch myself because I wind up yelling and screaming for 6 or 8 hours and working myself up and potentially throwing my body out of alignment, right?
Right.
So, but yeah, I could at least say to myself that, okay, if it all goes bad and I didn't do this as well as I could, or it has detriments, I can somewhat feel better about what I'm doing and what I'm a part of here versus running around town and having no worth and no value and not serving anyone or anything and being a broke ass bitch doing it.
Yeah.
So
That's right. Time to change. Man, everything though. That's probably the scary part. Because this has been my life for a long time. 20 plus years I've been doing it.
right, you just don't know what else to do. That's a common thing with all of us, right? You don't know what to do instead of to replace it, right? And that's again,
Right.
that can be see, the addict's real disease at their core, like most people's real disease at the core, is fear-based. Because every time I present you with an opportunity, your go-to mode is fear. And I would bet somewhere in your life you learn that very early on in life. That every opportunity has to be feared because around every corner is pain, suffering, rejection, whatever it is. You can rewrite that story. For every opportunity doesn't have to be fear. This can be an exciting, interesting, spontaneous relationship you're having with you now. You get to rediscover you. You get to re-find out at 50 something years old what you really like and enjoy, what you're really excited by, what you're not, what's boring as shit to you. You get to go over all of life again and rediscover it. How interesting and entertaining and fascinating and refreshing. I get that it could be scary, like every fucking thing that our mind immediately defaults to be afraid of, or it could be really interesting and inspiring and exciting and entertaining. Just like you courting someone else, you're now going to court you and relearn all about you and be re-inspired all about you and go, I didn't know that I like that. I jumped out of a fucking plane yesterday and I got a crack high and I filmed it and we did content and motherfucker said, wow. And I said, wow. And it was great. And I'm going to do it again, right?
I'm going to do this. Yeah, I can do this.
You get where I'm going with this?
I do.
That's
and
the
I
inspiration.
like that. Yep. I got
But that's you falling back in love with yourself in life to some extent and saying, I'm going to court me. I'm going to work with me in this process. I'm going to rediscover me. There's really nothing to be afraid about here. The scary part would be doing crack and meth and doing the same shit over and over again and being a boring, broke ass motherfucker for the rest of our life. That's horrible. That's boring. That's uninspiring and entertaining. This is great. So you got to learn to flip the game for yourself, not lie to yourself, but flip the game in the perspective to where something you didn't want to do 2 seconds ago, you can't help but to want to run into now because of the way you see it. That changes everything.
It does. I hadn't thought about that like that either. That's good. That's good. I can do that. I'm not a pessimist. I'm a fucking optimist most of the time. I don't know why I hadn't thought about this situation like that, but you're right. Good shit. It's really good shit, actually. I have no idea why I didn't think of that.
Yeah, that'll keep you busy and interested too, is all the things that you forgot about or never learned about yourself because you were too busy running and gunning and ignoring yourself and life on life's terms and trying to escape. The process of rediscovery, right? You get to rediscover yourself in life. That should be plenty of shit for you to do and be entertained and interested by while you're practicing abstinence.
True. All right, that's I'm gonna keep that. That one I'm holding on to. I don't know why I didn't think of that myself, but hey, sometimes you gotta be told.
Not everybody's a god of all media, ma'am. Don't question it.
No, I could see myself telling somebody that exact same thing, and yet I can't tell myself.
Well, that's I'm ribbing you. I'm playing the game because beyond it is we never see ourselves and our predicament the way other people can see it. That's the purpose of fellowship and support system. Is to have a reminder from time to time to see it from a different perspective, because when you're in it, you can't see what it is as much as someone can who's not in it, right? And not feeling it. You know, you're feeling all the baggage that comes with everything you chose. I'm feeling the results of everything I chose, dropping all the baggage. See what I'm saying? We're different locations and with a different perspective, so we have access to that, right? And also, I'm not you, I'm not in it. So, you know, again, that's the whole point of fellowship and doing NAAA and shit like this. Not some bullshit formality where we lie. There's real reasons we do real shit, you know, to give us a you know, to make a real change. So, yeah, we never see ourselves the way other people see us, and we never see our life and our opportunities the way other people see our potential, right? That's just the, and especially when we have low self and worth and value, and that tends to go along with addiction, right? They tend to go hand in hand. So
I actually am very blessed, and you're right. It's time to fucking straighten up. My daughter is a drug and alcohol counselor. Imagine that. But she's looking at getting some sober houses too. I think that's what I want to be part of.
Does she want to potentially apply for a position to be my newest live-in mother of sorts?
Sure.
Who also has sex with me? Yeah, that's how I'm doing all my relationships now. You're my live-in mother who also has sex with me. You have to be able to fulfill that role. That's the American dream, I've learned.
It's the American dream. You're going to get some older ladies because they at least are fixed and don't have kids in. You can actually come inside.
Well, this is the only shot I have at dating, right? Is I meet 55-year-old crack meth addicts and I remind them of what they already know, and then they introduce me to their daughters. And, you know, and then it becomes, and then the rest is history, right? And it's a dream from then on out.
Oh, shit. That's good shit there, honey. Well, okay. I'm going to take this and think about it. I'm going to pop in on your next show, I think, if I can catch it, and tell you where I'm at in my brain, because I can't overwork my brain. It's still on crack, you know.
Right. Give your crack brain some rest. You've way overstimulated it. You've way overworked it. That's the other thing, too, people don't realize. When you use these drugs, have you ever seen the fucking what happens to the receptors and what actually like goes on when you like, it's like years to try to get back to normal. It may never return to normal, but it gets better to some extent. But it's like, you know, we're not even able to live a life and feel and be normal because it's like your brain's not meant to have 1 billion times the dopamine that sex creates. And then, you know, and then you wonder why we're like not happy or fulfilled. Well, it's because you gamed the system. Yeah. You know, so it's like we got to give ourselves a great reset, right? And like go out in the middle of nowhere with nothing and just do a year there to the point where like making love again is like way better than your crack because everything just gets a reset. Like having a decent meal is enough. We don't have to fucking, you know, this is part of that whole, I believe too, part of it is living in these cities with the lights and the flashing and the TV and the stuff. The constant stimulation, right? It makes it such that you almost have to blow your own head off to get a thrill around this motherfucker at this point. You know?
Sometimes, yeah.
It's like, like, that's not, yeah, that means you need great reset on all levels, right? That's why we're seeing great reset too on the macro, I would argue, sub-psychologically, spiritually. So it's like disconnect, unplug, get away from all of it, do like 6 months to a year in almost complete isolation to where you reset everything. And then you're like, okay, just having a cup of tea and listening to some music. And, you know, again, maybe if we want to enable a little bit, a couple hits of reefer, and that's a couple rather than chain smoking all day and escaping and denying reality and coping and not going to work and just, you know, be an absolute slave. So
I can remember when I was in prison, I'd been there for a couple months and my roommate gave me a Twix candy bar. It was the best fucking candy bar I've ever had in my life.
Right. You need to go to jail again. I'm calling them right now to put you in jail. I know that's not what I'm supposed to do here. It's almost the opposite of what you think I'm supposed to do here, but I'm here to give you what you need. I don't care how you get it, right? Yeah, that's it. I'm calling right now. You're going to jail. I'm informing. By the way, I can get out of my next court case with this. I'll get credit for ratting you out, if you don't mind.
Free.
Yeah, and then I can do more broadcasts. So they scream, "Why is he free?" Little do they know, it's because I got a bunch of folks like you who I convinced to go to jail, and then I get credit for each one that I get signed up.
I get that's cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't think that would not make you the person you are if you did that, my dear.
Right. That's a bit. It's not a thing.
If I'm kidding.
Yeah.
God works in mysterious ways, and I will be in jail in a little while. How long? That's a whole other story.
Right, so what's your deal with the court case and all the rest of it? What are you looking at? What are you facing? Where's it going? You know?
A first degree in my state is, they say, between 7 and 10 years. But because I don't have a lot of points. But I have a fifth degree that I'm trying to make stay out. We're trying to keep continuing it until my first degree gets dealt with, so that the points of the fifth degree don't hurt me.
You got some kind of attorney slave?
Yeah, I got attorneys.
So you're facing 7 years.
I'm facing 7 years, something like that. Yeah, for first degree. They took a lot of mess off me.
OTW is advising I meet your daughter first before I send you to jail. He might be onto something here. Yeah, we want to finalize that before. Okay, so I think you just said it, but you didn't need to say it. They got you with a lot of shit. Is the bottom line.
They sure did.
Right. So
and the guy that ratted me out. Want to hear some weird terms?
Sure.
Hang on, I can't even find it right now. Just the way I got set up and shit, which is unfair, but it's how it all works, isn't it? I mean, when you're in this game.
Yeah. So like, you understand how serious this thing has a hold of you. Like, this is your first piece of evidence at court. Like, I'm a genius attorney now. Guys, she just got caught with pounds of methamphetamine, I'm guessing, or like, kilos. Well, no, kilos would be 2 pounds at a time. So
2 pounds, 2.2 pounds here.
Okay, right. That's what okay. So I'm right. They got her with pounds of stuff, and she's still using. She's facing 7 years and still using. Right? You could have put 70 years on the paper. You have a serious addiction. So again, if they're doing their job here, and we understand what this is, you don't have a victim, then you're the victim of yourself. Right? You need serious treatment and rehabilitation. We don't need if necessary, I mean, who knows if anyone wants to hear from me, it may be worse for you, but I could try to put in a word, right? If you're going to cop to it, although that's what your attorney slave is supposed to be there for, but who knows with these people, man? I mean, again, at this point, you're already facing time. It ain't going away. If it's me, I tell the attorney, kick rocks. I go in there, I throw myself on the mercy of the court. I tell him, listen, the reality of it is I got a right to use these drugs and have these drugs. However, I got a serious problem. So if you guys got any resources to help me, I need that more than I need anything else. Hopefully you guys are willing to overlook jail time and whatever else to go to treatment. And then really commit yourself to that, and they might just fucking throw you a bone because they know, like I know, putting you in jail is not the answer.
Right.
We
are the land of 10,000 treatments here.
Where is the West Coast?
No, Minnesota.
Or Minnesota. Right, okay. That's everywhere now. The addiction is an epidemic because you know what? Faithlessness and godlessness is an epidemic. You have a whole generation without any purpose or meaning at this point. Of course, they're all going to go on drugs. That's the whole point of drugs. So.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I've been doing it so long, I don't even know how life without them. That's my problem. Even though I have been sober, I've had sober times. What's the attorney slave say? You definitely going to have to do time, or is he saying there's an opportunity here if you do the right thing that you won't have to go to jail? They haven't said anything yet. Really, it's weird. It's really weird because I went for my first degree up in St. Paul. I went to court, and the judge looked at. I didn't say a word. I've not said one word since I've been there. Every time she looked at it, she said, "There's enough evidence for us to continue on this. I'm going to enter a not guilty for you." And that was it. And then I left.
So they're already lining you up to try to give you a way out.
Is that what they're doing?
You said that the administrator's saying they're putting not guilty on your behalf and that there's not evidence.
No, she said there's enough evidence to continue this case.
Oh.
I'm going to enter a not guilty plea for you.
Okay, I misheard what you said. So there is enough evidence to continue with this case. I'm going to put a not guilty plea on your behalf. So again, you're kind of walking in two worlds here because legally they have no claimant. We can go down that route. You don't have an actual accuser. I mean, if I get into how they found the drugs, it's hearsay. I guarantee they searched you or came without a warrant, or it's a warrant that wasn't signed. Bet anything on it. Maybe they did. What now?
They did. It was a narcotics narcotics complaint is what they did. They put a tracker on my car when I was at the gas station.
Yeah, that's the thing. I don't even care if they found 10 pounds of meth. They used hearsay in order to interfere with your rights.
They did.
To determine something. That's pre-crime. That's after the fact.
The place they busted that morning, they put the search warrant in. Here's where the interesting phrase is. Controlled substance, including but not limited to methamphetamines and other controlled substance possessed without authority of law and other drug paraphernalia. That's his search warrant.
Well, yeah, because the reality of this is there's nothing unlawful about possessing all this. They made a reality of legalities to make it illegal to do lawful behavior without certification. So if I have the right paperwork and I have the right title, I can have those substances and I can claim I'm doing research with them. But again, knowing that leads you to understand what law really is, which is just a bunch of people making claims and attempting to move them on everybody else. They're really just beliefs, presumptions, and assumptions. They all could be rebutted. Hey, if you guys can give out a license to do an activity, that means the activity is lawful. You can't license rape. Well, yeah, it's got to be a lawful activity to license it. Well, great. If it's a lawful activity, then I don't need a license because it's a lawful activity. See how philosophy runs remedy with law and legality in circles?
It's between rights and privileges.
Sure. It's like, oh, I have a right to own a gun. Well, you did, but we're going to ask you and tell you got to ask for permission and pay and take a course or whatever. No, I have a right. You can't license a right or something that's lawful. And if it's lawful and a right, I don't need a license. But they're still going to claim so they can have authority and generate revenue and be in control, have order, as they call it, be in control, that they have a monopoly on deciding who's who and what's what. Again, this is all back to philosophy. It doesn't take with me because there is no mechanism other than false power to get me to believe that. And I still can't believe it. I can just accept it that you guys have guns and a bunch of people and beliefs and you're going to force them. That doesn't make it true and real, and it doesn't distinguish me from you and you from I when all are equal under the law. That's a maxim. If all are equal under the law, you can't grant certain people special rights and privileges and other people not, and then criminalize them. That's not how that works. Correct. See, their maxims undo their games every time.
Correct.
But again, they can't tell the average slave that. Why? Because you want to run all over town with pounds of meth and give it out to everybody and
not for me.
Okay, well, I mean, listen, I'm not even going to make a determination on it. Joe Moore's down there saying drugs should be legal. They're lawful. You should be allowed to do it. You should have a right to do it. But again, do you really want to be doing that and being a part of a community where everybody's high on crack and meth? I don't.
Yeah, no, not really.
I really don't want it. I don't want it around me. I see what it does out here. They're all broke. They're all delusional, and they're all scheming on everybody else. I don't want it.
Yeah, that's true.
It's not great. It's not greatness. I don't want it around me. Legal or lawful aside.
I totally get that. I think the cap goes to me. So it's like going to Costco because I'm like, this is all mine. I just one stop. And he's like, going to Costco? It's like going to Costco. And I'm like, yeah, that's it. Going to Costco.
Right. Okay. So if you're really not dealing, you're not involved in trafficking, then you have a serious problem. The evidence of that is the fact you got caught with pounds and are still using. So, yeah, I mean, at this point, it's like,
yeah, I know. I wasn't,
Yeah, in a perfect world, I would try to, and this is where most people would say, he's crazy, you got an attorney, don't listen to him, you're going to make everything worse. They might be right, and I'm missing something. That's not been my and everyone else's story here, but you're gambling either way. The point is, in a perfect world, I would try to get you dismissed of those charges because there is no claimant and there is no actual crime. And then you would have to make a promise to yourself and me, and it's not even to me. It doesn't matter. You would have to make a promise to yourself and the force of creation that you're going to get under the law as much as possible and be the best version of you and reflect the creative force. Because I don't think you did a crime and I don't think you should be criminalized for having those substances. But you and I both know it's fucking you and something's got to give. Ergo, the devil doing good sometimes, right?
Right. That's true.
So it's literally you're now in a position where you will be separated from this drug, hell or high water. It's over. Party's over. This is the point you've reached now. Right? Or you will do your drugs in a den of iniquity completely in the prison with a bunch of other losers and get an up close look at where this all leads. A living hell. Right. And if you go in there and you got to do time, then that's going to be your cocoon. You better go in there and take it seriously and use all of your time and energy to reform yourself in your life and stay away from the loser failures in there. Right.
Yeah, that's hard to do in there. Trust me.
Well, it's not for me. It's not for me. Never was for me. You should have seen how much. This is what's so great. Should have seen how much people didn't like me at rehab. But when it came time to vote for Big Brother, they voted for me and they gave me an award and brought me in the whole institution. And I was like shocked because I decided to go there and change my life for the better, whether I was court ordered or not. It didn't care. I decided I was going to get something out of this and I was going to promote that inspiration for everyone there. And I would do that for myself and them. Hey, don't do that around me. Hey, I don't want to hear that bullshit. Don't talk to me about it. They would try to, I'd be outside. They would try to tell me, you want to, they wouldn't tell me you want to. They would start talking about going to cop, buying drugs, how cute it was, whatever. And I would just stop, shut up. I don't want to hear this shit. We're here because of this shit. It's not cute. It's not funny. I don't want to hear your bullshit war stories and walk off on them. I didn't care if everybody didn't like me and whatever else. They're going to respect me in the program I'm running and the program we're a part of here because that's the only way we're going to succeed. And if you don't want to succeed while we're here, get the fuck from around me.
Away from me. Yeah.
That's
I had
it.
that attitude too, actually. I did have that attitude.
I'm not giving up my life. You said you don't want to be a sucker and you got ego. Well, act like it. I'm not giving up the rest of my life and my recovery for a bunch of loser addicts just like me when I know I can do and be better. And we're going to find out here. I'm not doing it. I'm not tricking myself out of my position and my future for these fucking clowns. And I don't care what they think and feel about it. And you know what? I thought they hated me and they acted like they did. But when all was said and done, I was Big Brother once again, because that's what the fuck we all know we need, whether we like it or not. Right? That's the game. That's the truth of it.
That's good shit.
They got to respect it. We got to respect it. There's no other way.
That's true. I fucking hate crack addicts too. I fucking hate them. I don't hang around crack addicts. I fucking hate them. My dealer looks at me every time I fucking say that too. And I'm just like, I can't stand them. Look at me like, okay, fucking retarded. So if I hate crack addicts, then what am I doing?
People will respect it. I went from somebody who people walked up to give me drugs to people who somebody do drugs around me and don't even bring it up. I never know about it because they already got the smell. They already know energetically. Literally, I used to be someone who in the middle of nowhere, my father, people used to say, it's incredible, Paul, how you attract shit. How I could walk off into a city or on a block and just be into some shit. Be with gangs, drugs, all of it, like right there, just attracted to me, me to it. Now,
me too.
I find out later, after months and years of being around people, they're on drugs and they won't bring it around me and won't tell me because they already know what the fuck they're going to see and hear. Believe it or not, as within, so without, as above, so below. What you hold and walk around with greatly affects what you call in and what you're a part of. The shit you're seeking and who and what you believe you are is going to generate a reality for you. Once you change that, you're going to see that update. I never have contact with the type of shit I used to be involved in that I'd bump into or bump into me all day. It never happens. And when it starts to peek in, I shut it down at the door. So there's no, it's just, it doesn't go anywhere. You know, it's not available for me. That's not an available choice and option for me anymore in my life. It's just not going to manifest.
That's what I got to do. I got to do that because the shit follows me everywhere. It always has.
Yeah, because it's who you are. You're taking who you are everywhere you go and manifesting the same reality. Once you really have a change of mind and heart and dedicate yourself to that, you'll start to see the rest follow. Now, all the people who are looking for someone else like them, who got that vibe and that look in their eye, and they know the opposite of that. They stay the fuck away from you instead of come to you, right? Because they know you're gonna tell them, get the fuck around me with that shit. You know you shouldn't be doing it, and you know I'm not gonna do it. So why would you even ask? They already know what they're gonna get, what they already know they need that they don't want to hear. See, and that's perfect. That works. They only bring that shit around other weak ass loser motherfuckers like them who got no other purpose and meaning and value in life. What would they look like coming to me doing what I do the way I do with the people I do with, offering me pills and powder? For what? They already know what they're going to hear. They already know what they're going to get. Yeah.
They're all crabs in a bucket.
Right. You just gotta remake yourself not as much of a loser failure to attract these motherfuckers in and around you. That's our job. Make it so that the loser failures see you a mile away and say, definitely not that guy. Definitely not that guy, one of us and what we do. Nah, he's not. That's not him.
Yeah, that's what I need too. Leave me the fuck alone. Good shit there. All
right, Sarah, what else you got for me?
That's all I got. Damn, you know, one of the things I said this in my email, 2 things that are really important to me is integrity, doing what I say I'm going to do, and walking in honor. And doing what I say I'm going to do, fucking is hard as fuck, man. Because I think we all talk shit to a certain degree. So I'm going to tell you right now, oh, God, I'm going to say this. I'm going to go forward with this, and I'm going to give myself a treatment.
Listen, I got news for you. You better get your ass in treatment. You're looking at 7 years. And if you ain't going to try to attack this from I got rights, I'm going to do whatever I want and gamble with 7. If you're going to go the legalistic route, you better show up there with treatment already done and everything else. So where they say this bitch is on it, she's doing what we need, what we would have had to tell a slave to do. She already did it. That's how they know when you're serious about your recovery and you made a mistake. When they don't have to tell you shit. When you went to recovery, when you did everything you need to do, when the time comes to show up at court, you're already in the mix on your recovery because you care about it. Once they see you don't give a fuck and you're not doing the right thing, they're gonna slave you. If they see you care and you're trying to do the right thing, they might just cut you a break. Right. And again, I wouldn't try to go lawful. I got rights with pounds of meth. And you haven't done this before and you actually have a serious drug problem. That ship has sailed for me with this. I wouldn't even attempt to do that. There's no point. You need this anyway. Literally, you need this. If you're 55 and you're on these kind of drugs the way you are in those amounts, you need 7. You need to be looking at 7 to scare the shit out of you enough to change the rest of your life. It's the reality of it. So yeah, again, if you don't want to do that 7 in prison, that's enough of an inspiring motivator, if nothing else, which again, it's not. You got to put the whole picture together. I get that. Jail time is not enough to get somebody who can't feel it in their heart and their spirit to do the next thing.
No, I can feel it in my heart. I feel it in my heart. And I stand on fucking, I stand on that they don't have a right to do this to me. I feel that. I know there's other ways to go about it. They have no fucking right.
They don't have a right to what? Help save you from yourself? I don't understand what you're saying.
Help saving
you. Had pounds of methamphetamine. I mean, you can't honestly tell me that. I don't know what you look like or how you live. Again, you might be the 1 in a million. But I get a feeling with that kind of quantity of that type of drug this far in, this could potentially be a life or death situation. No? Am I missing something?
I don't feel that in my heart.
Okay. Have you ever had any hospitalizations? You ever had any overdoses? Anything like that?
Nope. Never.
No?
Nope.
No health issues? No health problems?
Nope.
All right, everybody. The new tonic is methamphetamine, I guess then. Well, I'm completely going the other way. Everyone get on meth. Sounds near you.
No, actually, I haven't. I have been fairly lucky that way, I guess you could say.
Can I ask you a question? Does it ever occur to you? You said you got grandchildren, and again, maybe I'm just like reaching here, but you don't think having pounds of methamphetamine around grandchildren and just dogs or animals or whatever is a danger? And just like that's a lot of shit.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely, that's a danger. And then actual protocols you got to put into that. You don't have that around them. They better not get a hold of that. That's unacceptable. That's unacceptable.
Yeah, again, I'm not trying to judge you, and I get it that our body mimics a lot of this shit, and we could do the whole, hey, if you use responsibly, you could go your whole life, whatever. You know, I see that it alters you. I see the way you speak, it alters you, right? It alters who and what you are, and I don't think it enhances you. Like, I'm not getting that. And again, you seem to already have it on your heart, even in the high and in the addiction, with plenty of it to sustain you. You're not like doing without. You're like, hey, this is unsustainable. I can't continue. So you already know that. And again, maybe maybe it's not really, maybe you are responsible and accountable and you're able to do whatever, but that's a lot of product. And yeah, I just, you're getting late in the game too, right? The older that we get, we start playing with our heart and all this shit. You don't want to end up, having a heart attack or a stroke or ODing on this shit because you're getting older and it's not what it was, right? That's another thing we don't want to.
No, it's not actually.
Cop to, right?
It's shit. It's fucking nasty ass shit lately. It really wasn't. Yeah, I'm not gonna say that. I'm not gonna go there because it's still I was responsible for my choices I made, no matter what somebody else talked me into doing. But
right, you're saying they talked you into it, but you already knew in your heart before you got here. This was just the motivation to do what you already know you need to do.
Right.
And I think it's good. Right. I think it's good motivation for you and everyone else. I get it. You don't want to surrender that the universe has a way of putting whoever, whatever in your life at times to give you what you need, that you need, that you're not going to do without it. So
right.
I have faith that at some point on the back end of this, you're going to kind of thank and be thankful that they stepped in to give you an intervention, because without this, you're not going to stop. This drug is going to stop you. Without this, it's going to continue in large amounts, even if it's spread out and you're like able to like, keep things up. You're going to age, and at some point you're going to hit that shit, and it's not going to do what it always does to you. And you're going to fall over with that shit. And that's going to be how they find you, with a fucking meth pipe, with you chasing your last fucking hit. Right. Who wants to go out like that? So yeah, it's like, it's the end of the road now. They're going to make it so that you are scared enough. And then we're going to convert that to inspiration enough to change all this. Because without that, you wouldn't have done that. And this is how you're going to go out, chasing this fucking high. There's more for you out here and with this life, even if it's just the absence of that, right? And some level of peace. I really believe that. So, yeah, I mean, get on it. You got some kind of insurance or whatever that's going to pay for all this shit. Most people got something, right?
Right, that's true.
No, I'm asking you. You got insurance and all that?
Yeah, I do.
You got slave insurance. There it is. So this is all going to be on the public's dime. Fuck it, cash it in.
My daughter said on my taxes.
Well, there you go. Everyone's paying anyway. You can thank everyone here in the audience who worked the job this year and gave 40% to the Epstein Islanders. It's going to your rehab. So that's good. Let's clap it up for that, guys. We indirectly contributed. Put the women in rehab.
Thank you.
So, it's an honor to be nominated.
When I said to the cops when they had me pulled over, I'm like, all these people for just me? Wow.
Right. Well, that's the thing. If you can have a good sense of humor, you'll go far in this, right?
Yeah, I do. Yeah. I was like, all these people? Wow. Man, I feel privileged. As you guys are fucking I can't, my brain just went there. Violated my Fourth Amendment because they had no right to search me. And done nothing wrong. Well, except carrying a fucking pound of meth. But other than that, I hadn't done anything wrong.
Yeah, that's the thing. There's a fine line between wrong versus wrong for you. I don't think meth is right for anybody.
I kind of starting to agree with it. I haven't really done much meth at all lately. I kind of gave up on it. It's just it wasn't my meth actually, but you can't tell them that.
Wow.
That's something they need to know. It's all for me. And actually, I don't really shit's gross. I've been doing it for too long and it's not even what it used to be. I'd say everybody should get off meth.
All right, we'll get out of here before you start talking too much and saying things that maybe you shouldn't say.
No shit. I have that bad habit of myself because sometimes I just talk too much. I tell on myself all the time.
Yeah, but there's no problem with that. When you're not doing wrong and having a lie, then you can be free. That's part of the freeing aspect of this is you're involved in so many lies and connections and bullshit and nonsense. You got to keep the plate spinning. It's going to be so freeing for you where you no longer have to do any of that, and you could just live your truth.
True.
You know, you think they don't know? You think I don't know? Like, I'll give you the yeah, okay, and we can gloss over it. You think I don't know? I wasn't born yesterday. These people weren't born yesterday. You know, and again, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who's connected, who's involved, all the rest of it. You're using, it's obvious. I could tell by listening to you. You have weight because you're willing to do anything to be involved to get this shit to use it. You have a serious problem. And whoever you're involved with, they're looking at and they know about, and they're going to rape harder who isn't using it and is exploiting you and everyone else. So, and if everyone's using it down the chain, then everybody's going to get what for. This is why the governance exists, because everyone wants to bullshit themselves and each other, live in corruption, be reprobate, dishonorable, and bad faith, lie about it, make excuses, and think it's all going to go well. It's not. It's all going to come tumbling down at some point. That's the way it always works. So, again, it's like, after a certain point, I get it. You're involved in this world. You take your responsibility. If you get caught, you don't talk about other people and their involvement because you did this agreeing that that's the rules. But on the other side of things, you know, and we know, and it's all, you know what I'm saying? Like, this is why it all has to end. We got to stop. That's the first thing NAAA is. You can't bullshit yourself and everybody else. Just cut the games, you know? And then it's like really telling yourself to the point where if they lock you up for what you said, you're not an idiot because you told on yourself. You're trying to be honest and honorable. If that gets you locked up, oh, well, I guess you shouldn't have been doing that.
True.
You know, that's the bottom line, because we all know.
I agree. I do agree with that. That's why, I haven't said a word. Fucking, it's all good. I'll figure it out. I'll be okay. And I'll check in and let you know where I'm at. Just because I'm giving you my word, I'm telling you. So whether I'm doing the right thing or not, I'll still check in.
Right. All right. I'll hold you to that.
Accountability. That's accountability. And I need a little of that. Okay, I need a lot of that.
Yeah, that's all you need right now that's going to help you. And you're going to have to be the biggest pusher of that on you.
Right.
So it's going to look like you completely changing how you think and feel. And you'll know as it's happening because you're going to not recognize yourself. And other people are going to kind of go, this is kind of an interesting change, right?
Right.
You know, and if you need more of this, say like remind yourself of what it looks and feels like, then we can do that. But you're going to have to start being your own best ally and stop being your own worst enemy, you know, and advocate for the truth, not try to advocate for you to get out of having to face the truth. Oh, they shouldn't have did this and this is this and I got a right to do this. You're with 2 pounds of meth. You're jaw jacking a mile a minute when you first came on here. You're facing 7 years and still using. You got a serious problem in addiction, bondage, and slavery. You cannot deny that. I don't give a fuck about anything surrounding it, and you shouldn't either. So focus on that. Treat the fucking issue and the problem. Get everything you need out of this, and potentially secure the rest of your life, not only without the drugs and in that prison, potentially not in the prison doing 5 to 7 years. Because if they get you again using, and you want to play attorneys and legal games, they're gonna put it to you. They're just gonna see it as this bitch is crazy. She doesn't want to learn. She doesn't want to do right. We're really gonna make her feel it. You know, maybe they go the other way. It could go the other way too. I'm not trying to scare you. They could say this broad is so crazy. No matter what we do to her, she keeps doing it. So she really needs help. You know, the point is, like you said, don't waste time. Check yourself in. You got insurance anyway. Get time away from the shit. Get back to some kind of baseline. Prepare yourself to go to court. You definitely don't want to have to go do time with a drug habit anyway. So there's levels to this shit in logic. You're either going to jail or you're going to live free. Both requires you to get off these drugs. If not, you're going in deeper hell. So take the fucking time you have now. Don't make the mistake we would all make over and over again to try to push this off and play it out. It's over. It's done. Party's over. Accept that it's over. Don't try to go out with a bang. Leave it where the fuck it's at and go off and do what you need to do and take it one day at a time. Because I already know the logic of a slave and an addict. Well, this is it. It's party's over. So I'm going to go one last time. And really, no, you're going to go to jail again. Something's going to happen. Just, it's over. It's done. Just accept your last use was your last use. It's over and it's done. And literally turn yourself over to the process, you know, and get enough time under your belt to where you could start to think and see clearly again and wonder what the fuck you were doing running around with pounds of meth, facing 5 to 7 or more years playing these games. You'd have to be out of your fucking mind. And that's what drugs do. I know, because I was there. That's the whole reason we use drugs, to try to get out of our mind. There's other ways to get out of our mind than driving ourselves out of our mind by toxifying ourselves. Breath work, enlightenment practices, art, music, all types of shit we can use to go out of our mind without going out of our mind. And get some kind of higher inspiration or be in some kind of a euphoric state. So that's it, you know.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Let me know.
I will. I'll keep in contact.
All right, Sarah.
Have a good night. Go eat something.
We'll see you later. I already ate before.
Did you?
Yeah, I was eating on camera.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Like the professional that I am. Yep.
Food is good. You got to eat food. I've learned that.
Right.
I learned that a long time ago. Food and sleep. Got to do it. No matter how many drugs I take, I still eat and go to sleep because it's absolutely necessary.
Right.
That's the old lady in me. All right. Have a good night.
All right. We'll see you later. See, the crackheads care about nutrition too. Gotta eat well and gotta get sleep so you can be up to do crack. Can't make this shit up, right? You see how ridiculous we all are, insane we all are, to some extent. Fascinating. It's never a dull moment around here, huh? All right. So faithfully, Sarah's gonna get her act together. She knows she needs to. She doesn't like the fact that the state had to step in to govern her, but she proves why they had to, because she refuses to govern herself. This is not a new theme around here. You don't have to like it to understand why it happens. And be thankful and grateful for it on some level. Because they're going to help you do what you know you need to do that you wouldn't have done if it wasn't for their intervention. So the devil does good sometimes. No denying it. All right, I think I'm going to leave it there. Special thanks to contributors and supporters. Special thanks and commendations for folks who decided to show up here today and be honest with themselves and others. We had the radar guy from the other day show up. He admitted he's been drinking. He's going to stop drinking. We had 2 or 3 folks today. One of which the radar guy, a fairly professional, you know, works for Lockheed Martin, all the rest of it. So we're doing our work here. This is part of what keeps us inspired and motivated here. Do the next right thing, right? Is knowing that we're here for these folks. They're here for us. We're all with this idea. And again, that's kind of been revealed to me. So for you folks who come here, like, understand I am you on some level, and I'm talking to you about this stuff and you get something from me, but I was you and worse in that position. So it's just another holographic reflective experience, right? So we don't have to run for fake ass offices. We don't have to do court officially and put on a dress. We don't have to do none of this crap to actually get to some work and service out here, co-create something and make ourselves and each other better, or work on that. Be of service, be honorable and good faith. It's really about your intentions and what you have the will and motivation to do and be part of. So. All right, Ace, let me know what you got. I think I'm going to wrap up here. I want to get out of here. I'm hurting.
Yeah, I came home to eat something. My phone died. But the next time you go on, I'll go to another police station. Yeah, let's do it.
Right. All right, we could do that.
Right on. Let's do it. Yeah.
All right.
Hey, that was funny
that
this cop didn't want to. Nobody came out and shit. You know.
Yeah, they don't care, man. What else is new? You know?
Yeah, that's how I'm going to play with them. Mm-hmm.
All right, well, you're looking for action, man, so we'll see where that goes.
I'm ready. Welcome.
All right. Be careful, man.
All right,
Just
big
make
dog.
sure that you're, you know what you're signing up for here. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir. I already know. Yeah.
All right, Ace. Let me know how the shirt's coming along, and we'll see what we want to do with that. I'd like to give some of those away, and I got some bumper stickers coming your way too. If you want to distribute them, or you want to put them around, or
I already got some people lined up for that already too. Yeah.
All right.
All right, big dog.
All right, brother.
All right. Talk to you later.
See you later. All right, I'm going to leave it there. Back who knows when. Proper instruction motivates people on the way out. Gorilla Gems production. Like, share, subscribe, restream, and all that. We're censored and shadow banned here, but that's cool at the end of the day. See how I have to always return back to that space? It might even be a cope, but it's like, is it really a cope if it's real and based in something real that is true and powerful and valuable? Right? We don't need to get 3,000 live viewers like the other clowns and frauds. We're actually doing the work here on multiple levels. That's what fucking matters. Okay, and that's at times why I get frustrated, a bit bitter and resentful when we are censored and shadow banned or not pushed the way other loser lying failures around here are. But I have to let go of that too. That's not for me to decide. I don't get to control that. We just move forward, do the next right thing, bring power and value and truth where it's needed, where we experience it, and we surrender the rest in faith. Let me see where that goes, right? This is a long game, so. Right, I'm out of here. Bye.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. They turn birth right into paperwork. Stamped your spirit with a barcode. But laws written on your heart ain't signed by any court. Yeah, there's a license for your living. Permit just to pray. They rebranded what was given, tried to bill you for your day. But my breath ain't on their balance sheet, so don't fit their frame. When the maker writes the mandate, every tyrant looks the same. They tax your time, they'll sell it back in smaller screens and quiet apps. But freedom's first a mental map. You want out the maze, then trace the trap. I was scrolling through the circus, feeling small in every ring, till I realized I'm the lion that forgot he once was king. They condition you to kneel, then call it safety when you stay. But courage is obedience to higher voice than state. Proper instruction under this people. 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 Yeah. Fighting just the system, I'm a victim of my pride. All the jail I ever slipped in was the one behind my eyes. Envy was my warden, comfort was my cage. Had to crucify my ego just to really live this faith. They love you weak, always asking for a favor, hands out. But the blueprint in your bloodstream screams stand up, branch out. I was waiting on the leader, then the silence hit me hard. If I won't lead my own habits, how I'm speaking for my God. So I fast from all the poison that they're piping through the wires. Feed my mind on higher fire, let that scripture lift me higher. If I govern every thought, that's a kingdom in my chest. Then no paper crown, no paycheck ever tells me what is best. No proper instruction, no that is people. Proper instruction, no that is gorilla. Proper instruction, no that is people. Proper instruction, no that is gorilla. They can seize your gold, never steal your glow. Chain your body, never cage your soul. Every statute small, next to one true law written on us all. Proper instruction, know that it's people. Proper instruction, know that it's gorilla. Proper instruction, know that it's people. Proper instruction, know that it's gorilla.
It's not about an uprising. You're not getting it. There's no uprising. I'm way quieter there than I am here. I'm not dealing with a bunch of incompetent, incapable infidels. They're just corrupt, and they know who to be corrupt with and who not. I'm passionate about the truth. I'm confident in my knowledge of self, if nothing else, and my ability to convey that. Full stop, nothing before or after. I'm not interested in what legal and illegal is. I'm not a member of the legal society. I'm not even a member of the law society. There's two of them for a reason. I uphold the law. I'm not interested in legal policy and code. You don't know what you need to know about legal and lawful common law, and just by speaking, you get yourself wrapped up in their jurisdiction. The common law is still the foundational law of the land, and it's based on universal law, and it's codified in the contract you call the Constitution, and enumerated, delineated into two jurisdictions: protected class and privileged class.
We have losers.
Private and public. That's all I need to know. I'm a very simple man. You swear in a Bible at court for a reason. That must mean the original law is within that Bible. So if you can interpret that original law properly and convey it properly with the proper countenance, you will be free from latches, vice, and bondage, as the word indicates. I'm not going to sit here undoing you from your worldly left brain, mind, and heart control, because you don't understand the right brain intuitive concepts of life. You don't understand the metaphysical concepts of life. You don't understand the ideologies and philosophies that are the precepts of this system. I'll go back to the Tao before courts ever existed. A man's own thoughts unguarded are his own worst enemy until conquered. Then a man's own thoughts are his best friend, can help him more than even his own mother and father can. All you understand is worldly power, value, and systems. You don't understand the inherent hierarchical power and value systems that give way to everything that we see and experience here. You're lost, broken, confused, projecting onto me, and I'm having to be your daddy to explain how the universe and its laws work, and you're not even paying me, nor are you thanking me. You're hating on me while asking me to do it. It's bizarre. Yes, the words mean something, and the position means something, and the status means something, and you just don't get how it all comes together and how it works.
I do, though.
You don't. And that's where we're going to let it lie. You claim you do. I claim you don't. I'm laying out my understanding. You're not laying out yours beyond what they've told you. And we're going to let it lie there, and the people can make up their mind like they always do.
I will.
Sure, go ahead. I'm sure I've never heard it before.
No, I can see. That's why it doesn't, nobody's helped by I know how being a defendant is, and I know that there's a difference between law on the books that the guys with guns hold you to, and philosophy. You are accountable to them, because if not, they'll just come with guns and get you.
So the fact that you don't understand what that means, yet that is the window into how this all works, is really not my problem. I can't understand it for you. And for you to sit here, go ahead, waste our time, energy, attention telling me how you think it works based on what you see, when we already know you're the type of person who looks and does not see. There's an etymological sound understanding that is spoken about. The origination is common law, because all of law and philosophy is passed down orally, not the way you would want it to be, spoken, okay? And through that understanding, we get courts and codifications and legislation. So you might want to do another 5 years at least, another couple thousand hours of study on the origination of law and lore, how it all comes down through the matrix system that we experience on the lowest, most worldly, earthly level, and really put the pieces together about how this all came about. I'm telling you simply, I have a conviction in my heart. I'm going to do whatever the fuck I want. Come get me and do your worst. What don't you get about that? What don't you get about that on the lowest level as a man? What don't you get about that on the lowest level as a man? I'm going to do and say whatever the fuck I want, and the devil can be damned to come and stop me.
There's a lot of people
what don't you get about it? What don't you get about it?
why you're free.
Right, because you're a hater. You just admitted it subconsciously. Why is he free? Why isn't he in prison yet? You better go to God with that, or the devil. Stay the fuck away from me and stop projecting onto me, because it's not going to end well for you. Now you can take your leave, and I don't care if you ever come back. Because I'm done with you. I've been done with you for the longest time. You can't stand that I'm done with you. And the fact that I'm done with you and that they haven't done me in yet eats at your ego. Along with many other things I do that you can't do or won't do, because you're a fucking poor, broke, loser, low consciousness coward. So keep trying to do the equivocations with me and equalizations with me and power struggles and competitions. It goes nowhere for you. All you did was give me more fucking content. Thank you. There is no hate I have for you as a being in my heart. I don't like what you do, and I don't have to. You're a worldly infidel who lacks faith. You're bad faith, and you're dishonorable. Worse than that, you're fucking stupid.
Here we see the average citizen slave whale, guzzling the semen of its master known as the political whale. The average citizen slave whale guzzles up to 10,000 gallons of its political master whale's semen yearly. It's believed that doing so makes the slave whale feel safe and cared for. How glorious.